ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万首9000上，几曾着眼看后望。真度真度，旌旗叹欧陆。
我是真一，欢迎来到新一期的赛季前瞻栏目。永劫无间第16个赛季燃耀将在4月1日正式开启，和大家保证啊，这可绝对不是愚人节玩笑。在本期的前瞻中呢，除了已经在测试服与大家见面的新武器飞刀之外，我们还准备了更多的内容爆料。毫无疑问 ，S16将又是一个量大管饱的赛季。如同集齐7龙珠就能召唤神龙之力那样，我们也将在接下来的节目中为各位玩家点起7把火，期待他们能像赛季名称燃耀一样，点亮这个永劫无间迄今最燃的赛季更新。有请主策划飞鸿老师为我们带来游戏内容的重磅爆料。
嗨，大家好，我是永劫主策划飞鸿。近2个月的版本更新中啊，游戏内容的释出节奏稍微有所放缓，有玩家可能会怀疑啊，开发组是不是在摸鱼？也有不少人说是不是在憋个大的？老实说，我们确实还需要一些时间。进入25年以来，我们正在紧锣密鼓地开发一个内容量远超新地图的全新游戏内容，并将在周年庆的裂缝事件中与大家正式见面。而在即将到来的16赛季，玩家们将体验到另一个重要事件——浴火。我们将跟随崔三娘的话语，逐步揭开祭沧海背景故事的新篇章。作为永劫无间最具代表性的英雄之一，烈豪祭沧海在2020年末第一次游戏测试的时候就和大家见过面了，掐指一算，已经过了4年多了。他开大时那只标志性的怒火焚身，相信大家也再熟悉不过。这次赛季事件中，我们花费了等同一个新英神的工作量，为火德之师的祭沧海打造了全新的面貌。是的，这是你从未见过的祭沧海超燃的一面。 配套的英雄故事 CG、神品外观、神品发型也将于赛季内上线。揭开季沧海新篇章的同时啊，为了更好的适应游戏版本变化，季沧海的技能也将迎来重做。我们非常期待上线后，火蓝玩家能给大家带来非常精彩的操作。此外，灵魂夜的英雄技能在这次也将合并调整。我们目前的计划是移除灵魂夜的 F1，保留 F2、F3，同时加强服从示范时的吸附效果，使它不容易打空了。在奥义方面，我们移除了 V2，并对 V1 和 V3进行了调整。V1我们准备给它增加可射击释放。V1在释放时只会消耗一部分怒气，剩余的怒气将在夺秒的过程中陆续消耗，避免出现奥义被打断后怒气直接归零的不良体验。V3则在连线爆炸时新增了沉默效果，加强了灵魂夜在释放奥义时的压迫感。还有一些其他英雄的平衡调整，欢迎大家在后续版本的测试服中亲自上手体验，并与我们分享看法。大家提出的每一条建议都是这些英雄调整最终成型不可或缺的助力。新武器飞刀上线测试服以来，引发了许多关注和讨论。各位先锋瑞士团的热心玩家也为我们提出了很多实打实的建议。没错，作为忍杰首款真正意义上忍剑皆备的武器飞刀看起来确实格外与众不同。一方面，我们希望这些设计能够丰富对主的可能性，同时呢，我们也未曾忘记此前新武器上线的教训所以评估这次新武器新基地的时，我们会格外的谨慎。正是基于这个考量我们决定提前1个多月将飞刀放入测试服，留出充足的时间供大家仔细的体验，也让我们有机会打磨修改。我重申一下飞刀不是如人节整活。对于这个久违半年多推出的新武器，我们是认真的想要把它做得更好的。在这儿，我也想给大家分享对飞刀初步调整的一些想法。结合目前测试服的一些数据表现我们在考虑减少右键正击的前摇，增加后摇。此外，按键截断普通攻击的效果也将不再打断钩索飞袭了。以上调整内容将在3月26日的测试服中实装，有待大家进一步的体验和检阅。在同期的测试服中，我们还将加入飞刀的惊魂润。这段战斗动作的设计灵感源自经典武侠小说中的招式暴乳梨花针，极中之极，出必见血，将暗器之王的暴力美学挥洒的极致。如果你也想要拥有这份天下第一的潇洒，就别忘了在测试服更新后亲自上手测试。在飞刀相关的反馈中我们还收到了不少有关武器皮肤的建议，比如有些玩家提到可以将扑克牌作为外观的灵感进行设计，这其实和我们正在开发中的内容不谋而合。在去年12月的53联动宣传片中杰洛特曾有一幕靠丢出纸牌化干戈为玉帛的画面。不论多久，大家也能在游戏中像这样四两拨千斤般的丢出飞牌了。如果有更多关于飞刀玩法的和外观的建议欢迎大家在评论区或弹幕告诉我们。6月初，征程之路的全新篇章将和大家见面，而此前我们曾透露曾在6月上线的全新战斗道具，也在我们的努力下反向跳票，至4月和大家见面了。它就是全新的法宝系统。胡桃的噬魂斩变成了毁天灭地的次元斩，入地人的香炉长出4条大尾巴，季沧海的火球还可以是一个定时炸弹，感受到了吗？这些就是英雄配装专属法宝的威力。在局外锻造出天宫台，消耗混沌石，可随机打造出不同效果的法宝，为你的战斗提供巨大的增益。除了前面提到的英雄专属法宝，还有其他一些增加零点上限、强化零点打击等等的效果的通润法宝可供打造。你可以为锻造出来的法宝升级和觉醒，使它进化并获得更强烈的效果。法宝锻造材料的混沌石主要获得方式来自全新的烽火百炼玩法。在百炼洞地下的炼心渊内英雄们需要击杀藤鬼，将藤鬼上层的精气注入丹炉内，来维持混沌天炉的运转，帮助天炉进阶。积攒进度并成功守卫天炉进源后，便能收获满满一篓的战利品混沌石了。烽火百炼玩法和法宝系统将在每个真神赛季的后半程上线，并随着真神赛季的更新而重置，而且每个真神赛季都会推出全新的英雄专属法宝和通润法宝，力求让大家玩得更爽。另一个重大内容更新，就是在6月上线的真神之路全新篇章。 从这个征程季开始，英雄们的对手不再是万象，而是天海大师口中并非无敌的影族人。本次新关卡将随着苍蓝托莫尔的脚步来到长生寨，而在那里等候他的是曾经目睹300年前苍蓝部落兴衰的黄月，一位身披蓝皮的影族人。苍蓝王对草原的统治为何惨淡收场？亲眼目睹过不求灭族之力的黄月，而今面对重新卷入纷争的苍蓝王后人托莫尔，又会做出如何反应呢？烽火阵的故事新篇章，或许能给大家带来解答。新赛季当然也有全新的玩法。此前远程武器在真神之路里的定位一直略显尴尬，虽然也有诸如火蓝双风暴、灵魂夜冰无眼冲的玩法，但比起近战的套路远程一直不是主流。而在这个赛季，我们为远程武器量身定做的全新的战斗模式——神射系统。首先，远程武器将可以震刀了，使用鸟中弓箭的英雄将获得全新的震刀招式，怪物天脸也不用担忧了，震他个措手不及。此外，在战斗中使用远程武器造成伤害，可以积攒神射值。神射值满后，你将进入神射状态，将看破所有敌人的弱点，瞄准弱点进行射击，就可造成额外的伤害。第一阶段的神射系统将覆盖特莫尔神庙、玉玲珑和顾金坎4位英雄，其余的武器招式也在紧锣密鼓的制作中，并将尽快与大家见面。
特爆！加量不加价的赛季通行证来喽！从下个赛季起，大家通行证等级达到115级之后，就能在解锁原有每个等级奖励的基础上，额外再获得一次抽奖机会，有机会抽到花露、宝箱等多重道具好礼，奖励加码，价格不变，多玩多得。新赛季新气象，怎么能没有新衣服呢？燃耀赛季的后续更新将有多个时装企划上新，其中打头阵的是长歌诗印系列的第2弹。继第1弹推出了3首唐诗之后，时隔多日，我们将迎来4首以词牌为主题的时装，它们是铁血丹心满江红、醉意阑珊如梦令、豪情万丈念奴娇以及逍遥山水鹧鸪天。这些词牌主题的时装有部分在赛季通行证中就会和大家见面了。孔子说诗词可以兴，可以观，可以群，可以悦。我们也特邀一位国家级京剧艺术家为本次企划带来独特的京剧腔演绎，希望能用永劫无间特有的方式，将这些包罗万象的诗词浪漫传达给更多的玩家。
除了刚刚这些福利我再给大家爆料一些即将上线的游戏内容吧。为了能让高水平对局的战斗更加激烈纯正，我们将尝试在赛季中后期的天人之战中引入全新的机制——金乌之力。在第3轮地脉仪刷新的时候，除了现有的地脉仪之外，我们将新增一个金乌之力地脉仪。玩家若成功占领金乌之力地脉仪，便可以给全场没有拥有成功之力的玩家添加严肃效果。除了之前解严肃的手段之外，新增了一个特殊任务，完成后也可以解严肃了。这下真是我花开后百花杀，天人激战一触即发。今年的泼水节，一窝蜂的特殊形态一窝水将再度回归。别担心，我们参考了去年同期活动大家的反馈，一窝水的主力效果投放概率也得到调整，并增加了将其可以投入熟人井的规模。盘南岛的捷宝球也将变身为水球，碰撞后有概率获得兑换奖励的活动道具。还有一个大家呼声很高的瑞山 PVE 变身皮肤也将在燃耀赛季登场。这一次，瑞山将穿上一副荆棘编就的盔甲，每一颗荆刺不仅是强攻的利器，也是守护的坚盾。相信它能如五位侯披坚执锐、一往无前的将军之姿相得益彰。我们已经推出2款神品发型，也听到了大家对于发型配色方面的诉求。新赛季更新后神品发型都可以通过消耗染膏来解锁其他3种配色，适应大家多样化的装扮需求。新赛季还有更多的新联动吗？有的，赛季第1天就将有一款重磅联动与大家见面，请看图。这款联动内容很快就和大家见面了，预知后事如何下周2就见分晓。在上期新春前瞻中已经预告过的一款联动内容，也引发了大家踊跃的猜想。我在这里多透露一条线索吧，请看提示。
感谢飞鸿老师带来的第一手开发情报。 燃耀赛季的前瞻内容就先分享到这里了，希望这些内容能为大家燃起更多游玩永劫无间的乐趣。永劫无间现已入围2026年的名古屋亚运会电竞项目，而就在这周四3月20日，永劫无间 Nbpl 春季赛也将火热开战，18支联赛队伍将争夺春季赛的冠军，职业老将能否再续辉煌，又是否有黑马突出重围呢？这周四前往各大直播平台，我在 Nbpl 等你哦。大家对赛季内容有任何想讨论或者想吐槽的点，欢迎在评论区跟弹幕留言告诉我们。那我们下次前瞻再会喽，拜拜，
拜拜。
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一口烟，2个人影都看不到边，为什么守株待发？像你也逃不出我的手指间。一个惊讶，一个
Ooh, look.
过人性无电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss. Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this. Just call it a day.
拿住他，可这位轻低头。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya.
故意的。不行了。
クするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
欢迎来到 Nbpl， 这里是2025永劫无间职业联赛第2双周3排的周决比赛现场。大家好，我是你们的班主任任栋。经过了常规赛紧张激烈的角逐，最终所有晋级的战队也已经在后台准备就绪。接下来，让我们欢迎选手登场。 比赛来到了第2个双周的3排的周决比赛现场。那么在上一个常规赛呢 ，ARC 战队也是凭借着自己的表现取得了很棒的一个前序积分。赛前，汉王有什么话送给同场竞技的对手们？
你们加油！
你们加油！很谦虚的一个开场放狠话。同样，我们问一下。 在我们最后一个双周啊，可以看到表现出色的 OUG， 现在是取得了目前常规赛的积分第1。赛前有什么话对自己也对对手说呢？苏苏，
大家都加油吧，
一起加油！看来是第2个双周的3排周决的主旋律，究竟今天谁可以拿起属于自己的冠军？让我们共同期待。无间进无限，比赛正式开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Nbpl Trios Bi-Weekly 2 Finals. I am Raven PLZ and I'm joined by the wonderful, lovely Moxie. And tonight we have 8 rounds of trios. And we were talking about this before we went live, Moxie. Do we think it's going to go 8 rounds? And normally for trios, it goes a distance, but with the Syra meta, I don't know, Moxie. What do you think? This is a pretty big slugfest tonight. I'm excited to see what these teams are bringing because bi-weekly finals always bring something new from week to week.
Yes, obviously, like you talked about, there are 8 games potentially on the cards. However, one thing that we do have to remember is the pre-purpose points that these teams are going to be bringing through. And some of these teams, Raven, are already walking in with a whole match's worth of points. I'm obviously talking about OUG, who had a monstrous performance in the regular week. However, before we start talking about that, we have to start talking about drops because it is the moment that everyone has been waiting for. It is a bi-weekly finals, which means it's a bi-weekly finals exclusive drop. And this time around, it is going to be one of those Nbpl exclusive cosmetics. So if you don't have your Twitch account linked and you don't manage to claim that avatar icon today, it's out of the game and out of your hands for good.
Now, wonderful pointing it out. The bi-weekly 2 icon. Only this time for this bi-weekly finals. Just like you said, Moxie, though. OUG, a ton of points. And I got to say, Baby U, one of my favorite players in the league. I've been watching him for the past 3 years. He's moved from Wu Chen to position 1. And he's back home at OUG. And he's doing well in this second bi-weekly finals. But we've seen it before. Moxie, just because you come in with the most amount of points after a really, really great run during the qualifiers doesn't necessarily mean it translates to the bi-weekly finals. The 8 rounds really gives any team a chance to win this as long as you show up with your A game.
Yeah, especially because there's a little bit of superstition alongside it, right? Teams not really wanting to be in that first place position heading into the bi-weekly finals because some teams in the past, you know, TE, FPX, JL did struggle. They would be able to perform in the regular week. They'd come in with a monstrous amount of points and then just get absolutely outgunned in the bi-weekly finals. And it's something actually that SS1 found themselves very acclimatized to last bi-weekly finals, where they were coming in with a really big head start. They were coming in that first place position. We were expecting to see big things from them, and then they just slipped and slipped and slipped further and further down. And it was like, oh, okay, it's gonna be one of those bi-weekly finals, because when you are that dominant in the regular week, a lot of teams look at your performances. They look at your VODs, your analysis, like your gameplay, your rotations, to see whether or not they can dissect it, utilize some some of it for themselves, but also so that they can counter it, because with the MVP system that we have, you've got 2 conditions into your bi-weekly final days of play. Do incredibly well, and stop the teams in the lead from doing incredibly well at the beginning.
Looking at the overall scores, Bauda and GG, YZG, the veteran teams at the bottom, but not that big of a point spread. 8 points, 12 to 20 points, only 8 points. We see JL, DRG, Wolves, and Alliance, ASC, and OUG. We haven't seen OUG at the top in a while, but Alliance and Wolves last season really solidified themselves as a top 5 team in the league. Now JL did lose TXJ. They still have VVV, still I believe in recovery from his medical situation, but DRG, one of their has their full roster from last season. Wolves with their new roster, really awesome that the new roster is able to pull through and still keep Wolves at the top. But going into today, Moxie, I feel like I'm curious to see whether or not the Lonnie comp that we saw earlier really solidifies Cannonball, because pretty much the Siphon has been solidified with Syra, the Xiphon with Zai and Syra, and Transformers with Kylan and Monk and Zipping have been solidified, but it's really only Cannonball that we see a mixture of things. A little bit with Attack on Titan, where Justina will be peppered in instead of Wu Chen, but it's still very much Tesla and Viper. So when this 8-round streak, I really want to see what new Cannonball compositions we're going to see. Is it going to be the Syra Matari variation, or will this Alani Valda variation really poke a hole in catching teams off guard? Because from what I've seen the composition do well versus Transformers, and I've also seen it catch cicadas off guard, where you just get looped spear into ball over and over and over. So I'm curious to see if ASC or anyone else who brings out Lonnie today can make that new Cannonball composition work.
Yeah, because ASC were definitely in the experimental phases with it, last in the regular weekly, because like they saw the amount of points they were carrying forward, they knew that their position was secured in that bi-weekly final, and they wanted to be able to experiment around with it. One of the reasons I think that we're probably going to see it, even if we're not going to be seeing it multiple times, is to navigate around the way that the bi-weekly final day is set out. We saw it when the schedule of the map and environments were shown out there. The first 3 games are actually split separate to the last 5 games, where all of these teams are coming in with a flat 0 hero points. So if Syra gets, and I mean, I'm saying if, when Syra gets multi-picked in phase number 1, those teams in phase 2 and phase 3 are not going to be able to have access to her. And since Syra is in so many different compositions, having something that doesn't necessitate that Syra or something like a Zipping, with the backup now becoming that Zip Tian Hai Kylan, could actually be a really good way for ASE to keep themselves competitive, keep finding those kills, so that even when they're not in one of those premier group phases in the early day, they're still keeping their match point competitive with the scoreline.
Looking at the first day, Transformers coming out, I'm loving the new 2025 Transformers with the Kylan Monk. Instead of, like we saw during Worlds, the Valda Wombo combo with Monk, now we got Kylan resetting Monk slams in midair, slashing through. And who would have thought? It's almost like strange to me that no one really thought of having Kylan with Monk previously, considering how dynamic his slashes can be for Monk. You can either help him with the reset, or you can just straight damage him while they're in the hand, to add on to that extra damage to execute someone quickly, just in case you don't have that range. And it's very, very hard to crowd control Kylan. And this is what I was considering all the different strategies that teams are running. Out of all of them right now, besides on Holoroth, I feel like Monk is definitely the premier comp pick to get to Endgame, to have the best chance to close the deal, because all these teams are really playing for first place. And I imagine one of the things that we're going to see today is holding on to that Transformers for those later round picks. So once you pass that threshold and you can MVP the round, we're going to see a lot more Transformers, or it's going to be Siphon that we're seeing. Alliance picking the Syra, Takeda, Temi. And the big difference of this modern 2025 Siphon, Moxie. It's definitely a lot more rushdown. It's a way more Ooga Booga. Just the double, the ult from Cyro plus the Temi wall, and the fact that Cyro can kind of beam through the Temi wall, it just makes the Takeda matchup so different. Before, Takeda was really allowed to do whatever he wants. Now he's definitely the victim when it comes to all these execution. He gets hard focus fired by almost every single comp now.
Yeah, I agree with you in that we're probably going to be seeing those monk compositions a little bit later on to try and find the MVPs. However, it is going to be risky because that would leave a lot of these teams having to scramble for the Viper test of Wuchen to navigate their way into finding those picks. And that was something that WBG and GG, unfortunately, last week found themselves in a really tough position where they were literally having to play out. I believe it took 3 rounds, 3 games for them to be able to broach a total of 10 points in those 3 rounds, which meant that one of them didn't even qualify into MVP potential. And the other team that did, their mental was so shot through by the time that they were actually able to break past that 63-point mark that it crumbled to pieces at the very beginning of that MVP round that came on out. So it will be interesting, especially because, you know, we've talked in length about Midoriya and how a lot of the situations around the floating pile, as well as the points of interest that all of these players are going to be trying to prioritize when they drop, leads really nicely into a very predictable path for things like the Viper and Tessa to grief at, so that you can either collapse onto teams at the very beginning when they're trying to prioritize picking up that Volpin's essence on Midoriya, or you can catch out teams that are trying to recover by utilizing the floating piles, especially if it's a nighttime Midoriya map where there are the Fireflies that are going to be spawning with the floating piles too, bringing with it not just loot, but also rage generation for the ultimates. However, we're not going to be starting on Midoriya, we're going to be starting with our old faithful Morris Isle. Still going to be that nighttime map though, Raven, so we're likely going to be seeing the Viper test on Wuchen come through towards the second round selection. But I think you and I, we both know what's coming in first round selection. Let's see the 4 Cyrus. It's just a matter of what is going to be alongside her.
Yeah, traditionally Morris Knight always has been Viper dominated. There's been strange seasons where a lot of teams ended up choosing Monk and just trying to play very, very safe, try to get in that first Yang, just because if there's so many Vipers on the map, that means Yang is definitely for free. Viper does not win very well in a fair 3v3. It wants to be scrappy, it wants that unfair matchup, and because of this, there is a lot of counterplay where Batari is a great counter to Viper as well. Now, YZG, THJ believes in the Syra Justina Feria. Very, very interesting. I haven't seen this matchup versus the Xiphon. The Zai, really, really good budget. That first Yang, very, very much dominated just because it's so strong off spawn versus all the Vipers trying to make plays, trying to execute teams off spawn just because of that Matari ult. Now, second round pick, we are seeing JL going for the Transformer pick, but this is where we're seeing a lot of Vipers going out. Now, Viper, very, very good versus Transformers, especially the modern day. There isn't really a good counter with Kylan zipping Monk. You're just hoping that your Monk can iframe and peel correctly. But if you just ever get caught off guard, it is for sure cooked. Now, the third round is really going to show the personality of this day, Moxie. I'm very curious to see, now that all the Mataris are gone and the Vipers are out, are we going to get a full Viper lobby? Or are we going to try to play late game? It's looking like Viper, though.
Oh, okay, so OUG is going to be banking on late game. But a lot of these teams are going to be going towards that Viper. So I believe we have 2 Transformer teams in the lobby, which is not the greatest when they're going to definitely be outgunned by the amount of Vipers. Because like you said, ideally you want your Monk to be able to iframe with the ultimate or deactivation of the ultimate to avoid that tether snap coming through from the Viper. However, if you're having to iframe one Viper ultimate into a second Viper ultimate, you're not going to have a second ultimate to be able to utilize that to escape. So that Spirit Well, I am expecting, is going to be contested for a very long time indeed if those TN high compositions are able to make it all the way to where they want to be scaling up into the later half of the match. But we can have a look and see what the loadouts are going to be. Not really going to be expecting anything too out of the ordinary, given the fact that, you know, it's going to be F2 silence for the Viper, V3. So silence on tether for the Vipers to make sure that if that chain does manage to connect onto the Tian High, a single time he's not going to be able to utilize his ultimate either to activate or deactivate to escape it. That's what ZK is going to be banking on too. NY7, however, is going to be going for the V1, so prioritizing that stagger CC off of the snap effect, as is Zuan. Kakaishi and Mist. Kakaishi's going to be banking for the silence alongside the heal shotgun debuff on the F3, with Mist opting for the V1. So a little bit of discrepancy in terms of our Viper loadouts, but for the most part, everyone else sticking very true to what we expect. F1 V1 for the Syra, F2 V2 for the Feria, F2 V1 for the Justina, and F1 V2 for all of our Kylans.
I'm very curious to see what TXJ has cooking for this Cannonball composition, just because traditional Cannonball did have Yueshon to deal with Vipers, but Justina, Syra can't really deal with Vipers, neither can Feria. I guess one of the strategies you definitely can do is, as long as two people don't get silenced, you can peel for each other, but you're hoping that that one person who gets caught out can survive the triple focus fire. It's a pretty big ask, considering a lot of Vipers right now are running that AoE silence and that tether. So I'm curious to see how they make it work. Do they play Spirit well? Do they go Yang? Is it first Yang? Is it second Yang? TXJ, if you didn't know this, has been the general of Nbpl forever. He is a tactician god. Everyone samples from how he sets things. He sets so many different metas. Last year, GG actually set a lot more metas. Now, it's curious to me that they've a little bit struggled with consistency this year, but they have their full roster. I imagine they're going to still pull through, especially going into the second bi-weekly.
Now we're going to be going directly into Shipwreck, where OUG's Ujinyu on that Tian High is going to be looking to loot on up so he can scale his ultimate. Two-tick, OA are the only team running traditional Sand Siphons. That's with the Tumult, Takeda, and Karumi, as everyone is going to be scrambling for those Fireflies up onto those cliffs. One has already been nabbed, and Jinyu is going to be very close to his ultimate off of the back of it. However, this early in the game, the Tian High does not pose as much as a threat as towards the late when he has legendary armor and legendary weapons to scale up the damage from those slams. We're going to see a fight break out immediately. Zip has already had to burn that heal. Jinyu's already had to burn that combo breaker, but with those nunchucks, he is doing enough damage to build up the ultimate. And now we can see that OA, without that Temi ultimate, have to disengage cleanly because they don't have a way of blocking the grabs, and PP is already going to be slammed and dunked down. And with the Karumi missing, Sand Siphon now is deprived of its sustained value.
Excellent play by Shinyu, immediately getting that ult up. Both of these teams were contesting for the Fireflies, but it's very rare you see a Monk ult and execute completely, like instantly, getting that jump into grab. Really, really interesting stuff for their off-spine strategy. Now, Alliance, Yuma, NY7 Revenge, this is their comfort pick. These guys last year were absolute menaces on the Viper, on Knight Morris. These guys love attacking, but this year and near the end of last year, they showed a different side. They showed a little bit of restraint, a little bit of a slower side. Will they have that same aggression going in? JL, Wonfong. Now, I was definitely one of his biggest critics last year just because he was playing with the two greats, VVV and TXJ. But since VVV has been out, Wonfong has really stepped up with this Monk play, and he's been like one of the hard carries for JL from round to round. He's definitely stood out every single round, especially their MVPs.
Oh no. Oh, OA have run so far from Shipwreck and OUG that they've run directly into Alliance. And Raven, you talked about Alliance being a menace. They've now got a third party to be able to assassinate and look for a timing attack on too, and that's something that both these teams are going to have to be very aware of, hyper-focused to make sure that they don't get all in on by that Viper, as it is going to be all ultimates cut off now with the Forbidden Seal coming into play. No Syra V1, no Stun Dazzle chain, and absolutely no Matari ultimate to set up ZZT's chain combos off of the back of 3 resets on that Zai F2. This is falling apart for the Xiphon.
And the Vipers are just catching everyone off guard, off spawn, and just laying down the law. Now Alliance gonna find OUG. There was a 3v3v3 situation. Baby U on the Kylan, trying to peel for his team, able to take down Yuma with SS, and Alliance is gonna fall to the Transformer. Singular ult from OUG, but U is not done with this, not letting NY7 get away. Nice juggle coming out from the tree. NY7 looking for the cheeky play, possibly set it up for his team to salty res and come back, but OUG too smart for this, is going to close the distance, is going to surround NY7, and with a couple of focus attacks, he will fall to Shinyu. OUG starting off this off spawn very, very well. They still have their work cut out for them. Tons of Vipers around. But like you were saying earlier, Moxley, OA got evicted from Shipwreck, and they're looking for a new home. Unfortunately, this new home is owned by JL.
Oh, and yeah, JL have all of their ultimates. They're not even going to use them. The combo break from the Temi has already been burned, and JL, without having to hard commit, can now find the elimination. In the distance, we can see OUG, but since no ultimates were committed on the side of JL, pretty sure that OUG aren't going to be looking for any fight currently, as it's going to be ASC's Mistress running into position, getting that first hit of the F3, that heal tick debuff to set up into the Tesla ultimate from that stagger. One Viper ultimate comes out, and this is the V3 variant, which means that Mist does not have the opportunity to pop that V1, which in teleport comes out into play, but that blue beam and beacon as well as the bell is going to sound the alarm of where ASE have run off to. Moonbane is going to have alarm bells ringing in Wolves' heads though, and they're now the ones to which and teleport out of the fight, zooming away before the Moonbane can actually find the elimination. But what it has done is rung the dinner bell. Here comes SS1, drawn in by seeing that AoE splash, and they know that the fight's going on, and they've got the ultimate advantage.
Looking at SS1, Zuan is set up for this chasedown. 17 grapples, nowhere to go. Wolves at LJX is going to get taken down, closed out by Zuan with that jumping LB. SS1 now finding, like you said, Moxie, the dinner bell. And this is a little bit of interesting situation. Vipers normally like to stay away from each other so they do not grief each other's cooldowns, but not in finals right now. Everyone's looking for that momentum to start out the day. Zuan is going to get Tesla ulted. He is going to pop the V1. Can anyone get held down? Miss trying to make it around the corner. Barely gets around the corner. Dodges the stun. And now Miss coming back. Still has his ult up, but he's not able to pull it off. The great sword of Zuan is going to take him down. And now, even though they had ult advantage coming out, SS1 scrambling to close this out. It's a scrap off right now. ASC's Zuan is going to get juggled from now by Zuan. Nice stagger coming out. And another follow-up by Zuan's great sword. Down to a 2v1 situation. Now with a comfortable reset, they don't want to really risk it. Han is going to try to play the bush. Play for another life right now. Now, technically, Water does have a rest. They can find a better position right now, but the Vipers slugging it out and taking each other out off spawn.
And I mean, you can see as well a lot of those Wu Chen portraits in blue because they're the ones that everyone prioritizes, so you can't just Wu Chen teleport if you manage to find a pick onto either the Viper and the Tesla and then carry the Ken out, revive them, and turn back in with the better ultimate advantage. And this is actually the perfect setup for these Tian High teams, right? Because of the Viper teams all taking each other out, no one is really going to be in a good position to try and grief the entrances to the Realm of Yang and prevent those full teams from being able to go on through. So the Sand Siphon composition, unfortunately for OA, still lacking that Temi, probably going to be still playing to try and go full recovery, taking advantage of the fact that everyone's head will be turned towards the Realm of Yang and potentially away from the Soul Altars as CJS is losing all of that purple armor to the commitment of the full meter dump coming on through from Night HQ with those blue nunchucks, but he's drawn the ire of CJS's teammates, and 3 versus 1. This Tessa surely is not going to be long. Yeah, there she is. F1 has been burned out, and GG, just with a commitment of that Zai F2, will also be able to find the pickup to put themselves into a Realm of Yang rotation.
Yeah, GG is looking very, very stacked. Their off spawn went super well. The rotations, finding stragglers, but GG's known for this. Playing nice and safe, really setting up for that first Yang, because once they get that first Yang down, they snowball out of control. I'm hoping to see how Zai plays versus Transformers. We should see a clash of the Titans. Only 2 Transformer teams out, OUG and JL. The rest are this Xiphon composition. Now, they still have their work come out for them. All of these Yangs will be contested. We see JL already with a Moonbane at the top. But it looks like OUG and JL, they kind of have a handshake deal right now. They're willing to exchange. They're willing to go into Yang to see who can take this. We're going to get OUG versus SR for our first Realm of Yang. Jinyu on the Monk, Baby U on the Kylan. Kylan with Pole Sword. Interesting choice by Baby U. Jinju's going to take to the sky, looking for the drop-down focus attack, not able to get it. Spacing out right now. Rico with the stagger, staying on top of Jinyu, and Jinyu turns the focus attack onto one of the teammates, popping the Monk ultimate. We're going to go to the Monk rotation right now. SS looking for the stagger for Jinyu. Jinyu misses the slam, still looking for a grab right now. Nice kiting from SR, using the pillars to get out of line of sight to dodge all these grabs from Jinyu. Jinyu goes to the pillar, avoiding the fries on his feet right now. SR still doing a really good job, but Junks is going to get really low, not able to get peeled by his teammates, and SS is going to take him down. Now in a 2v3 situation. Kylan also going to be popped by Baby U. Crowd controlling Rico right now. Rico doing his best to try to create some type of situation for Zhao, but Zhao's holding onto the Zion, trying to wait out these ultimates. Hopefully, if he can land this for just a little bit longer. Rico doing a good job of peeling. The Zai ult is going to be coming out, but it's going to be a 2v3 situation. Baby U is out of ultimate right now. Zhao is going to pop that ult. He has his eye ult. Nice job by Baby U to knock him down. SS is really low. We're down to a 2v2 right now. SR bringing this back right now all the way around. Baby U is going to get juggled by Rico in a 2v1 situation. Now it's up to Jinyu to bring this back, flying in, but the Zai ult is so oppressive right now. Jinyu has no plays right now with a parry into the F, into the wall. Oh my goodness, SR is going to turn it around and bring it back. I thought it was cooked, Moxie, but it's always winnable.
It's always winnable when you have a 30-second long IV tier. Especially if you're going up against the Zip, right? Because the second that you get the heal tick debuff, and it's actually something that was really smart coming through from Zhao. When the Tianhai ulted, he immediately applied that fire tick debuff with the Zai F2 and then navigated around that pillar afterwards to make sure that he didn't get grabbed. So even if when those players are rotating towards the pillar so they can break LOS to stop their grabs, if the Monk was able to pick up one player and then with the V2 create that slam damage into a self-sustained heal, that would have actually been nerfed by 50% with the fire tick debuff that was going through his... Oh no. Oh, poor OA. Every single time we've looked at OA, they've been on the back foot, Raven. This is the one attempt at recovery. PP has been picked up, but he's out in the zone. He's got his Kurumi ultimate that he has to just invest, and JL are going to be able to instantly pick up that little bit of straggler left for the team. So we can have a look and see GG, I believe, won against YZG inside their Realm of Yang, so they've got Vermilion Birds, mate. Now immediately going to be taking a fight against another hyper buff team. We normally don't see the Viper teams going at it, but we also normally don't get to see the Realm of Yang buff teams going at it. All of these teams wanting to take the elimination, wanting to stop the momentum from the other side, clip the wings so that they don't have the next 2 minutes to go as aggressive as they want with that Realm of Yang buff confidence. And SR with that Syra V1 were so oppressive that there was nothing that GG could have been able to do to recover from it. Rico had some wonderful plays in that fight.
SR is really showing up to play. They're already up to 9 kills, and it's only first Yang. We are going to get Alliance versus SR. They did blow a lot of their ultimates. They do have red buff, I believe. Alliance lurking on the outside, waiting to commit right now. And OA is going to get taken down by Junks. Rico, nice parry, 1:12 on their buff. They can take this fight. See if they can get any more extra credit. Following OA into zone, Rico doing his best to throw these R&Bs, trying to secure the kill onto Meng, but Meng's gonna get that max range. And now OUG is gonna be showing up with their 2-minute Yang depletion. Baby U is gonna pop the ultimate, sending Rico for a ride. Rico diving deeper into the storm, trying to drag them out if they do commit to this. Hopefully griefing their game as well. Baby U is gonna make quick work for them, but that first Shadow Realm, it's not going to really do a lot of damage in this situation. Only half damage. The problem is the Nbpl teams now lurk these zone situations, lurk these Yang depletion situations, and OUG has to be careful making their way back. They do find another player, Meng, deep in the zone, and they're gonna force this out. The Temi ult's gonna be coming out. Meng's going back and forth, trying to drown them in there. Baby U is gonna throw that R&B, trying to lock him down. Nice job from Meng to kite onto the outside. Xinyu gonna be chasing him down. Now things are gonna start getting a little bit dicey. OUG's going to max corruption. Can Meng get away from this situation? It's looking pretty cooked for him though, Moxie.
Yeah, that Temi is not long for this world. He does have the F1 and he's going to utilize that cover break to give himself just a little bit of quite literal leverage over his pursuers. But they will be able to take him down and pick up that soul bloom. In the meantime, under waterfall, we've got two teams going straight at it. YZG getting caught in a very cramped up space. Normally ideal position for Justina to play, but that also means that a lot of those players are going to get hit by that Tessa enchantment into the follow-up from that Syra beam. Oh my goodness, so much CC coming on through. YZG's TXJ just getting absolutely Hail Married into stone form, coming out from all three players from SS1's team, and that is YZG unfortunately not able to recover from the Yang depletion that they had attached to them after they lost against GG.
As such, this is normally looked as TXJ's position on the map. They love that cave. Now SS1 lets them know we got new owners in town. Now setting up for the second Realm of Yang. And this is where it gets very, very dicey. There's no free Realm of Yangs anymore. All the Vipers positioning to possibly agree for these teams going in. JL finds a nice safe Realm of Yang. No one's going to be contesting them. Wanfang on that monk. He's been impressing me this year so far. Can he keep it up? We got a full...
Wait, we got free tunas?
That might be the first time I've ever seen that. 3 coordinated tunas all setting up. They might actually all be doing the pose, and this is like optimizing tuna sharing. They just drop it so they're already pre-posed. So switch it. I don't think I've ever seen that. I've never done that myself. 2025, we've optimized sharing the tuna with the group. That's hilarious. SR.
You gotta pack your tuna sandwiches for your team. Straight up, you gotta make sure that all of your textbooks are in your school bag, make sure that your lunchbox is packed, and get ready to head off into the Realm of Yang.
I can never look at tuna the same way. Tuna sandwich, what? All right, now it's a tuna sandwich to me. We are gonna get JL versus SR. SR with their big clutch earlier. Can they fade the monk-led JL? Wanfang is gonna be taking the sky, go to the double grapple cancel, looking for the flank. Wanfang tries to get a little bit of chip damage, but he is going to pop the ult on lane and keeping all of his armor. What does SR do? Last time, they had a really good job of kiting, but not versus Wanfang. He's already going to be scooping one of the players right now with the hit into the juggle, into the regrab. JL on point right now, and the dash is going to come down. They're trying to heal him in. The dash is going to come up, but SR Zhao is just going to be executed in the beginning of the fight, Moxie.
Yeah, Wanfang's looking for even more if he can find it. It's still a 3 versus 2. We've still got Kyle and Ultimate up on board. Another grab into another slam into another follow-up after effect dash with that Kyle and V2. And you can see that Cuckoo is getting CC'd out, but they're doing a really good job of peeling for him. Wanfang right behind his zip, making sure that with the F1 he can cover, leading up for Rico to set into that Dragon Slayer's Nessus, but the parry is there, and Wanfang is able to set up his own Nessus to force out the combo break now coming in through from that Syra. 57 seconds left. One of those players incredibly low, the other getting chased down 2 versus 1 to deny any potential pillar play from coming on out. And with the light hits from that fan and Wanfang playing on the sidelines, it's just going to be a matter of prolonging this fight so they can keep the buff going as long as possible.
Wow, what a different way that fight went down. JL looking surgical, getting that grab, and is instantly executing the enemy team. There was no hesitation from the Kylan to guarantee that kill right there. Definitely something I didn't notice in the first bi-weekly finals. Now, as soon as you get that kill, closing it out nice and clean, tidying it up. And that's what we were talking about a little bit about this off stream before this finals. I felt after the first week, new meta, we're coming off the offseason, a lot of rust coming off, that teams were going to be experimenting and trying a lot of things. So we are getting a little bit of an interview from SS1G1. Fortunately, we don't have translations.
这次周决目标肯定是为了夺冠嘛，希望今天就是能一帆风顺的尽早下班。
Interesting. Well, that's another way to get through the bush play. A lot of teams criticize being in bushes, but even at the pro side, sometimes during the Yang depletion, you gotta be waiting on the bush on the outside because you got teams like Alliance with this Draco Storm. Very unwinnable when a team has Draco Storm, but the one composition that can fight Draco Storm is definitely Transformers. The double grab, especially when you have Wonfang piloting that monk, can bring it back even in dire situations.
Oh, the bush failed them. Oh, SS1 got scattered by Alliance. By trying to play it safer, ironically, they played it more dangerously, and they've got to just switch and teleport directly into the zone. They saw it was the buff team. The Tessa enchantment connects onto water. Unfortunately, even with the blue beacon of the Witch and teleport, that tether led them directly to the Witch End's position. He does dodge the second cast of the Tessa ultimate, and he's leading them, kiting them away from both his Tessa and his Viper now that his job has been done. Get his team into a more favorable position so that the other two can try and survive and put more distance between themselves and Alliance for when Alliance inevitably try and figure out where those two other players went. However, the head has been turned. There was a Riptide dealer, so they're going to spend a little bit of time shopping and rolling for some Jades, which is going to provide SS1 the downtime to pick up a Rebirth Charm and head their way over to Assault Ult. And now we can see whether or not OUG's way of hiding was safer. No, JL, check the bolt hole. And oh dear, OUG are trapped directly underneath. They're going to be eating a lot of corruption tick damage, or they've got to come outside and face JL at some point.
JL just waiting, come out wherever you are, sitting at the top. Now, they're very hesitant to all in commit in the situation because it is the other monk team. And wait a second, realizing it's the other monk team, only 2 monks on the field. It looks like JL is opting not to take out the other monk on the field. If you're the only, like, a big part of Endgame, actually, and one of the things I miss of old NARAKA is monks cover monks in Endgame. There is a lot of playing off of other monks. Now, it doesn't mean you're necessarily on the same team, because once you de-transform, a monk will look to grab you and remember. But in a lobby full of Vipers, one Transformer is most likely gonna get taken out. It's the reason why we call it Attack on Titan, is they go after the Titans in these endgames. So if there's at least 2 of you, it increases your chances of surviving by what? 50%. It doubles your chances, because now there's 2 of you at least.
You've got bait as well for Spirit Well, because you can let the other Tianhai team posture up first on Spirit Well, let them be the ones that draws the ire of all of the Vipers, and then come in and ult second, which is what we actually saw at Jacob when Transformers was meta over there. SR, unfortunately, going to be scrambling in the next couple of minutes. They've got 1 minute 27 seconds to be able to lock down 3 Soul Wimps. It's not just one player that they need to debuff, it's 3. Out comes the grapple, in goes the Zai F2, out comes the Syra ultimate. SR know the desperation that they're in. They have to finish off these kills. They have to all in before the other teams in the area realize that they're the desperate team that has Yang depletion and look to punish the overcommitment that is going to be forced. But unfortunately for them, they weren't able to complete the kill in time. OUG turn up, Alliance turn up, and SR were able to get one of their players cleansed, turning now onto Dunkwing, trying to chase down that Tessa. But unfortunately, the players that they've left behind are now getting absolutely chased by GG and Alliance, who spotted the desperation, saw the heroes on the wrong side of the kill feed when they lost that Yang fight, and they're all scrambling to be able to get this last little bit of damage as that Yang depletion hits.
Yeah, GG lurking like sharks right now. They don't want to overcommit. They want to see if there's a little bit of weakness right now, but SR actually kills very cleanly right there. Doesn't put themselves in a tough situation, and GG, veteran play, not to overcommit in the situation. They love playing these endgames. There's still 21 people alive, and we're going to be looking at the first Spirit Well of the day. This is where Transformers definitely has an edge over everyone. The 2025 Transformers has the Monk, has a Kylan to shove people out, similar to how Takeda operates, where you can keep people out of the circle. And Monk's one weakness in Endgame really is that vulnerability to range, but inside that dome, the Monk is going to reign supreme, especially with the healing Monk. He is so tanky and hard to get out that way. Wait a second, I spoke too soon. GG is going to be putting on the pressure of SR. They know they have no ultimate, so not going to let them just reset for free. And now it's stuck in a hard position between ASC. GG navigating this endgame, trying to get teams against each other, forcing them into tough positions, and now SR is going to be making their way in slowly, but the zone's done a ton of damage right now. Zhao is going to come back, pop his Comet into GG, forcing CJS to commit to this, and now both of these teams in a tough position. ASC on the outside looking back in, but Zhao's going to be down to 1 HP. LXM on the Matari is going to fade away. 3-3-0 with the long-range musket shot is going to take down Zhao.
Oh, but here's the unfortunate thing. No team has currently kept Spirit Well until just now. JL literally just picked it up, and in goes the zone, heralding everybody closer to JL, which means all of those ultimates that just got burned in the zone fights, yeah, they don't have them now to be able to keep themselves alive from Zhao Liu's coming in now with that Kylan V2, because JL are on an absolute tear and they are not going to be shut down. They're turning onto GG. CTS is going to be able to slip below and potentially lose the attention as the Kylan turns onto Furry, forcing that Siren to having to burn the V1. Now that that's done, he can hold on to his V2, understand that he has the stack of potential if the Siren gets a little bit too oppressive, or he can wait it out and come through with that ultimate before the Siren has to be peeled for his players, and off of the back with just that legendary damage from that staff, as well as the Moonbane that is currently making it an absolute havoc for these teams to rotate away from JL with that Draco Storm. They're more than content to hold on to these ultimates, pressure the players into dropping below, and out comes the cannon, and there goes the range shots. Poor GG are getting absolutely barbecued as that space becomes an oven.
Wonfang with the cannon, keeping up the pressure onto everyone. OUG shadowing JL right now. Both Transformers teams looking at, we look at like we're playing a little bit of solos right now, Moxie. Two Transformers teams moving from Spirit Well to Spirit Well, same compositions. A lot of this, are we getting a giant extended family strategy right now with the two Transformers showing up? OUG, ASC, all on the outside. 18 people left alive, but 6 players with the Monks composition against the world right now. Everyone is closing in. GG is up to 10 kills right now. Alliance up to 8 kills. ASC up to 6 kills. Normally, when you get to this high amount of kills, you're looking for a way to cinch it up to get that MVP because you want that multiplier. Now, we've seen a lot of ties in the past, but how do these Viper teams find a way to close out this game when the two strongest, most durable heal-off compositions are turtling up at the edge of it? ASC looking for a position. Now, something interesting we saw during the weeklies, we did see some teams run some Wu Chen poured in Viper stuns. I'm wondering if we see some of the shenanigans of using that Wu Chen port with Viper stun, especially with how turtled up these Transformers are. They are waiting for this Spirit Well to the last second right now for that very last second to get maximum buff going into this endgame. And as the zone's closing in, looking at this terrain, there's not much places to hide from these monk crabs, Moxie. We got one building over here. We got a little bit of sticks here and there, but these two monks, when they ult, it's going to be an all-you-can-grab buffet.
Yeah, and that's really bad news for the Cyrus and really bad news for the Vipers, because both of them can get nabbed out of those ultimates. Dome has been popped, though. That is the side effect of both JL and OUG waiting it out for the full duration, so the range pressure can come through. However, it is going to be JL instantly grabbing that Spirit Well and the armor and the double ultimate cycle. Here comes the Viper ultimate in retaliation. Zhao Liu just taking cover behind that tree to dodge away from that Viper V3 so that he can keep coming on through with these Kylan dashes. The first Wu Chen teleport comes on out from Wolves as they try and bunker themselves up onto that high ground. But like we talked about, there's not a lot of terrain for everyone to be able to hide from. The first Monk cycle comes on through from OUG's, and Jin Yu gets a grab onto NiHQ, turns around, throws him into the zone. The Tessa has to burn the combo break to make sure that she doesn't either corruption take damage, and that means that when she recovers, she's going to be close enough for a reverb grab to come on through, and that's another kill picked up now for one Transformers team. NiHQ down, one form of CC removed from the side of Wolves, so they're going to have to be very careful about how they try and take on these Transformer teams. But unlike JL, OUG don't have a double ult cycle, so the second that Tianpai is out of Transformer state, they become vulnerable, and you can see the pressure that's coming through from all sides as potentially JL even turn to look to betray.
JL on the opposite end, trying to keep the other side preoccupied with the cannon. Wonfang has his ultimate right now. Cuckoo did have to pop zipping ult to keep them stabilized, and now Wolves in a tough position. GG activating, staying low key, even though they have the best gear, not really aggroing everyone, just slowly setting up to play this endgame. GG known for being the chess masters of these endgame situations. It's like OUG's gonna be posting up on the top rows, but Alliance is like, wait a second, we're not going to be giving up that up for free. JL, full gold armor. It's definitely in favor to take this. And now Wonfang is going to activate, pop that Mongol. Can we get a grab? We do get Yuma scooped up right now on the top row. We see other Monk team OUG staying safe right now. Wuchen port is going to come now. Wonfang surrounded by Wuchen walls, looking for a grab by now, looking at the high ground, looking for a grab, ends up grabbing one of Wolves' member, looking for the double grab, not able to get it, throws down LX. And now the Viper ult activating right now.
No.
A minute left. Can they survive the monks in this endgame?
Oh my goodness, that kid got grabbed out of the ultimate. Jinyu now goes for the second cycle of the Tianhai. Will be able to find one grab. They use JL to bait all of that CC, and now the ults aren't there to stop the Tianhai. The silence is around though, so Jinyu's not going to be able to do much until it runs out. He's going to look for one grab, looks for the double, won't be able to find it, goes for the slam down instead so he can get the heal to keep himself sustained. Baby Yu still holds on to his ultimate so he can try and win the heal frame situation. As Jinyu just outside of that ultimate is going to get hit by the Tester enchantment and potentially go down now that he's vulnerable. But it's GG who's coming through with all of the kills currently. That Matari ultimate makes it so much easier for them to slip away from the Viper stuns that are coming through from every single Attack on Titan team still in play. Wonfang, a sliver of health, has the means of hitting that Tianhai F1 to keep himself alive. Looks for the parry as an NY7 throws out the RMB from those fist blades, looking for the last hit of damage. But here comes JL's last bit of hope. Kylan ultimate on the field. 4 seconds of Kylan guard still has not been procced. He's dashing through so many plays. He's getting so much heal resets off of the back of all of those players stunned on up, but unfortunately he's not able to grab a soul bloom, and his baby who has to go toe to toe with 3-3-0, but the Syra outlives everybody, and GG take it home.
Look how hyped GG is. And we saw them all of last year. When they won the round, they just kind of nodded it off just like another standard round, but last year, they came up short. They wanted to clear up everything. Now, in this second bi-weekly finals, able to clean this up, and still the chess masters to this endgame, navigating it perfectly. Double transformers with a bunch of Vipers. They stay low-key. They don't really aggro everyone. They set up their Syra to find that last little bit of health, keeping her as healthy as possible, holding her all to the last second, and they're able to close it out, keeping that high kill round. We're gonna have to see at the scores just how many points they were able to secure. The rank 1 of the round does get that multiplier. It's super coveted. We see tons of ties, so finding that first place is very, very difficult in this modern NARAKA. But GG, like I said, Moxie, even though they came in at the bottom, there is no reason to think that they will not win, or they aren't the favorites to take it all today. They're one of the most consistent teams, and right now, we are in an end game meta right now. So I imagine as the day progresses, we're going to see some interesting things coming out from GG.
I mean, they had a really good game plan coming into it too, because we talked about, right, the fact that those Tianhai teams, those Transformer 2025 compositions were incredibly oppressive. Not only did they have all of the gear scaled up from taking Realm of Yangs, because remember, I think GG won. They won against YZG, which hopefully we can see in the replay so that we can figure out why the YZG comp didn't quite manage to find the footing that it was looking for. But they were definitely outscaled in terms of loot. But what they did do is they saw SR. They didn't commit onto SR when we were looking at them, but they took a note of the fact that SR were only able to find 2 out of 3 kills, which meant that Rico unfortunately went down to Yang depletion. And then the second that that player drops, GG all in onto SR, forcing them into that zone. So if JL or OUG turned up with that Spirit Well buff early, the Tianhai players would look for the vulnerable teams and GG would be able to slip away unnoticed. But something that you're hopefully taking notice is how many Vipers were in game number 1, and that's a That's a tough one, actually. Is it A2? Is it B3? Is it C4? Or was it D5? Get your answer into Twitch chat and keep your eye on your whisper box in case you are the ones with the correct answer chosen to be able to walk with the spring split random gift. But GG, we can see how many kills they're walking away with. A tasty 14, as well as that 4 ranking points and kill score multiplier is going to total up to 20.8 points because of that play from 330 on the Zyra. Not a lot of damage coming on through. However, GG made the damage where it mattered and made sure as well that they prioritized survival overall.
Tasty 14 kills indeed, Moxie. Now, looking at their damage split, this is one of the things that I noticed just with all the compositions. There's less defined roles of position 1 and 2 doing most of the damage. We're seeing a lot more even split between every single player, that everyone's kind of like a 1.5 DPS and sort of. Especially because Matari pops the heals for the rest of the teams. Zai able to get heals from the Matari, and then Zyra, she's kind of like, she's not really a true support. She gets a little bit of heals in there, but she's mainly there as like a floating Zai, crowd controlling everyone. Now looking at the overall standings, with those points coming in, Nada at the bottom right now, 08, 50.3, YZG at 15.6, DRG, SS1, and Wolves all having a little bit slower starts. Wolves a lot more decent at 8 points, but at the top, what a big change. GG started at the bottom, now we're all the way at the top at 33.3. A 20-point game is not unheard of when it comes to GG. JL having a solid game as well. Same thing with SR. ASC at 9 points. Alliance at 14.5 and OUG at 11.5. Keeping pace. So the top of the scoreboard right now, only a 10-point differential in the top 6. So still anyone's game right now. But looking at the match threshold, Moxie, if 20 points is kind of like the standard, are we gonna go the distance? Now, normally in trios, we almost always go the distance, but with the meta being so fresh, with everyone being very studious, I was wondering if today teams were gonna really lock in and figure out what the counterplay is. And I've seen this every single year. The veteran teams start off very slow and always pick up the pace as the mid-season kind of progresses.
Yeah, now that there's a little bit more footage to be able to analyze. And speaking about footage, let's have a look at our replays brought to you by China Unicom. This is ZK coming on through with the kills onto Baido, who unfortunately did not have the best start to the day. SS1 Zhuan comes on through with the spear. Staff rather, RMB. Not able to find the commitment this time around, gets hit into the clank and has to try and turn around to look for the drop down. RMB this time around will be able to find it, as well as that jump horizontal, sets up into the stanchion, will be able to get the lunge into the golden focus, and that's going to be able to set up the kill for there. This is the moment where we get to see the Kylan dash coming on through, but throughout it all, you can just see on the outer edges that Zyra, that pesky Zyra above absolutely everybody, playing up in the sky, waiting for those players to be bundled on top of each other so that every single one of those stun dazzles is going to get maximum value, as well as being out of the way of those Kylan dashes coming on through, getting to take advantage too of that ultimate when it runs out to be able to grab up those soul blooms and buff up that health bar, as opposed to the Kylan, who in his ultimate does not have access to the double click of E to get the immediate heal off.
330 plays that perfectly. In that situation, there's not much verticality for anyone else to play. So one of the only characters who's able to capitalize on it is Zyra in that position, able to float up. Now, if someone really wanted to slow him down to prevent them from MVPing, one of the Kylans could have easily turned and looked to the sky to knock them out of the zone. It might be another evolution that we see moving forward, but like I said, Moxie, 330, GG, always showing exactly how Endgame should be played with that nice clutch, getting those last hits in and closing out. Now, you can go to Endgame with 10 or 11 kills, and it's happened plenty of times where another team plays that spirit well. We saw the monks really posture for it, position well, and they can get 6 or 7 kills in that last little bit of zone close and pass you. So GG, I cannot understate how well they play these end games, and when they get there, they're able to secure the points, these opportunities, in order to get ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, not just that, but also the manner of the way that they were getting their kills. Because you have to remember, like, JL didn't really want to go for their ult cycle first. They knew it would paint a target on their back with all the CC that was in the lobby. So they were, like, pressuring teams into having to rotate into really rough positions. So that if they did try and take cover from a potential Tianhai ultimate, they would be stuck in small rooms against the cannon fires coming on through. But GG, like we saw in the kill feed, we also saw in the statistics, didn't have a lot of damage despite the amount of kills that they picked up, because for a lot of it, it's ranged weapons that they're picking up those kills from the back of. So it's not just like they're looking at the fight in front of them, they're literally looking at every single fight that's going on in that end zone, figuring out if they can just very quickly hot swap over to a musket, snipe away one of those kills, and still be within the safety of their own space that they've carved out for themselves, so they don't have to overcommit. Like, GG are very, very good, you mentioned it earlier, at playing incredibly safe because they are prioritizing the true win condition, which is they don't need to get a 20 bomb, they don't need to be able to outkill OUG or JL, they just have to be able to deprive the Transformer teams of their kill score multiplier to jump over them and get the MVP position.
You bring up a great point, Moxie. The fact that they were able to precisely target correctly in that end game, we saw the monks gathering next to each other, them staggering ultimates with the Vipers surrounding. At any point, GG could have been taken out by a Viper silence, but it takes a lot for the Mataris to stay vigilant, to not get overcommitted, and to avoid a lot of these grabs. Onefang was getting the grabs going throughout all of this round. Onefang was landing grabs. Xinyu as well, picking up the pace. He was a little bit off with the first Rumble Yang, but in that end game, definitely getting tons of grabs as players running around. Even with the Wu Chen walls going down, these monks were able to find grabs. So the fact that GG was able to navigate a double transformer endgame just shows how locked in they are. Are they going to go for another sweep and like picked off where they left off like last year, Roxy?
I mean, I can definitely see it, but they're locked in. You can tell they're locked in. They got burned last bi-weekly final. Like I said, they were one of those teams that got incredibly close to the match point threshold and then had to spend so many games afterwards just being able to get near it. We were like, they only need 5 points. Surely they don't have a 0-point game score. And then we look at the tally afterwards and we're like, oh, okay, GG are going to have to go another round and another round. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to carry that momentum forward with them. But they've definitely started off on a very right foot. However, there was a cushion that is still in place. So OUG, because they were one of those teams on that Transformer composition, they made it all the way to the end game. They didn't come away with the MVP, but they did come away with a nice pile of points, and off of the back of the pre-purpose points that they were already bringing forward, they're still within a stone's throw of GG's pacing too. So a lot of teams getting close to the match point threshold, but personally, I think it's better if multiple teams hit it at the same time so that you don't isolate yourself in the lobby and we have open season and we can have a like, there we go, we do get to see the replay. This is GG versus YZG inside their realm of Yang. We know with hindsight that GG win this. So yes, currently getting targeted down. YZG I believe get one elimination off of GG, and I would assume that it's potentially going to be the Zai with the amount of pressure that's coming out onto CGS right now so that he can't freely utilize this V2 to try and take QGG down before he can keep his players up and alive. CGS now still inside that Zai V2, will be able to dodge away from the stun dazzle this time around, running low on stamina, has to go for the space denial with the RMB from that spear to set up into the next F2 cycle. 330 was actually the player who got taken down, so Syra has been removed, and GG are still able to find a way to turn it. That 2 versus 1, Fan and Spear working to just time their attacks perfectly so there's no potential turnaround play open to YZG. Also showcases how coordinated GG can be, because we talk about their endgame fights, but the coordination that this team has, the fact that they haven't shuffled around their players, means that the previous synergy that they had from the last year is coming in strong into 2025, and we see it in its full when they're in the realm of Yang fights.
Yeah, you bring up a great point, Moxie. Even though we talk about their endgame, in order to get to endgame in a very powerful position, you either are winning Spirit Wall or you're winning Yang. And GG is one of the few teams in the league that has that over 50% win rate when they go into Realm of Yang. Not everyone in the league is willing to go in. A lot of teams opt to staying out. And one of the interesting strategies that you can do, just in case you need to win Yang a little bit, is try to play the Yang comps on days where you're not having to play against the tier 1 Yang teams. We've seen it in the past in 2022, 2023, and 2024. A little bit of a low-key strategy you can do if you don't really want to fight the Siphon of GG, who's been dominant since the beginning of that composition inside Yang. Play the Siphon composition not on Holorath, so you can get into Realm of Yang versus someone else. Now, we did see YZG's on the Cannonball versus the Xiphon of GG, and something that I thought was interesting. The one weakness of Xiphon is you don't really have a good combo break on anyone. A lot of it has to do with snowballing the momentum of using that Matari reset and getting those dashes with both the Meteor of Zai and the dashes of Matari to really focus fire someone. And we see YZG get pretty close to finishing off GG, but really good peel, like you were mentioning, Moxie. Really good synergy between all of them, and it's because they've been together for a really long time. Now, the YZG roster you were telling me is made out of champions right now. One of Wolves players being moved over there, now being led by TXJ. So 2 champions on that team right now. They're definitely a force to be reckoned with this season.
Yeah, something to note as well in that Realm of Yang fight. 3-3-0 on the Sire actually steps up to absorb the pressure onto the Zai, because the Sire ult's gonna run out before the Zai ultimate. So they understand they can sacrifice the Sire. She's done her job. She's hit her V1. She's provided that focus fire. She's been able to bait out the opposing Sire ultimate mirror. And as long as they can keep that Zai ultimate going because of the 30-second duration, they're still going to be able to turn around with second wind even if they lose a player. So very smart stuff coming through from GG. And again, it's all in the moment that you have to understand to be able to make those calls in those niche situations. But we can have a look and see that everybody is going to be rolling Syra into phase 1 of map number 2. We've got a Takeda on the field, so it is going to be the Syra form of Sand Siphon. What is the reaction going to be from everybody else in this lobby now that Matari has been seen as more expensive? These Viper teams are going to know that there's going to be more Mataris in play to be able to dodge out of the Viper stun. And off of the back of it, it's only going to be OUG and Wolves who feel comfortable opting for the Viper as an answer.
A little bit of split, and this is what I mean. For this season, there's still a lot of experimentation. A lot of teams don't really agree of which compositions should be played when, but one thing the pick ban does reveal for everyone, if you're in the later groups, you do know that Matari is for sure going to be played. So the Xiphon composition will be out there. Do you want to play Transformers into it? Now, after seeing some of the Yang fights go down, it isn't clear that Transformers beats Xiphon. A lot of it comes down to whether or not you can kite those monk grabs. We saw SR do a really good job with Matari and Viz getting away with the pillars, but the next time around they didn't do so hot versus JL. Onefang's team able to get those staggers, able to corral them into a situation where they got one grab, and all they needed was one. The second they got one grab, that person was 100-0 with the resets from the Kylan.
I think as well it's really precarious for the Xiphon composition because the Syra has been fitted into it, right? So both Kylan can card control that Syra the way that we've seen. Right, if she's inside the V1, she's getting dashed onto by the V2. However, Tianhai can also grab her out of her ultimate too. So there are 2 threats that the Syra has to worry about, and by hiding from one of them, you open yourself up to be aggressed onto by the second, especially since Kylan is a lot more mobile than Tianhai, which is another reason why we're seeing the Tianhai and Kylan synergy do as well as it is currently. Bowder, Wolves, Alliance, and GG all going to be looking at their loadout. So F3 V1 coming on through for XEM. ZK is going to be prioritizing the silence on the Viper neutral. So still seeing a little bit of variety for these Vipers. It's very much the sort of personality quiz that comes on out of what your Viper wants to be tailored into fighting. Do you want to go for the full silence of that V3 and be able to roll up your sleeves and continue the fight even as that ultimate goes through? Or do you want to be a little bit tankier in the V1 but have, unfortunately, the potential disbenefit of your ultimate being blocked entirely by an iframe?
Very good point, Moxie. Now, the F2 versus Silence definitely does very well versus Zipping, so that all the Vipers with that nice big nuke and anti-heal absolutely picks apart all the Zipping compositions. I really think moving forward, CN right now has been using Zipping in the Transformers composition. We've seen a couple teams run Kurumi instead, and even in the old Siphon meta, Zipping was eventually replaced because of how many Zais are out there and how effective they were at picking her apart. Now, recently, Zipping has received a lot of love and buffs with the recent patches, but I gotta say, looking at how things are playing out right now and how vulnerable her teammates are, she doesn't really complement Monk as well as Kurumi. And Kylan, even though he does a little bit better with Zipping, it's just a Kurumi ult full counters Zai ult. So we'll have to see. I think in the future, there definitely will be some questions of whether or not which support is going to be accompanying these teams. But first, off spawn, we are going to get the #1 position on the map. It's going to be OUG versus OA for the Red Jade, for that extra life to start out.
Yeah, I mean, one of OA's players have already been able to find themselves purple armor, so definitely loot advantage going that way. Unfortunately, numbers advantage firmly in OUG's camp currently. 3 players versus 1. They find the isolation, but Meng, with a huge double parry, turns the fight back around for his team. And now Baby U is on the back foot, has to space out to be able to find a heal. And OA have noticed a lack of player. They've noticed a lack of Viper. They turn around and push back in before that reset can be found. Given that Tesla ultimate, though, being able to cast with 60% rage rather than 100 allows OUG the first ultimate to throw it into this fight, and PP goes down off of the back of it. 2-tick now without players to be able to back him up, gets set into the stagger lockdown, and it is just going to be a matter of cleanup as here comes SR rolling up, because like you said, Arcadia is that prime real estate position, but off of the back of that, many teams want this area under their possession, and SR taking a little bit longer to set up their loots and their ultimates, timing attack into third party perfectly onto OUG mid cleanup onto OA.
Jinju, oh my goodness, he fades out with the double charge back to back and hits him with the parry, buying so much time, bringing back OUG. And even though SR comes in with the third party, OUG smacks them away, letting them know you cannot third party us. But that was definitely on the back of Shinju. Really, really tricky play for him to fade out, buy some time, get the double charge fries on the third partying SR. Really, really clutch stuff coming out from OUG. And they keep playing this way. It's looking like they might be also one of the favorites neck to neck with GG as this round goes the distance.
Yeah, 5 eliminations for OUG. They're going to be very happy because now they can set up to catch onto some of those teams looking to recover when things like the floating pile spawn on through, especially since they'll have full Tesla ultimate as well. SS1's water, just trying to find a little bit of loot as well as some scouting pattern. They have been able to lock down a lines, but we can see that a lot of these teams are actually currently split. There's a 1 versus 1 going off on a separate pocket of space, and that's going to be interrupted immediately. No fair 1 versus 1s here. It's going to be Matari ultimate coming on through. Yuma dodges the Matari stagger with that Kylan F1, buying the time, and we can figure out why the Tianhai was absent from that fight. It's because he was casting that Moonbane charm onto the location, and now with the Kylan ultimate coming on through, they have the means of being able to find the chase down. The zip with the F1 is going to be able to lock onto Yuma's position. The homing beacon keeps his health bar active so he can keep these dashes coming. They get lower and lower though and start kiting back towards that Moonbane so that Kylan can get the reset off into the AoE, so that Alliance do not have the confidence to be able to follow. Water comes on through with a very late Syra ultimate. Revenge has gone down in the meantime, was not able to save his resources, had to spend them all on trying to keep Yuma active, and now it's going to be NY7 looking to find a grab out into the Moonbane. He goes, the RNG does set up one puddle, but I don't know if it actually collapsed onto the Zai. This Tianhai ultimate is about to be done though, and SS1 have lived the burst cycle from Alliance, and now they get to come on through with second wind.
Wow. Moonbane coming down, NY7, and this is one of the ways you can kind of leverage to stay alive as a transformer, is get that defensive moonbane going down. Yuma doing his best to survive the situation, but SS1's Yuan is going to close it out with his teammates, and Alliance is going to fall. Looking at the scores, SS1 with 3 kills, winning their off spawn. Wolves winning their off spawn as well. ERG also winning their off spawn with a little bit of extra credit. Now Bauda's XEM looking for the drop down on a DRG, but the Syra ult is going to come down to peel off XEM. Now stuck in this valley, XEM is going to pop his ult, but his teammates are not ready to follow up and get the stagger. So the V1 from the Viper ends up just being a zoning tool, and now Bauda on the back foot right now, gets the Tesla ultimate. Kakaxi out of the ult, but Jing with a big parry is gonna get forced off right now. Bauda doing their best to fight back in the situation. DRG with this ambush have been getting the best of them, and now Jing down to a 1 HP situation, but WX98 is gonna fall. Kakaxi has to bring this back, gets a double fight, but ends up getting staggered from behind, and Jing again with another parry, but DRG's Kakaxi able to find a kill right now. XEM is gonna get chased down, and now in a 2v1 situation, Bauda is gonna fall. DRG, what a back and forth fight, able to close out.
Yeah, they were able to commit that Matari ultimate with that V1. Unfortunately for them, though, talked about floating piles, and that is going to be SR Xiao underneath the Mercury River. Was he spotted? There will be air bubbles just above the river surface, but no, DRG are none the wiser to the Tessa currently cunningly lurking beneath this river, trying to figure out whether or not they can collapse onto WX90, who's a little bit behind the pack in the rotation. And here comes the hit squad. He gets grappled onto, but he is able to make it up the cliffside before SR find the confidence to give chase. And oh boy, that could have gone horribly, horribly wrong.
Indeed, Moxie. SR has been having a solid day so far, especially with their Viper composition. Now, we did get back-to-back night times to open up this bi-weekly final, so seeing a ton of Viper action and how these teams are adjusting for it. It's looking like that Matari does have an edge in these situations, but it really depends on who's piloting. Now, OUG and GG, both on the Viper composition, going to be taking notes right now of who can play this better. Alliance Yuma on the Kylan, though, zipping back and forth, juggling SS1 Zuan, but all is going to be over right now. Now, Zuan has that focus slide on losable neutral right now, giving Yuma the pain right now. Revenge is going to fall. The Monk ult is going to come out a little bit later. Didn't have ult in time. And SS1's going to find themselves in a 2 or 3v1 situation. NY7 juggling, trying to jump away from the pain of this chopping pole sword, but SS1's water will chop the tree down of NY7. Nice execution coming out from SS1 to wipe out Alliance.
You know what's worse than the focus light, Raven? A focus light Matari ultimate, so you can't even see it coming. Oh my goodness, that must have been so tilting. Oh, and unfortunately for them as well, it's directly as the Realm of Yang is about to spawn on up, so the Transformers team isn't going to be in a position to be able to look to scale into taking that fight, given the fact that they committed all of their ultimates and they're going to have to recover all of their loot. OUG, in the meantime, very happy with what they've been able to pick up so far. They've grabbed themselves a cave key. They've also grabbed themselves the Volpoint Essence. So they've been able to spirit it away from any team that would use it inside that Realm of Yang to give themselves that second lease of life with the Mortal Defiance proc coming on through. But one of the changes that was made is that when a cave key gets picked up, everybody sees the location of that cave key. And we can see that OUG kiting over here has drawn SS1 in. And now they have to fight tooth and nail for this loot that they would otherwise be able to get. Baby U is currently being focused. OUG trying to turn the spacing into a 2 versus 1, putting the pressure onto SS1 Zuan so that the Matari is forced into burning that ultimate defensively rather than aggressively, and they can just Wuchen teleport out and then turn back into the fight with the Viper V1, understanding the threat that it now poses.
Now, going into the Realm of Yang, we are going to get Owe versus JL. Temi ult is going to be committed right now. Tut on the outside is going to pop that late Zai ult. What can you show us, Tut? Oh wait, the Zai anchor right now is going to be looking for that Takeda, but Takeda has a little bit of shelves right now. JL's Cuckoo coming in with the staff to peel, and OA's Meng is going to fall, but Tut still has that Zai ult. We've seen this Zai ultimate come in clutch for other teams right now. Cuckoo doing his best to fade out, and nice job with the Cavalry Bloom. JL Takeda's able to come in and get the stagger. PB now going for a ride, and JL again in an impressive finish inside the realm of Yang.
Oh my goodness, OUG and SS1 are still fighting currently. Water with that Syra V1 microwave beaming down all of these players from the side of OUG. It's just a matter of clean up now. And I mean, looking at that Realm of Yang, it was exactly like you talked about, Raven. The one criticism, the one fallback of that Siphon composition is the lack of combo breaker on that Zai, and that Takeda knew it. So out comes the montage, out comes the Cavalry Bloom, and that poor Zai can do absolutely nothing to escape the grapple kick into Cavalry Bloom follow through.
I think it's one of the weaknesses of the modern Zypher, not having that Kurumi F3 to bail you out of situations, but what you do get is this crazy amount of rushdown power with the Matari, with the Syra. Your so-called support actually has a gold combo break right now. She also can stagger, but Wolves with the Draco Storm, not the Vermilions. I think they probably grab the Spirit Well for this. ZK is going to pop that ultimate. Has the V3 up, looking for the lockdown. Not able to get it. WX98 is going to get the business, but nice peel coming up from Zai, preventing the focus attack coming in. But Kakashi stuck against the wall right now. Nice stagger coming out from ZK, not letting him out of the situation. Zai is out, trying to peel for his teammates, and Wolves is going to get broken up. The sign comes in, and Dong Q is going to come down due to the sign. OA is able to get a ton of kills here for their Vermilions, but Cure DRG also is going to get taken down. Just so much ooga booga into this doorway with the sign, but OA is going to come out on top.
I'm not sure if this fight is over just yet though, because SR are in the area. A lot of teams get drawn into Imperium to try and find fights, either to cleanse Yang depletion or to third party into them and take advantage of the desperation that all of those teams have been forced into. You can see DRG 12 eliminations currently in soul form, going to be navigating to a Spirit Well, or rather Soul Altar, as JL, there it is. Xiao Xiao Leo putting the pain train in with the Cavalry Bloom once more, and it's not been a good round or day so far. Unfortunately for YZG, as JL are on an absolute tear. 7 eliminations. SS1 also 9 eliminations. This has been a very high scoring lobby for a lot of teams currently, and crucially, OUG, our current leaders on the overall scoreboard, have been knocked out of the lobby fully, Raven. So the distance between this team and everybody else is going to be made up incredibly quickly.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard, GG's at 35, but all the way down to 8th place. SR at 26, only a 9-point difference. And as speaking of SR, we find them finding some kills onto YZG. And like you were saying, Moxie, YZG not having the best day so far. Surviving and fading the Viper pressure on these nighttime days is so tough, especially on Perdoria. There's so many Fireflies on Perdoria that these Viper teams are basically just going to run siege against all these Matari and Transformer teams, making it very, very difficult. They don't need to get a full team wipe. As long as they slow one of you down, as long as they pick off one of those priority carries on the team who has that nice weapon, it's going to put a big hamstring in your strategy, because you're trying to go into Yang. You're not trying to sit on the outside and play into these unfair matchups. You want to get that fair 3v3. All these Wu Chen teams able to dive in and out with this hit and run strategy, pulling in and out, just dumping all their cooldowns and then leaving. And with the relationship of these Mataris running around, hard countering that situation, it ends up being very, very volatile for anyone else. And what we've seen so far, Moxie, is that one One character that's definitely prioritized on these nighttime days is that Matari. Xiphon does do well enough versus Transformers that it does edge out picking Transformers over Xiphon, at least as we've seen so far on the nighttime days.
I mean, speaking about hamstrings, I'm pretty sure SS1 are going to be looking to cut some as they get ready to navigate into another realm of Yang. They've got not only Focus Light and a Pole Sword to be able to follow up into that confirmed horizontal hit of LMB, they've also got Dragon-like Might on their halberds, so keep your eye on that one. There's going to be a little bit of a juggle play coming in, methinks, if they're able to find a 2 versus 1 inside that 3 versus 3 fight dome. GG are also going to be showcasing their soldiers. We've got Benfic Descent coming on through for CJS with his own halberds. And it is going to be the first realm of Yang spawning on through. Is any team immediately going to enter? That is going to give away how confident they are putting themselves through. We're going to have to wait and see the matchups that come out. SS1 instantly, frame 1, throwing themselves into that portal. They're going to be going up against OA, and we're going to look as they take to the sky. In the meantime, I think DRG might actually have been able to bag theirs for free. PP comes on down with the drop down RMB from that pole sword, leading up into the Zai Comet hit coming in through from Tutik, but the damage has been done. Tutik already got absolutely blitzed down by SS1 coming on through with that massive hit of damage, and off of the back of that one, it's just going to be cleanup, I'm sure. The Siren is going to get juggled around. X1 is going to get hit by that stun dazzle from PP's ultimate, but he's still got the Zai V2 in play. Water still got his own Syra V1 in play, and with Yuan taking to the sky, making it incredibly hard for the stun dazzle to be able to lock him down. The Syra ultimate now has been done through. There's the focus light into the dragon, like into the comet chase down, and that is SS1 just playing with that food with that last fight.
We are going to get DRG versus JL inside the realm of Yang. JL Cicada able to find WX98 with the flank, has the cavalry bloom, is going to take him down, and now cleanup for JL. Last person left alive. They're going to keep him alive, delay this for as long as possible. Kakaxi is going to try to fight his way out of this. Now on the outside, we're going to see GG running the classic macro strategy on the outside, and this is where Viper definitely has an edge right now. They can wait to the very last second as long as they don't get snuck up on. SS1, on the other hand, already has Draco Storm and searching around right now. Bauda hiding in the bush, hoping that they don't get hit by the sick, hoping that SS1 doesn't throw a bow shot over there. And it looks like they're going to be able to survive that situation as SS1 goes over here to hit the bell. No one is going to be found. Might be a cosmetic buff for them. 2 minutes left, though. Will they? Does Xiphon really take fights right there? You can with a singular ult, but you're seeing all the blueberry teams finding little spots to just hide and play out this second Yang depletion situation.
Yeah, JL now also finish playing with their food and finish off the realm of Yang fight to be able to pick themselves up Draco Storm. And out comes the scavenger party. Who are they going to be able to run into? First, it's going to be a little bit of a pit stop off at the Rift Healers to be able to change those halberds into... Oh my goodness, they got legendary halberds off of the Realm of Yang, and they've got Cavalry Bloom. And we're going to get a Draco Storm fight with both of their teams. Yuan is rolling up. The musket comes out to start chipping away. No, maybe it's just a case of SS1 wanting to control the dealers so they can roll for some Soul Jade too, because both of those teams understand it's not first buff, it's not Vermilion Bird's Might. If they go toe-to-toe right now, there is a very real risk that only one of those teams will live. It might potentially be a fragmented team, and that provides too much of an opportunity for the Yang depletion teams to look for this turnaround. So it's going to be both of the buff teams in a separate location as both of the debuff teams take a fight to determine who survives in this lobby.
Best situation, find the other Yang depletion team at the res. We're going to get OA versus DRG. WX98 is going to get fried by Tut retreating. Cyber ult is already invested right now, and we saw what happens when you don't invest ult. Sometimes you can get blown up, especially when you don't have that gold F. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. OA is doing a good job of putting the pressure onto DRG. Fire is going to be coming out. They are in zone, ticking away at the health. Kakaxi is going to get the double charge, and Mang is going to be put in a tough situation, but a nice job from their Zai, from Tut to come over and peel right now. WX98, though, with a nice hit, with a nice flank, but OA is going to come out on time. Mang Yang's gonna be able to eat a Soul Bloom at the last second, and they are able to clear up some of that Yang depletion. Oh, all of them. I saw the little debuff on there. I was like, we got 3 kills. Did we clear up all of them? And it looks like that we're able to get through. Now, looking at the leaderboards right now, GG at 2, JL at a monstrous 10, and above them, SS1 at 12. Siphon and Siphon going into this end game. Who's going to be coming out on top? ASC on the Transformers. OA having a decent run as well.
SR going for a swim, Raven. We've got the NARAKA BLADEPOINT triathlon. We've got grappling, we've got fan dagger kiting, and we've got Mikuru River swimming. There we go. So I'm just pushing them off. SS1 didn't actually realize that SR were rotating that way, by the way, and they get a clear path to be able to rotate without getting pressured, given the disparity in their loot. As we can see, GG, with just the last couple of moments of Draco Storm, have been able to find a team, and unfortunately, it is going to be Bowder that they have been able to lock on to. SS1's also showing up in the distance, so we can see a potential third-party play coming on through. This is the reason why CJS started heading over to here, so that he can go for a little bit of a shot, potentially to turn that dagger into a fan, as with the Draco Storm running on out, these teams get emboldened to potentially posture up and actually take a fight.
Yeah, things are going to be slowing down going into this endgame. 9 minutes left alive. We got Bowda and SR on the high grounds. And this is what we're more traditionally used to seeing. Viper teams generally don't like engaging on each other. We've seen a lot of more aggression, especially off spawn between all the Vipers. But it's, I think, still, Moxie, it's because it's the beginning of the season. It's not really known where everyone wants to land. There's a lot of new rosters up. So unlike last year, where everyone was super dialed into their landing positions, this year, everyone's going to be fighting tooth and nail to find some positions. Now, we are going to be seeing the Spirit Well come out. A lot of strategy has been developed around this Spirit Well, and it looks like no one wants to give this up to Rerun immediately. JL postures to go in, but immediately bails out as multiple Tesla ults come flying in, and now Bowda with the blue armor, with these blueberries sitting in the middle, trying to find a position right now. Multiple Viper teams going out, pushing all of the Siphon and Xiphons out of there. Looks like Vipers are all in the middle. Wait a second, all the Vipers just looking at each other. Are we seeing more solo strategy in trios right now?
I mean, the Forbidden Seal is an extra wrinkle that these teams are having to navigate into the situation. You can see Xiao Xiao just running around the Cavalry Bloom, trying to play off of the setup of the Aurora Burst from Wanfeng. If one player gets pancaked up by that silence effect, they're going to get carried through with the Cavalry Bloom to get additionally cooked. Bowda get absolutely fried. Well done by that musket. Will be able to find the Wuchen teleport to revive their teammates away from all of the fray on the Spirit Well. Currently, CJS does manage to find the power as well. Wanfeng loses the Hong Sword, so no more Aurora Burst spam. Grief coming on through from JL. That's going to embolden a lot of these teams. We can see the Zai is actually going to commit in with that V2 at the same time as Water patrols on the outskirts of this Spirit Well. Anyone gets close and they're going to get pushed into the Dragon-like might. But here comes JL. They've got Cavalry Bloom. They've got another Hong Sword. This time around it's going to be blue, but it's still got the Soldier of Destiny attached to it. And that is all of the threat that JL needs. Dome has been popped. Are we going to see teams abandon ship and try and scramble away? No, they're still throwing themselves directly into the Spirit Well contest. Raven, we might see it despawn.
We have seen it before as teams have gotten so good at delaying it. SS1 Water is going to pop that Cyber ult. The Aurora Burst is going to be coming out. JL really wants this, but so does SS1. Both of these teams very, very stacked. Gold armor on multiple players right now. Water with the Syra is going to be beaming down, forcing Wanfeng and his team away from this situation. They have to be careful right now. Multiple teams on the outside are looking in. GG especially lurking, waiting for their time to pounce. They don't need to do the heavy lifting. If JL and SF1 want to greet their games, all of the blue armor teams also on the outside waiting to take this pounce, but OA is going to come in the center, but Bowda is going to come with his V1 looking for an execution right now. SS1 doing their best to get away. They are going to get staggered right now. Water is going to get taken down. Matari SS1 Zuan trying to peel for his teammates right now. ZZT on the Wu Chen down to 1 HP, but still on the speed roll. Out of nowhere, ASC comes in and gets into the circle on their Transformers, letting everyone know that they are here to stay. They want to claim this. They want to bring their game back. Zipping ult's going to be invested as well. The no ult zone just in front of them. As long as Hand doesn't touch it, he will not have a problem. And it looks like they are about to get it, and they end up taking it. Hand does get the weapon, wait, no, he doesn't. Where's
no, they didn't. It despawned. They got pushed off it by a Tesserol.
Oh my goodness, and now GG stuck in the Moonbane. The 80% Moonbane is going to come out, but JL is going to get unlucky with this. Instead of GG, they're going to fight their way out of this, and GG is climbing up the leaderboard up to 5 kills.
GG, the actual professional griefers. That was their Tesserol. They threw the Tesserol in onto ASC, and ASC really thought that they had that and committed so much to be able to stick their position. But you could see, like, all of these teams, one of the changes that was made to Spirit World the last year was that everyone on the outsides of it can see the charge, that everyone is up to it. Now we've got one more Spirit Wall coming on through. Everyone's ultimates have been exhausted. It's also going to be deep in the middle of Forbidden Seal too, so even if you had the rage, you wouldn't be able to use them, which means it's a fight of neutrality. Tutik utilizes that Zai F2 to put the pressure onto anyone who could potentially contest, and off of the back of OA having to already prioritize a rotation over to that Spirit Wall, it's not going to be the same slugfest of a contest that went and overran that 182nd time. It's now going to be OA with White Tiger's prowess and full access to all of their ultimates since Forbidden Seal has dropped, putting the pressure onto everyone, and it's up to all of these other teams in the lobby to react around them.
OA with the Zai, going to be chasing down Miss, making his way into zone, trying to deny this kill. His life is going to be taken down. Tut has been on fire today on his Zai. 17 people left alive. A nice little scenic arc going into this endgame. We're going to have an ultimate high ground and an ulti low, plus the tower in the background. Very, very interesting endgame going into development right now. ASC's Han is going to get lifted up and skewered. PP and OA gonna find another kill, snowballing this endgame right now. 16 people left alive. ASC is gonna get picked off by SS1 Juwon right now, popping the V1, trying to get away. Nice stagger gonna come out of Juwon, keeping the pressure right now. Gonna invest as Zion wants to secure this kill. Tesla ulti gonna be coming down from Baudas XEM, not able to actually getting hit by the Syra ult as well. All the teams scrambling to find some footing right here, trying to take advantage of the chaos of the Spirit Wall team. And now the thing is settled down as the dust lowers down. We got Bauda, OA, SR, and GG all with their full squads, with a couple duos running around trying to play some placement. But again, Moxie, we got GG playing the chess match, playing the long game on the high ground, binding their time.
Well, I think forget duos. YZG is unfortunately going to have to play solos right now. It is going to be a Tian high that they still have, so they might be able to grief the heal-off situation. But like you said, GG. Oh my goodness, what a situation this team have been able to fight themselves in. They were able to grab that Aurora burst off of the team that was throwing it down. I believe it was JL who was spamming the Aurora burst, so they've been able to pilfer away that Soul Jade and establish themselves off of the back of the threat of it, up on that high ground, entirely uncontested. If you come close to them, you come close to the silence effect, and everyone in this lobby will turn immediately on to you. TXJ, the lone Tian high, the last one in this lobby, cannot afford to get spotted, as GG, the zone is going to force them off of that high ground, but with the threat of the Aurora burst, no team can get close enough to be able to contest them, and it looks like we're just going to go to a little bit of buccaneering phase. Cannon range shots exchange from low to high and vice versa. Everyone just trying to burn through some of those resources, so when we head off into heal situation, potentially some of those ultimates have already been forced to tick on. That Zai is going lower and lower. The team doing a very good job actually of throwing out those focus hits to be able to cover the Zai with hyper armor so that he doesn't start losing that armor before he can heal. And unfortunately, TXJ gets hit before he can ultimate. Tianhai out of the lobby, and that is going to kickstart the powder keg of action that is all of these teams scrambling as the zone pushes them closer.
Powder keg of action is indeed kicking off. Moxie, OA in a prime position to close this out. They're keeping their Syra ult on deck. They want to play this heal off situation, but the teams up top raining down cannon shots. Bowda on the ultimate height, but GG with that Aurora burst and this little bit of pocket able to ice off the pressure from them. Even though they have the height, they are going to have to make a decision right now whether or not they're going to be dropping down. Now the cannon pressure is coming out. Nice job from SR's Wuchen to defend against a lot of this cannon pressure coming out from GG, but it's going to be relentless. The cannon pressure also coming out from OA, stuck in a tough position. Will SR choose to stay up top and eat the cannon shots or drop down and commit to the low ground? And it looks like they're going to drop down for a second going into this heal off situation. All OA has to do right now is keep their Syra alive, keep her kicking. Tut doing his best to put on the pressure on the high ground. GG is going to eat that Tesla ult. Now going his last little bit. LXM trying to get that his soul back. Not able to. Another Tesla ult could be coming out. GG trying to stay on his little bit of high ground. CGS with their Aurora burst covering everyone, but now Bowda's XEM with the V1 stun. Where can anyone go? The Wuchen port is going to come out trying to iframe. Unfortunately, he missed times, and the Syra ult's going to be invested. And again, we're seeing that classic position at the top. PP going in, tossing in those hits, trying to last that last little bit of moment. He's going to get a little bit of heal. XCM's going to come for that last hit, but PP is going to be able to close it out and stay alive. And OA putting themselves in a great position to take it, but who is going to get the MVP, Moxie?
I feel like it's probably OA. Yeah, there it is. Immediate clarification. Asking you shall receive. And once again, like you said, it's the Syra playing Skyward, who just waits for the zone to close. After all of that CC has been done, we see so many players tethered up by Viper V1s, Viper V3s, Tessa and Champ V1s. And at the end of it all, it's just a Syra sitting above the clouds, looking down at the mere mortals below and throwing out stun dazzle after stun dazzle onto beam after beam.
Yeah, just that even though they did change how the health pool of a lot of Transformers works in Zetskin, Syra and Valda, is still enough for them to survive to this point as long as they keep their health up. And I imagine in the future that this hole will be exploited by these Viper teams. We see a very strange position here. The Vipers kind of accept their fate knowing that they are both hard countered by the Matari team on the bottom, by OA on ultimate low. Not only are they hard countered by composition, OA is super stacked. They have gold armor. They have everything to close out this game. So you see that last little bit of posturing, that last little bit of min-max where the Viper teams realize like, all right, we're probably going to only get a couple more kills right here, a little bit of placement of second or third, but we have to go in out at each other, because if we all in that Syro comp on the bottom, we have zero chance of getting a kill down there. We're just going to get wiped out. So they end up slugging it out for that second and third position, and OA with a very, very clean finish to this game too, with their Syro going into the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, they did a very good job as well of looking at how the second to last Spirit Well got contested to the point that it despawned, which is a very rare occurrence. It does happen, but it is definitely much rarer. And here you go. What question is leading the team in the scoreboard right now? Is it AGG? Is it BOA? Do you think that performance was enough to be able to skyrocket into premier position? Do you think it's C as S1, or do you think it is D, as it is now going to be a matter of who is leading that scoreboard? Because Raven, we talked about it, OUG got knocked out of the lobby before we even got to see the second round of Yang, and only with 5 eliminations. So the distance between a lot of these teams is definitely going to be getting smaller and smaller, especially after the score that OA were able to put on.
That's the problem with playing Viper composition. When you play fast, high risk, high reward, sometimes the risk does not pay off and you end up overcommitting off spawn. The Wuchen port is just not as good as it used to. We see OUG have a ton of kills, but not able to close it out. Now looking at the overall leaderboard for the day, you see how big those placement points are. OA able to clutch it up, even though at 14 kills at 20.8. DRG had 13 kills. And a 7-point difference between those two just because of the placement and that multiplier. SS1 with 12 kills and JL with 11 kills. Big kill game coming out from everyone. Bowda and GG at 7, SR with 4, OUG at 5, Wolves at 3, YZG, ASC, and Alliance all coming up with goose eggs for the day, but a little bit of placement points and consolatory prize to the YZG and ASC with that one ranking points going into it.
Yeah, it's very interesting too, because like a lot of those teams who had won the Spirit Well and were actually like scaled, and the Realm of Yang as well earlier, like they had scaled really, really nicely. We saw so many Soldiers of Destiny come through. We had Cavalry Bloom on the field, Focus Light on the field, we had Auroribus on the field, and normally those are things that become your win condition in those final zone fights, but because a lot of those teams committed as heavily as they did into that second to last Spirit Well, which then despawned, all of their loot got split between all of the rest of the teams in the lobby. It all got squirreled away separately. OA took advantage of that and put themselves into a Spirit Well position while everyone else was scrambling to pick through the bodies and pick up those soul jades, which allowed them to navigate into that last Spirit Well without having to worry about contest. That was a little bit of a threat from it coming through from SR, but that was immediately shut down by a decisive Zai hurtling towards that singular player with the F2, essentially saying, back off, do not lengthen out this fight, otherwise we will all in on you, and both of us will not see end zone, but it means that you tank your game right here, right now. Like, you can still recover, you can still get a couple more points, maybe a higher ranking, as long as you do not fight us over this, because everyone else in the lobby will turn in and look to contest the Spirit Well next.
Now, looking at the leaderboards, it looks like, to answer the question, GG is still holding on to the lead, even though they weren't able to MVP that round. Consistency is key to winning this thing, and we are closing that threshold of 63 points. If GG has another pop-off game, 20 points is not outside of their reach, just like all of these teams. We see OA having their own 20-point game at 36 and OUG at 37. A lot of teams neck and neck, and this is one of the cool parts of the new MVP season and just how competitive the league is. The top 8 are always within plus or minus 10 points as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, taking a look now at our replays for game number 2, brought to you by China Unicom. This was DRG going head-to-head with Bowder. Kakaishi coming on through with a decisive R&B from those halberds. Here's the moment where we got the Cavalry Bloom coming into play, absolutely chopping, slicing, and dicing. There's poor Zai getting put into the absolute blender since he didn't have the combo break. The Cavalry Bloom into the follow-up, jump LMBs. Xiao Xiao does get hit by that Syra F1, but his teammates are there to be able to make sure that they finish off the fight. And oh no, they're showing it again. 1, 2, 3, out comes the plaque and away goes poor ZK.
Everyone piles into this doorway. It's even hard to keep track of how many teams were just traded out right here. OA's touch on the Zai. We see him consistently throughout this round, showing up big for his team, peeling for them when they need him, securing kills when they need him. And this zone play right here was very, very clutch from OA. Able to get that last second Soul Bloom to secure his life, and then PP securing the round. Look how many people, 12 people left alive, 11 people on that ground. 2 of them their teammates, but their 2 teammates do fall immediately. PP able to secure the position, go to the top, and you see all that health come back. The Soul Blooms getting picked up. Not even going for those last hit situations, just wanting to secure that win to guarantee that first place for that 4 placement points and that 1.2 multiplier, giving them their 20 bomb of the day.
Yeah, I'm expecting more damage to be done from OA's players than GG's, and yeah, there it is. 20,044 coming on for the Cyrus. 17,546, however, healing coming in through from the Syra as well. So PP doing a very good job of being able to spin all of the plates of the Syra kit to make sure that he's being aggressive in setting up his team, coming on through with 9 kills and 4 assists with those stun dazzles, but also making sure that he is keeping those players and himself active, because like you said, we saw it in that replay, the amount of healing that he was able to do to prolong his existence and make sure that he lived the duration of his ultimate, was able to grab those soul blooms, was one of the main reasons why OA were able to outlast everybody, and that was helped in full for being able to come in through with that Assault Smolder Soul Jade, making sure that Fire Tick debuff is applied onto as many other players in that lobby as possible to stop them from having access to that similar win condition.
Yeah, looking at his Jades too, they definitely set up their Cyber to be as tanky as possible going into the endgame. He has max melee resistance, and with 2 health Jades adding onto it, definitely setting up for that heal off situation. And I don't think we've ever seen a meta, Moxie, where someone is able to get that much damage and that much healing output. The Syra kit is not very easy to use. Just throwing out the ball, using the dazzle to get those lock-ins, and then also knowing exactly when to either heal your teammates or go for the crowd control and try to secure a kill. Definitely one of the harder characters to play, especially with how wonky aiming the actual beams are. Your sensitivity cuts in half. So the fact that the Nbpl players are getting so much value out of their Syra, I'm wondering how this plays out moving forward, because even Syra has been nerfed in the recent patches, and she's still being utilized in all of the compositions. She's probably the most important characters that we see in the league right now.
Yeah, Syra is definitely being problematic throwing out those stun dazzles, but we're going to be throwing ourselves over to a break before we come in with game number 3 of the day.
万人飞刀玩法的。
くるくる回るドレスリズムに乗せて夢見るような世界で飛び跳ねちゃおうワクワクするステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. It's trios bi-weekly finals 2. And Raven, can you believe it? We're already almost halfway through regular season, which means dust has settled, meta has somewhat stabilized, and we're getting to see a lot of teams now very confident in the compositions that are coming out.
Now, we started out the day blitzing fast, Moxie, double night time coming out. Tons of Viper play coming out. We did see the relationship between Transformers and Zyphon, and it looks like Transformers definitely is drowning versus the Viper compositions, versus that Attack on Titan. Still, 4 years later, Vipers are still going after monks, still going after these teams, and still, after 4 years, Matari, Yushan, no Yushan in this 2025, but Matari coming out, defending against those Vipers, that non-stop pressure coming out of the Fireflies, and even after endless nerfs to Wu Chen, we still see Wu Chen being played with this composition. We saw a little bit of experimentation. I think ASC had Justina playing as the third, but still, it looks like the Wu Chen variation is still the best just because of how dynamic it is. It's almost similar to how dynamic Hadi was in Cannonball with that extra cube going in and out. Now, Hadi being nerfed to the ground, basically non-existent in trios right now. Still, moving forward, you brought up an excellent point that the first 3 rounds, you don't have any points to deal with. So all of these teams have to really choose whatever is left. And because they're choosing teams or compositions that are whatever left, we're seeing a lot more defined relationships of how these compositions are being countered in the modern 2025 NARAKA.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about that absence of points, it's game 3, which means we still have 0 points coming for all of these teams. So you're not going to be able to double pick composition, and whatever becomes more expensive because it's been picked multiple times in the compositions and phases previous to you are going to be bought out entirely, as opposed to when we get into the second part of the day, where all of the group phases will be shuffled, but you'll be able to receive 9 hero points to be able to play around with, and you can make the decision, make a gamble between if you want to go for a little bit of a budget composition, or if you want to be able to splash out all of your hero points, buying up into things like the Syra, even if it's been picked multiple times in the groups before you.
Something interesting about the character points, now you don't get to really see it on the global stage a lot, and we're hoping to see more points being used in the global stage, because in China, this is why every team has a coach now. In solos, in trios, there's just so much to manage on where you should land, which compositions you should pick, and when you should pick it, because as NARAKA has evolved, so has the freedom to play the same composition over and over. In previous rule sets, you could play the same comp 3 times in a row and keep your off comps like down to 1 or 2. This way, if you were uncomfortable on one composition, you can kind of just push it to the side, but not anymore. You have to be able to use multiple compositions. Your player or character pool has to be so much deeper in order to navigate the situations. And what we're seeing now, in the most simple terms, is all these teams are using their character points to definitely invest on Syra on certain maps. Holorath being one of those big maps where they want to have that Syra, because Holorath usually goes to endgame, especially on these daytimes, and usually there'll be a bunch of Takedos super scaled up with that gold ult and everything. So how are we going to see this moving forward? I'm very curious to see how Zai does versus Takeda now that the dust has settled more, now that we have more tactics we can use. What are the mix-ups we're going to see in the Yangs when we start seeing Zai versus Takeda in the matchup Zyphrin versus Zyphrin?
I mean, I don't think the dust is going to be settling. I feel like it's going to be kicked back up for the Temi to be able to use in his ultimate. And, like, that's another thing that we have to talk about, right? Because we're seeing Sarah, like you said, be picked up more and more into different compositions. And Zyphin's gone for a couple of iterations, especially when it comes to that role of support. We even saw in J-Cup back in December, some teams would forgo the Temi entirely and would run the Kurumi and the Syra just to be able to have the Syra to stun, dazzle up, and act as that CC the way that Temi does with his pros. But you would be able to have both the healing output of Syra in her ultimate as well as the stun dazzle set up to play for the Takeda to find Fury and shove targets. And then Kurumi obviously would be able to cover both of your players with the F3 having the damage reduction that was attached alongside it. But now that Kurumi's fallen out of favor and Zip has been very firmly attached over to the Transformer composition away from that Sun Siphon, when we see mirror Sand Siphon compositions come on through, they tend to have a Syra in the mix, and that means that Temi ultimate that in the past has been seen as somewhat of a sanctuary, a safe space for your team to be able to find their recovery within, has now been intruded. Yes, they can't physically get through without having to go through all of that slow and potential setup opportunity, but the Syra, even on the other side of the wind wall, can still provide the pressure the way that we see from things like the RMB off of the fan or Phoenix Blast from a longsword. And that means that Sand Siphon, a composition that has long been heralded as the safest composition, to the point that it was actually called brain dead by the CN side, with how easy it was and how hard and impossible you were to kill. Even if you made a mistake, with all of the utility that you had available to you, you would never actually get called out on it, is losing one of its main pillars of strength. The safety attached to it is suddenly starting to fall behind other compositions.
And there's just so much comfortability with the old meta, and right at World, Syra jumped in and all these teams scrambled to utilize her. And even with after all the nerfs of Syra, she's still a staple with all these composition. Like you were saying, the brain dead composition of Siphon now today is looked at as way more technical, but with this new variation, the last meta going into Worlds was very neutral heavy, which most NARAKA players see as this like weapon on weapon, not really using abilities to rush other teams down as one of the most high skilled variations of the game. Now we're transitioning more into a crowd control meta where there are so many different stun locks, and teams are so good at finding ways to use their abilities to get these flanks and lock you down. And we saw it earlier. Zai and Matari, when they're playing Xiphon, even though they have really, really great abilities, the Meteor, the Dash, that they can go gold, and even in Ultimate, Zai can go gold over and over. With good team play, you can find staggers if the Zai isn't playing very defensive, and she can get 100 to 0. So a lot of these finesse tools, we're seeing a lot more in the modern NARAKA. Before, there's, just like most games when it's very young, a lot of focus fire, a lot of like gimmicks that end up winning situations. We saw tons of Jays that would just win situations, but now as the rules have wavered and changed over the years, we're seeing a lot more technical play that really involves all members of the team. You're seeing damage being spread out between everyone. It's not just a hard support there for the healing. You're seeing Syra both doing damage and healing, and the position 1 and 2 traditionally, who would just go in with the support of the other two teammates doing all the damage, being the hard carry, being spread out where everyone's doing heavy lifting now.
Yeah, and I mean, we're also seeing that with the Viper too. Like, yes, we still see some V1s come through because Transformers, we're always going to be seeing like those extended staggers, but the V3 has picked up more and more popularity, and I mean, there was a time in Viper meta where we never saw V3. It really did start to come to the forefront a little bit later in the Viper's existence. And Kurumi as well, one of those heroes who with that tether can provide so much healing and damage reduction. She's out of the fight, essentially. If she's tethered onto a player, she cannot actually extend any form of damage because it will break that tether immediately, which was one of the advantages that Zip had on release over the Kurumi. It was one of the reasons why we started to see some teams actually move away from the Kurumi, because they just had the damage with that Zip being able to contribute to overpower the sustain that Kurumi's team could offer when it was every single time with that tether active. A 2 versus 3, a raid boss battle, 2 versus 3, granted with the damage reduction that Kurumi could be able to provide, but still overpowerable, especially if you had certain soldiers. As we head into game number 3, and ASE gonna be cooking up some compositions as we get to see the Syra, Justina, and Viper composition, which you actually, Raven, had mentioned earlier, where the Wuchen has been slotted out for that Justina instead.
I ran into this composition in ranked a couple times, and I was like, wait a second, this feels actually very, very strong. And it seems like it's one of the new compositions coming out of this current meta that we're seeing Syra implemented into a different spot. Now, that being said, Moxie, like Syra does super, super well in other compositions. We've seen Transformers variations of it, we've seen Cannonball variations of it, but we haven't really seen the Viper variation being utilized a lot. And something pointing out, remember, it's first 3 rounds. We're not going to get character point bans. But as we progress past this round 3, we are going to see which teams actually prefer certain sides, and we'll see a better shape of what the landscape looks like. Oh, and like I was saying, Moxie, we are seeing a Karumi variation, and I was wondering when someone was actually gonna bust out a Shio, and I'm not gonna lie, Moxie, Shio, she used to be very easy to navigate around in trios, especially when you had very disciplined teammates. But because she's able to bank those Fs up, she's able to utilize it almost like a Takeda. And as long as you're like leading the charge, you're basically an F1 Takeda just chasing everyone down as a nuisance. So I'm really curious to see if this team is able to make this work, because that's another character I thought that was underutilized. She's been super buffed and used in solos right now situationally, but using her in trios, I thought she was actually way stronger than a lot of people were giving credit for her.
I mean, I still remember the Nbpl season where Shell released OUG, tried to make Shell work with his life and composition. Didn't work out great, but like you said, she has been hyper buffed now, so being able to bank up the charge, because one of the criticisms was whenever you staggered the Sheol, she would instantly have to commit. Speaking about commitment, 330, store that in the memory bank. F2, parry belt for the Tianhai, no F1. So keep an eye on that one, potentially dropping some of those weapons with the surprise factor. But now that Shell is able to bank up that charge, honestly, the player who I would say is best been able to utilize that factor has been Spider in solos, because he has this thing which he will do where he basically waits for that Shell ultimate to almost run out to the point that you think, okay, I don't have to worry about that V1 in play. And then he turns around and he yeets out that block counter and you immediately get chained on up. So there's going to be a lot of CC chain potential coming in through quite literally for SS1 if Water is able to find the shackle snap.
I believe he's F2 as well. That's not the combo break, so looking for that opener, that extra damage. So sticking true to the original Cannonball composition where you're trying to use a ton of abilities in order to create an opening. It's very much a rushdown composition inside the Realm of Yang that isn't on the back of some type of Viper silence. Instead, the silence comes from the F2 at range with the Feria, and it used to be with combination of Yodo flying in. This time we're gonna get a Shaiol running in. So more Cannonball compositions. I'm curious to see if they're able to make this work and what it exactly counters. Definitely, I don't envy the teams who are going to be running into this and seeing this weird gimmick, seeing this Shio. I mean, like, wait a second. I guess we still go Feria in this position. Feria definitely being a squishy target, but I'm telling you, Moxie, it's going to be something to look out for. Will they be able to survive an endgame? That's the question, though, because Malaroth, very, very wide open. Can they survive the range of all these teams macroing up and that non-stop cannon pressure in endgame?
Well, the question for OUG and SR is who's going to be able to survive this opening brawl. SR have been able to get the better of the loot situation, and unfortunately Jinyu, without a weapon, did not have the means of focused dashing away from all of this follow-up damage. Tessa was also able to get her hands onto the Fireflies too, so the first V1 comes on out. Gonna be spaced out by the Temi throwing out that wind wall, but debut is gonna go down to the jump horizontal from that spear. ASE with a timing attack though, that landed a little bit further north of field up in Plumed, and drop in with purple armor on the Syra, but hand down that ultimate is going to get caught by the Tessa urn, as is one of his other players. They take the Tessa down though, before that enchantment can hit onto them, and now with Rico pulling out the slabs, Han should be able to finish off this fight. That being said, the slabs have been able to pull the rage almost necessary for the Wu Chen to pull out the rest of their team, but unfortunately his health bar is so low that he's not able to follow the animation through, and he goes down mid-cast.
YZG trying to clean up the situation. It's like TXG is going to find Han hiding behind that rock, but QGG is chasing down OUG right now. Light into hole 2. Nice jump from SS to come flying in. Tap dodge through though. QGG icing out some of this pressure. Able to dodge the uppercut combo from SS. Skaktor's going to be involved. Goldef's going to be invested. But now the backup of CXZ showing up. SS is going to opt to retreat from this situation, but tough situation because this is what the Viper composition is looking for off spawn. We just want to pick up these nice, easy off spawn kills. No grapples to anyone's name though. Nice ult gonna come out from QGG. Sick of chasing him down. SS just making them work for it, making them earn it. He is finally gonna fall, and YZG is gonna find 4 kills off spawn.
Okay, there is no way that because everyone was looking for those chase downs, one single player was able to go to Salvation Podium, solve the puzzle, make away with the legendary staff, and then run away to meet his team, who are currently mid-away towards that soul altar. Unfortunately, as we headed away from the Viper's POV, I believe I did catch sight of an enemy team spawning up on that mini-map too, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not he was able to hold on to that legendary staff. As SS1 over towards Matab are going to be picking through all of the individual wedding cake layers through this particular terrain. Water ringing the bell, getting a better read of the situation of whether or not they are going to be contested or whether or not they can take some of the time to be able to loot through those troves. As I really want to see the shell composition go wrong with Yang, purely because, like you said, the adaptation that is going to have to be made on the fly for whichever team they run into is going to be something to watch. As always, PP gets a little bit of pressure coming in through from the horizontal touch, that grapple momentum follow-up. Still not enough to force the ultimate. That is going to be the F-Force now, as well as the zipping ultimate coming in through from the side of Mong. Tutek's also got that Kylan ultimate currently into play. PP holding off on committing that V2. They're looking to just try and find the rush down on these fragmented players of Wolves. Forces out that Syra ultimate, and now PP, understanding that he can grab the Syra out of her ultimate, is going to look to cancel it, and there it is. LJX gets grabbed on out into the after effect dashes from the Kylan V2, and Wolves' turnaround play is stopped immediately in its tracks by OA, who's looking for another grab. Just barely doesn't manage to find the one, but does pick up the Syra yet again, and is going to be able to find the slam, but not the follow-up damage off of the F1. Unfortunately, the reverb is there, and no combo breaker is there to bail the Syra out this time.
Wow, people makes it look easy on them. Getting those re-grabs again. Really, really hard to get grabbed if you're uncontested like that. So nice job from PB to read exactly what the Syra was going to do coming out of it. And Meng is going to clean up that kill. OA doing well on the outside. What invisible parry going to come out? It looks like PB coming in with the flank. ZK in a tough position. Going to pop the F. Support his teammate by popping his ultimate now. Now Meng having a stellar time with the parries today is just gonna fall. Not much you can do against an ulted Zai with no cooldowns. Now PP on the other end, he had those monk grabs earlier, but now no monk grabs for him. Is gonna get juggled, sent to the ground, and miss with the jumping LBs. Is gonna close it out. This is one of the unfortunate parts of the corner of the map. It's very easy to get trapped off and not be able to kite away. We are going to get Bauda versus JL on the complete opposite end, where the grass is greener. Wuchen Fs are going to be coming in to heal up everyone. Bauda's XEM is going to pop that V1, trying to look for the stun onto Cuckoo, but GL's One Fong able to iframe it, and again, off rip, able to get that grab right away, Moxie.
Yeah, but denied the slam down with the Wuchen teleport. But that's both the Viper ultimate and the Wuchen teleport invested, so Bauda likely not going to be committing, as it is now going to be them just rolling past OUG. Did they hear the revive? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. We're not seeing Shinny? Okay, there we go! Tester ultimate comes into there. I was like, is there a purple invis push? No, it's just Jinyu somehow. Lani might not be in play, but that is a mass revolution right there. Camouflaging into the rock face before about to turn around, realize that something's not quite right with that cliffside, and prior to Tester ultimate to be able to lock down the elimination, as well as the loot. As we head over towards the city of Tang, Kylan ultimate comes into play. One Funk still not going to have that Tianhai ultimate, given that they just respawned in this location, and yet again denied the kills, denied the loot upgrade potential by a Wuchen teleport, taking YZG out into the alleyways of City of Tang so they can break the ankles, cut the noise, and heal up now that they're down ultimates, and worry about that Tianhai recommitting in with a V2.
Yeah, that play, if you don't move, they don't see you. Just
Tyrannosaurus Rexes, apparently.
everyone can see movement. Now, a lot of movement's going to be going down. DRG versus SR. Junked in a pop. That V3 chasing him down. Able to get the stagger, but the peel from this Kylan putting Junks into a car crash, just flying left and right. He doesn't get to play the game. He's flying around, getting juggled, finally gets back to his senses. Kurumi ult's going to be coming out, tries to fade out of it, doesn't want to fight in the center, and Monk ult is going to be coming down, but Junks is going to fall. Good job from DRG, able to weather the storm, but unfortunately, that Wu Chen port is going to come out. They're not going to get much value out of their Monk ult and Kurumi ult. Besides this reset, they are going to have to bail out and see if they can find Fireflies, wanting to set up for that first round with Yang. They do end up surviving that situation, though. That Kylan ult just so good at peeling that V3 situation. Now, GG setting up for that first Realm of Yang with JL. Is there going to be a head nod here? Now, we're going to go back to the action of SR versus DRG. Trying to make their way. Nah. No free Yang for you. No recovery yet. White armor Wu Chen is going to be coming in. Kakaxi trying to go with the flank. Surrounded again. Another Viper ult is going to be coming down. Kakaxi trying to make his way onto the roof with the flank. But now his teammates stuck in a tough position. Going to get staggered and absolutely melted. Don Q needs some help right now. The Kurumi ult's going to come in. He's going to try to make his way there. Sliding uppercut in. Able to get picked up. But it's not going to matter. SR Zhao is going to take him down.
Oh, Kakashi, though, gets the Kurumi Tower. He's so incredibly close to having that ultimate, but the silence is going to mean that he doesn't get the opportunity to use it as we head into the first realm of Yang. SS1 versus GG. Free already has one player in hand, but hasn't been able to put them to the floor because of the Farrier knockback from the cannons. Poor Free. Oh, the CC into the Justina freeze. Water throws out the counter, sets up the full hit of that Justina dash, followed up by the pulse sword swing. We said we wanted to see this composition Realm of Yang. We're getting exactly what we asked for, and for poor GG, the dream has become a nightmare. Another Justina freeze. CGS loses a lot of that armor. Killing Guard still going to be in play. Xuan goes for the Justina F2, be able to keep himself alive and out of focus from the Cullen dashes for a little bit of time, but unfortunately the combo breaker is done, and so too is the invulnerability. And now GG just mass on top of the last player coming on through. For SS1, Xuan gets interrupted before he can scale an engagement with the pulse sword, and we fade away into the open day, as we all know that GG are going to be playing with that food, and SS1 have lost.
Yeah, the GG ends up showing one of the weaknesses of the composition. Just outlasts the ultimates. The amount of sustain that zipping heal brings when there isn't a Zai. GG makes quick work of it. It was very close though. You see the theory coming out. We saw almost an execution coming out, but the V1 is just too strong. Now we are going to see JL versus GG. Both of them have the red buff. One Fog wants to take the duel, immediately jumping onto 330. Both Monk ults around, both jumping around each other. Scoop gonna come out from Fong, trying to knock 330 away. 330 now trying to jump onto Fong, trying to deny the situation, taking the Monk boxing duel. But One Fong again, immediately first grab, immediately scooping up CGS. Nice peel coming out from 330 to stop that second grab coming out, and again flying in, trying to save his teammate, mashing out. CGS is able to survive the situation again. The fight continues right now. The Kylan of JL gonna pop it, mirrored by GG's Kylan. Phase 2 coming in. CGS with the Kylan. Nice big connect here, juggling 3 people. CGS looking for more follow-up. Ult's gonna be ended right now, but Cuckoo, JL's zipping, is on the ropes right now. Big parry gonna come out from CGS, keeping the pressure onto Cuckoo. The V1 is ticking away right now, but it's not gonna matter. Too much damage is coming out, but LXM is down to low health. He is gonna eat the Soul Bloom and stabilize the situation. 3v2 right now. JL's Kylan doing his best to bring this back. 330 is low right now, but good job from GG to cover each other, trying to clean this up. But the zone is going to be coming in. JL's Kylan trying to make this last-ditch effort to pick off 330, doing his best. But the teamwork from GG is impeccable. They are going to close them out with the light attacks, and GG accepts the duel and ends up winning it.
I'm sure it will be a rematch that we'll see a little bit later down the line, but at the moment we're seeing all the teams with Yang depletion just massing over towards the dinner bell of that Forbidden Seal. They know a fight's taking place here. They don't have to take time scouting it out. Alliance comes on through, full commits on in to all of these teams. Matari ultimate also comes into play, activated outside of that Forbidden Seal, so they can keep themselves active for it, just like that Temi ultimate. And we are going to be seeing off of the back of those F resets, them being able to keep themselves finding those eliminations and pick up 2 soul blooms. They've got 1 more player to be able to cleanse, but SS1 have rolled on up into the mix. They showed up a little bit later, and Juan commits that Justina ultimate. They're looking for the freeze chain CEC. Water is taking all of this attention, has that Cheryl V1 to be able to tank the pressure. Yuma gets isolated into a 1 versus 1, and Water with the chase down, but no, the peel is there. Stun double out from his Syra prevents Water from sticking the fight and finding the elimination. He has been able to come on through with the halberds and provide enough time though for Juan to come on through with the LMB from that pole sword. But YZG comes in with a third party, and it's falling apart for the 2 teams with the debuff. By taking a fight against each other, they open themselves up to be assassinated by YZG. And I mean, YZG, the last time they were on this composition, they won a bi-weekly final off of the back of it. They played it absolutely perfectly. And Raven, that fight was absolutely textbook.
Yeah, up to 6 kills already. SR up to 5, but it doesn't look like YZG is going to end it right here. They're finding one of Alliance's members' revenge here under the tower. Trying to clean this up. One track parry is going to come out from Revenge, trying to fade out, but it's not going to carry. YZG too clean with it, not going to release a rogue blue and possibly give an opening to come back. Now we're going to get OA's Tut with the Kylo juggling SR right now inside zone, but Junks again with a parry, with the sap, turning it around. Wait a second, we thought we could throw a blue on the back of the crowd control coming out from OA's Kylan, but it's not gonna matter. Junks spotting the open frame, spotting a great location, gets that parry, gets the sap with a gold spear, and brings the pain of that big damage.
I mean, this legendary sphere has actually had a storied existence in this lobby of Hollow. The reason why SR turned back on to DRG was because SR lost Jin X. Rika was able to witch and teleport everybody out, but in the meantime, Jin X had the spear on his body. So DRG looted the spear before the Wu Chen could teleport the Cairn away, and then had, for the Transformer team, the legendary spear equipped, and immediately SR turned back onto them, knowing the Tianhai and Kirumi ultimates were down, and they wanted that legendary spear back, because that's the only way they would have been able to get a weapon of that rarity at that stage in the game, without having to go into someone like Ram of Yang, which typically that composition is an absolute nightmare at being able to win. JL and GG now going to be going head to head. We said it was going to be a rematch. We get to see it right here. Rufio goes for the scoop to prevent the slam down onto CJS. Goes for the knockback onto Wanfeng as well, so he can't find a reverb. But in the meantime, the scoop from Wanfeng's already been able to find another player, and Rufio is going lower and lower. The knockback from the other monk prevents Rufio from stabilizing up onto that pillar. He's pushed back onto the floor to eat more damage pressure coming on through from the players below. Xiao Xiao with this fan absolutely frying the feet of this Tianhai before he comes in, swapping over to that legendary weapon to scale up the Kylan V2, and the dash down begins. GG looking for an isolated target. Have they been able to find one? They turn. The bell has already been invested from the other Tianhai, and CJS has to utilize his combo breaker to escape out of the way of the still going Kylan ultimate, and unfortunately he's out of dashes, he's out of zip sustain to keep himself up, and JL have the numbers advantage to finish this fight through.
Wow, clutch play from JL. GG is actually way more scaled to JL, and they find an execution onto the Kylan, able to sustain that heals. Big parry's gonna come out. I spoke too soon. Wait a second. 330 is bringing this back. Big damage gonna come out from LXM. The zipping of GG, getting a nice follow, but now one of them's gonna fall. 2v2 situation. It was looking like a wrap-up, but now JL against the ropes right now. Momentum going in 330's favor. 330 has his monk ult up now. He's able to land a parry onto Kylan and then turn it onto Cuckoo. 20 seconds left. He doesn't want to pop this monk ultimate. It's gonna be a win or tie in this situation, Assassin's Lunch gonna be coming down, and JL is gonna fall. They had GG against the ropes. We spoke too soon. They end up clutching it. Great parry coming out from 330 to bring it back from the depths, Moxie.
Oh my goodness, he had that Assassin's Lunge and he kept it real quiet. The trump card came out, the parry came through. And like you said, Free, he knew with the rushdown of that dagger as well as the backup that LXM would have to provide this dagger for him to be able to commit into that without the worry of parry. And now YZG with a Draco Storm are going to be forcing, who is it, Bowder, to have to Wuchen teleport out of the mix. But unfortunately for Bowder, I think no matter where they go, someone's got a bounty scroll on their head currently. As we can see, the red circle is going to be following ZZT's location. So no matter where this Wuchen runs, eventually they will be able to close up the distance with full understanding of where he's going to be kiting to, throwing out that Tesla ultimate just to make sure that they confirm that kill without getting ran into one of these other teams showing on up with either a Realm of Yang debuff, who are going to be taking a fight, or a Realm of Yang buff, who are going to be more than happy to take a fight because of the scaling discrepancy between the two of them.
We were talking about it before, Moxie, that it's light work for GG to get multiple 20-point games, and I've seen them drop massive games on Holleroth with less kills going into Endgame, and they're already up to 10 kills with that clutch. The threshold for MVP is 63 points. They are just 10 points away. Bowder's Jing is going to get juggled by Junks, and we're seeing that gold spear still at work at the hands of Junks, coming out with that RMB, absolutely decimating them. JL desperately looking for someone to kill in all these bushes. We see a team overlooked. Unfortunate for JL, they aren't going to sniff that out. Now, they do have a lot more time, 3 minutes, 20 seconds to find someone. You can either opt to wait for the buffs to end in this situation, or immediately search for one of these fights. Now, ideally, you do want to just fight against the other Yang depletion teams, but they might be running into the Draco Storm of GG, which is the least ideal situation. Now, I'm not gonna lie, Moxie, I feel like in a lot of these instances, GG actually doesn't want to commit towards a Yang depletion teams. That's why you see them here on the outskirts, checking every nook and cranny. They really want to find a very underscale team, a very scuffed team with blue armor, and try to pick off some solos and duos in this spots so they can secure this end game. But we'll have to see as things progress. JL, on the other hand, they are going to find SR. They got to be careful of Junks, though, with that gold spear.
Not just the gold spear, but also we've got a legendary fan. There's the Tesla ultimate coming on for Jin with the 1-2 light attacks from that spear. One Fang does manage to iframe the CC with that Tianhai ultimate activation. However, the Wuchen is going to be able to be called into play, and this is unfortunate for JL because they have to continue the chase. 2 minutes and 16 seconds. They invested the Kylan ultimate at the same time as the Tianhai 2. As we head over towards Pinnacle Town, and we can see YZG and what they've gotten up to. They were coming in with Draco Storm. They've since lost that buff, but they're still finding the eliminations that they were looking for. TXJ charges up that skill rush. We'll be able to find the elimination onto ASE's Xiao Wen. They're going to be waiting out as well that Syra ultimates come on through from Han before they start moving on over to that body mist. What about potentially going for the pickup? However, here's JL rolling up into the mix, still having that Yang depletion, and SR stir the pot, throw out that Tesla ultimate into all of the mass of players currently clumped on up into this position. And it is going to be a really good opportunity for GL to come through and maybe play off of some of the havoc. There it is. One Soul Bloom picked up. Xiao isolated, sent tumbling off of the cliff with the connection from that Pulse Sword. The next Pulse Sword Skirmish connection looks to be taken onto that Wuchen. Viper now comes on through with that V3. Juna with that legendary spear, starting to put the damage and work into the Hellfires. And Xiao will fall off of the back of that F2. Silence, actually, being able to do the damage necessary to clean up the elimination. YZG, TXJ keeping the fight going, playing off of all of the attention that SR brought to them, being able to find the assassination. As in the meantime, GG and Wolves fighting over a spirit, well, just taking a free versus free, essentially in their own bubble.
Yeah, Xiphon versus Transformers right now, but Wolves is going to be showing up to the party as well with the GG. Ults are going to be invested. This is very, very risky. If another team rolls up and sees this fight, they are going to be vulnerable. All the ultimates have been invested. Both teams are all in for the situation. CJS wants Wolves to know we will be going down for this Spirit World. We want to have a massive game. We want to get to that MVP right here, right now. But unfortunately, 330 is going to overextend and end up going down for that. They are going to give this up and try to back off. And Wolves is going to end up being the victor in this situation. Tough spot for GG, up to 10 kills right now, but I believe they do have enough money for this res. So as long as they navigate this safely, I've seen GG come back in the situations where they come out swinging for these end games.
I mean, at the moment, all of the other teams' attention in the lobby is not really on them. As SR, Alliance, YZG still all taking this fight. Here comes GG rolling on up into the mix that they're going to have to navigate into all of these players. They have no information as well which teams have committed ultimates, and that's always a problem when you run into Tesla, given the fact that she gets 2 charges of her ultimate, essentially at 120% rage. GG 330 still not brought back. CJS and LXM trying to just find a safe passage to navigate through. Gonna have to evict Alliance if they want to be able to break away. Yuma is currently kiting them a little bit closer to where the rest of the team are. Also potentially trying to run them into YZG to offer GG up as a tasty morsel for YZG to turn on to and allow Alliance to break a little bit more free. Yuma is going to get caught up into the 1-2 jump horizontal juggle coming on out. The synergy that evident in full from GG. They did not let Yuma's feet touch the floor before he was put into the dirt.
Absolute cinema, Moxie. Just 2v3, a scuffed Alliance right there, but still, they do have enough money to buy their teammate back. I don't believe I see a store on the mini-map in this location where they can buy. So unlucky to them to not have their third teammate to secure this. And Wolves, oh my goodness, we got Draco Storm. We got all gold armors on everyone, gold weapon. They are looking like the favorites to take this with only 12 people left alive. I'm going to find it hard for them to overextend the situation. They are going to find the Wu Chen of, I believe, SR Rico getting staggered over and over. The AoE of the Draco Storm, nowhere left to go. But we've seen Moonbane's grief before. Wolves should be careful right now. They don't want to test fate sitting in this end game Moonbane, and it looks like YZG and GG both hiding in this corner right now. Who's going to be the unlucky person to get spotted out? And it looks like it is going to be GG's. LXM going to use his F to dodge through, but ZK is going to stay on top of him with the staggers, juggling the zipping of GG. LXM doing his best to get out of the situation. The Spirit Wall is going to be popping up. GG not going to be able to get out of this situation, but it looks like a third party is going to be coming in, trying to take advantage of the chaos. And NHQ, the Matari of Wolves, in an interesting position. It looks like they're going to slow down and stabilize and try to go for the center, but CJS's Kylan, the GG's Kylan, is going to contest this in a 2v3. He does not care. He's going to pop ult and go to work.
Yeah, they're gonna pop all, and they're gonna use those staggers to interrupt Aurora Burst before he can proc in full. Gen X, now that enough time has been spent, has been able to put himself into a position of that spiral. Comes on through with that Viper V3, just buying himself a little bit of safety as well as forcing out some of those hard-pressed ultimates for a lot of these other teams, keeping the spirit well in play even longer, giving them an opportunity. But Wolves doubling back in, still have ZK's Zai V2 to rely on to. They're still not getting the spirit well for free, though. They are going to have to pay a toll of ultimates if they want to cycle back in. Night HQ has to be protected by ZK's V2 because he got enchanted by the Tesla ultimate, and Wolves have to back away, lick their wounds, and look for a reset opportunity as off of the back of that Tesla ultimate from QGG, YZG now established themselves into the very well. We've got Cloudweaver coming on through from CXZ, getting to play into that position 2 position, making sure that no one can get close enough to try and intrude onto TXA, who with this cannon is building up that Viper V3 at max speeds. And here it comes. Dome has popped. No safety from any of the range pressure coming on through. The silence effect connects onto so many of these players, and YZG continue to just put on the pressure with Draco Storm still getting to give them additional AoE damage, as well as a second Viper V3, which TXA can just use to keep the staff swings going.
Nice job from the squad of YZG to steal this away. They were definitely outgunned in that situation, but because of GG's duo still staying in the fight, still trying to win this all, Wolves actually gets forced off with all the gold armor. A little bit complacent with his gameplay. 10 people left alive. They have to cinch this up and secure this round. They are up to 4 kills right now, so as long as YZG stays consistent, they should be able to steal this away and get another big MVP round. It looks like YZG's best composition so far this year is this Viper composition. They have a really, really good dial on the back of TXA when they should take, put their pedal to the metal, put the gas on, go for some kills, and when to slow down and play each other, play the teams against each other. And I gotta say, Moxie, I will be blown away if GG somehow is able to clutch out this endgame.
I mean, if they do, if they get those ranking points and kills get multiplied, they go up to 63 points and they become a team on match point. They're picking apart teams. You can see the ranged weapons are out in CJS's hands so that he can try and steal away some of those kills, get the elimination points fed into his team's scoreline. Tesla Enchantment is going to connect onto ZK, which is going to lead into the follow-up fan damage coming on through. CJS now, Stormstride, as a Soul Jade puts himself onto the cliffside. He and LXM taking a little bit of downtime, looting for some of these bodies. Potentially going to be a 3 versus 2 situation, but S are already down to 2 players. Tunes down all of his armor. Jarrett's getting lower and lower. YZG look for the opportunity, but CJS finds the intrusion. Invades with a jump parry coming on through from the Kylan. Out comes the Kylan V2. The dashes. LXM's popping the zip ultimate so that his health bar is going to keep refreshing further and further, and he can utilize the knockback on the after effects to send these players tumbling into the zone. Wuchen teleport gets forced. GG in the driver's seat have to confirm some of these eliminations. They could very well be the team that walks away the MVP. They just have to finish it here and now.
CJS doing his best to secure these kills, but YZG doing a good job of icing off the pressure, but the parry's going to come out from CJS. Double parry coming out, triple parry coming out, but SR's Zhao is going to yoink that kill away right now. 12 kills for GG, picking up another one, up to 13 kills. They need to secure this round. YZG is going to be eliminated right now. They are going to be able to get the placement points. Zhao in a tough position round, 2v1 situation, no health to his name. He is going to get the Tesla hold, a little bit of heals. A big parry's going to come out. That's the first step, but the gold combo break is going to come out from CGS. The stagger's going to come out. LXM going for a ride with the Dragon Slayer from behind. Blindside parry. Wait a second, but the all is going to come out from CGS. He is going to shove out Zhao. He needs to be able to get this last hit. The F is going to be coming out. Can he survive? No, he cannot. And oh my goodness, Moxie GG is somehow able to clutch it out again in this endgame, and it's going to be real close of whether or not they pass the threshold to possibly MVP and close out the tournament for today.
Big up multiplier. Big up multiplier. It was by a whisker, by a fox's whisker, that Tesla goes down before zone closes through. Oh my goodness, we had parry back to back. We had the back parry as well, taking full advantage. Like, the zip was baiting so hard for the Kylan to be able to set up that focus hit, but parry now not being just forward facing, it being a full 360 circle of effect, meant that he was able to find the back parry from the sound cue coming through and deny the Dragon Slayers into Nessas, which with the golden focus would have been able to prevent the Tesla from doing anything because combo breaker had been burned. previously to navigate around the power that had come out beforehand. The Tessa enchantment as well, connecting onto both of the players and sending them zombie walking into the zone tick damage. And the Kylan must have been mashing that ultimate activation to be able to secure the hit of the V2 to come through with the Kylan guard, which gives you that 4 seconds of invulnerability, even if the zone damage is starting to eat away at your health bar. Gives you those additional dashes so that you can be able to try and find the chase down onto the Tessa. And it was just a matter of that Tessa trying to dodge around the Kylan ultimates coming on through. But with the changes to wave roll, just the way that we've seen Sire's value skyrocket up, because suddenly you don't have the stamina to perfect iframe all of the way through that entire ultimate duration. One of those dashes, especially given how close everyone was playing already to the zone damage, was unfortunately going to get past the stamina bar, and the second that it did, the round was done. And now we and GG hold our breath and wait and see whether 2 players were able to do enough damage and live long enough against quite literally the world to secure GG, the only team that could potentially come away with that MVP viability. What a match, Raven. What an absolute cinematic match.
Yeah, they started at the bottom of the day, and I just knew it. You can't count out those guys. They've been veterans. They've been playing together for the longest amount at this point in the league. They haven't really needed anyone else, and they want to go for a perfect season again, it looks like. Now, will they be able to secure this the rest of the day? We'll have to see, going past getting to that halfway point, that 4th round. But it's crazy the amount of synergy that Kylan and Zipping is able to have. Zipping able to tank all of that situation. But like I said before, Moxie, if there isn't a Zai in a lobby to slow down the Zipping, she is an absolute unit. She can tank so much damage, create so much space, and like you pointed out before, she creates so much opportunity for her Kylan to keep dashing. And like we said, the threshold is passed by 0.1. GG is now on match point at 63.1.
Okay, that's actually insane, the storyline, because the last time GG were 0.1 off qualifying for match point viability, and now by 0.1 they're over the threshold. What an absolute season GG are set up to have. This team, you really cannot write a better storyline for GG to be able to have. And like you said, the synergy that we talked about previously, right? The fact that they kept their roster the same, they didn't move around pieces, they trusted the players that they had, they trusted that the synergy that they'd built would be able to carry them through and allow them to adapt into the new meta much faster than everyone else who would have those teething issues. And we saw that play out. The fact that 2 players were able to survive as long as they did, were able to ice off the pressure as long as they did, and were able to not just that, but completely make every single right call, because they didn't mess up once, except from like that desperation play where it's 2 versus 1 and they need to finish off the fight as quickly as possible, and we see the focus strike come through. That's the only slight mistake and miscalculation that they make, from being able to survive the pressure that YZG were outputting, because YZG picked up Draco Storm on a Viper team in the last Spirit Well, and we're turning on to all of the other teams in the lobby. And GG understood, like, they got in between on the last hit so they could take down YZG's key player of TXJ with a jump parry engagement from the Kylan moving into that position to take advantage of YZG fighting SR. And then also understanding when that fight was ongoing, before they wanted to make the engagement, that they could sit on the sidelines with a bow, potentially shark away the kills, but not just that, shore up on resources, because that one body that dropped in that zone was the only source of resources available a mile wide. And the discrepancy in damage that has been done and healing that was done from LXM, surely give the Zip the flowers. She deserves MVP. LXM, you absolute treat.
Yeah, wow. 37,000 healing and 24k damage, and in the score shows, the damage shows at Moxie that this season Everyone is contributing to the fight. Everyone is putting out around equal damage, but supports are not only doing damage, but they're giving healing back to their teammates. Now, looking at the overall leaderboards thus far with those pre-post points, Battle at the bottom at 25, DRG at 31.8, Wolves at 33, SS1 at 36.1, OUG at 37, and ASA at 31. Now, JL in 6 at 37, YZG, OA, Alliance, all relatively close here at that 38 and 39, 37, but at the top, leading this, 47 for SR, and GG leaping ahead of the pack. Are we going to see the fastest closeout of an MVP round, Moxie? Now, I thought things usually go to distance for trios, but we saw this last season when Wolves discovered the Thanos snap with the White Tigers buff in Endgame, and they just absolutely decimated everyone, not because of the buff, but because of how they played Spirit well. Now, how is GG playing a little bit better than everyone else right now? It looks like they just, again, understand how to navigate these endgames perfectly. It's not on the back of just their fighting ability, it's their fight selection and their timing. Now, looking at the highlights, Makuzi, SR and this gold spirit you were pointing out was on a journey today.
He was on a journey. That spirit played past the parcel before it ended up back in Jin's hands, and we got to see the 1-2 jump horizontal setup. This is GG, where it all went incredibly right for this team. 3-3-0, Assassin's Lunch, Showcase, double parry as well. They really thought they were going to be able to finish that Tianhai player off. Remember too, he was running parry though, with the F2, not the F1, gets another parry, sending the Kylan tumbling off his feet. And with that zip ultimate activation from LXM, they have the means to be able to sustain and win the 2 versus 1. Here's the moment that they're able to keep a track of Yuma, and like I said, Yuma's features do not get to touch the ground. It is so clean. The synergy, they find another parry onto Revenge. They're able to follow it up with CGS coming on through with the slam down. Even there, CGS looks for the parry. LXM looks to be able to follow up off of the back of that fan RMB. The nunchuck stand is able to utilize that light attack stagger to keep the player held in that zone, so they take the corruption damage a little bit more, feel pressured into expending out that stamina bar to have to dash closer to GG as opposed to spacing far enough away. And off of the back of that, it becomes a 2 versus 1. And there it is. I know the Kylan and his ultimate is the reason that they're able to close up that kill score multiplier, but LXM and his F1v1s are the reason that Kylan lives long enough to press that button. What a play from LXM.
Wow, 2 MVPs this season already. LXM with the support MVP, almost 25k damage, 37k healing. Looking at his Jades, going with the max melee damage reduction, has the Rupture Gale. Definitely one of the reasons he's able to keep that ultimate up. And normally we see Rupture Gale going on the back of one of the position 1s, position 2s, usually on Monk, usually on Takeda, so they can keep that ultimate rolling in endgame. But maybe this was a situation that the Zipping got it just because they were down a man, they were down their Monk, and they needed to keep up this V1. Or maybe GG just got one of their ace cards revealed, is that you should put the Rupture Gale on the Zipping so you can keep that heal up more often in this endgame, since she's going to use that V1, pop it for the Kylan, and possibly cancel it. Same thing for the Monk, and kind of keep that V1 ready just in case you start getting pressure in endgame. Really, really interesting stuff right there. I'm curious to look into that moving forward, whether or not GG has moved their Rupture Gale to actually their support player instead of their position 1 player.
Yeah, but speaking about moving forward, we've got to look forward, because GG, they're the only team who is currently on MVP eligibility. And here's the thing, GG, very predictable. Normally, we know every single map's drop locations. However, something to note, they have mixed it up in the past. They have conditioned teams into expecting, oh, if it's Holoroth, they're going to be dropping Imperial. If it's Padoria, they're going to be dropping Twilight Pass. If it's Morris Arl, they're going to be dropping Secret Tunnel. And then they've used that to bait other teams into dropping that location. And then they've either dropped somewhere else entirely on the map, or they've dropped nearby and timing attacked into any team that wanted to try try to contest them, and immediately being able to pick clean a lot of fights and eliminations there, because a lot of these other teams, in fact, no other team is really within distance of GG right now, Raven. We have to go at least another round if SR even want an opportunity to be able to qualify into MVP eligibility, because they haven't even broken 50 points. We're into game 4 and GG are already on match point.
I mean, I'm not surprised because it's GG. Maybe another team, maybe one of the newcomers, if they were to come out into the league right now and come out swinging and absolutely dominate. Now remember, Wolves dominated at Worlds this last year, but before more on that, we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, after this short interview.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，先和我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是积极战队的陈江。
欢迎陈江生来到我们赛后采访。哇，也是这个赛季第一次采访到了陈江生。Okay, so first we would like to say congratulations because you guys just passed the match point, and also like your teammate just get the MVP. And I would like to know how you think about this MVP. 我们也看到，其实刚才这把，恭喜你们拿到了天选，也自己已经是成功了，超过了我们的这个分数线。那我这边特别想问一下，哎，看到这个3号位拿到这个 MVP， 自己怎么看？
有说法的。
有说法的，认同这个 MVP 吗？
我不认同，我是场一个。
Okay, so I think my teammate is really strong. 李信苗 get the MVP, but I think for me, I think my teammate is really a strong, very strong teammate, and I just like lay on him. That's why we can get the MVP. We can get the highest score and MVP. 好的，也是开了个小小的玩笑。来看一下我们接下来的题目是什么。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see today's question, which is which hero did CJS 陈江生 use in Game 3？ 好的，这道题目呢是刚才这把江生自己到底用到的是哪个英雄 ？Okay, so before the question, I would like to know, because now we know in the like final circle, you're really wow, really cool. You can parry the weapon, and I would like to know so how you think about that. 那我这边特别想先问一下，在我们这个题目之前，那最后一波啊，自己当时那波震刀真的是非常的帅。当时这波自己是怎么判断可以连续的2个震刀呢？
运气好。
就是，那你说运气好，你是纯靠猜出来的，还是看到了对方的蓄力呢？
看到了。
哎，那其实也是木鸭，也是自己一个灵活的反应能力的展现。Okay, so for the parry the weapon for me at that time, because actually, I just saw he used the blue charge, and I would like to very flexible movement, and I just parry the weapon. That's why we can win the game. Okay, I think our players prepare, and let's start counting. 啊，江生应该准备好了，接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
开始。
英文的3、2、1。
3、2、1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请江生给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个。Yes, the correct answer is B. 我怎么发现你一开机好像话就变得更少了一些啊？哦，接下来要对你有个小小的要求了啊。Okay, so for us, because we know this new season for GG, okay, and it's your first time here, and I would like to know after the World Championship the last year, so how you guys just adjust? Because like so far, on the last Biweek final, it seems like you guys are not satisfied with that, and I'd like to know how you just adjust and what happened. 最后来问一下，其实上一次的这个节杯之后呢，我们上次节杯之后呢，其实今天也是第一次，就是自己可以上采访嘛。那经过这个过程当中啊，就是自己怎么去进行了一个调整，包括节杯之后兄弟们有没有聊什么？因为大满贯真的就差了最后一下。
可惜吧，没得说。还是放假回来之后没收心，现在收心了，状态好，回来好多。
状态好了，就期待一下你们今天接下来的一个表现。我们一起早点下班，好不好 ？Okay, cheer up. And I think for us, we think we are not unlucky in last year J-Cup. And for us, it's really a pity for all the team. But for this year, we just adjust like for the last Biweek final. And I think now we have really good status today. And we also looking forward to the rest of the game. 那我们一起期待吧，好吧，加油！自己说一个，给自己打打气，加油！
加油！
加油！ 开心点 OK，cheer up and thank you for today's interview and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for some NBPL bi-weekly 2 trios finals. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the cutesy Moxie and this Hello Kitty world that we live in now, Moxie. Oh, it's a little too pink, but speaking of pink, GG, the Pink Demons showing up big today. What do you think the chances are, Moxie, that they're able to close it out in this next game with everyone gunning with them for game 4?
I mean, given the fact that they will have access to 9 hero points, even though they're going to be very far down the phase tables, I would say there's a very strong likelihood, especially if they do go for, you know, that sort of bait play that we were talking about before we threw over to the interview, where they've conditioned so many teams to expecting where they're going to be landing, and because GG are the only team who are on that MVP eligibility, we know that there's a lot of teams in the lobby who are going to be looking to stop their momentum. YZG, OUG have been in the past traditionally the teams that have liked to try and break onto teams with MVP eligibility and stop them from picking up any sort of traction moving forward in the early phase. But GG, we talk about, you know, the synergy that they have, the coordination that they have, how they're able to play their end games. One of the things that GG are very, very good at too is recovering from a game that doesn't start off well. So I would definitely say out of all of the teams in the league currently, if there's only one team on MVP eligibility, if there's a team that has a chance of walking away with that title, it will be GG.
Ooh. I'm gonna have to agree with you, Moxie. GG has a really good chance of closing out this day. Now, one thing I am curious about though, all the teams know that they're on match point, and all the teams know that they have a little bit to go if they hope to catch up. And this is one of the things I was curious about for these MVP rounds. What does GG go to secure it? Now, we really haven't seen them come out with their siphon, and they are one of the strongest teams on the siphon. With the Syra variation, are they still the alpha dog in the lobby when it comes to those Yang fights? And with the lobby having all these strong Vipers, knowing how to pick apart these teams off spawn, can GG find their way and navigate to endgames? Now, one of the things that GG does better than almost anyone is landing safe, getting the good loot, and setting up for that first Yang. They don't really prioritize getting those 3 kills off spawn, and that really benefits the playstyle for going for these MVP rounds. We've seen teams like Wolves, who stole away the J-Cup Championship, mirror this type of playstyle. Will GG be able to do it? Now, the bad part for GG is they've kind of always landed in the same positions to control it. On Holoroth, they're King of the North. They always land in the around that Imperial era, and they loot the whole top side of the map. On Morris, they're known for their cave play in the top right, where they get the Fireflies and they claim all of that area. Instead of using the Fireflies for a timing attack, they use it as a deterrent as well as moonbait. So it is very hard to crack the turtling playstyle of GG. Now, just because they turtle up doesn't mean they aren't clutch. We saw them in the Realm of Yang win that 2v3 situation, and then we saw them in Endgame win the 2v3 situation again. So what can GG do? It's not even Viper. Their Viper team is one of the best in the league as well. So they're looking like one of the most dominant forces to compete with this year.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we see a lot of teams go for that Xiphon composition, having seen that GG were able to win out the heal-up situation with zipping. So you want to come in with something of a fire tick, or even if you don't like roll a Xiphon composition to start with, prioritize picking up soul jades that accompany fire tick, right? So fire arrows on your bow, and then assault smolder for your grapple hook attacks coming on through, or even potentially flames breath rupture gale, which I mean is a given it is trios, and that combined soul jade is one of the strongest in the game, given the fact that it's purple rarity and very easy to get your hands onto it early on in the stages. But I think for GG, there's definitely a lot of questions depending on what composition they do want to play. 330 has been one of the most storied Tianhai players in the Nbpl scene. Like, if you've been around here for a long time, there's going to be a lot of household names that you associate with the Tianhai back when we had Transformers meta all the way back in, what, 2022? And we had, you know, the likes of Pixel, we had Eagle, we had Sleepwalker, and we had 330. So GG, like you said, have a very flexible roster, and that is something that's going to be a factor for a lot of these other teams, because like now it's a guessing game of essentially what composition do we think GG is on, because they're not going to know.
That is a very good point, Moxie. And their character depth and synergy is just unparalleled. Now, if there is one person who can slow them down, who probably has a good idea of what they're going to do, is definitely YZG's XJ. Also, OUG's SS. Now, OUG had a fire bi-weekly, did very, very well. Another really, really old school IGL in the league is OUG's SS. He's led many, many players to those top 5 positions. Now, having Baby U back on the team, they do have the firepower to slow down the likes of GG. But it's like I said, someone is going to be the noble sacrifice, though, going into GG. They're not a pushover when it comes to their defense. They like playing this playstyle. They feel like it's the most consistent, and they capitalize. They're probably the most consistent team in the league, and it's not because they play slow. They just play for Yang, and then they play to clean up endgame perfectly. Now, I can't really think of another team that does that just as well. Maybe when it comes to like Prime TXJ and VVV.
Old school JL and TE, yeah.
I would still give the edge to GG just because they like playing majority of their games that slow, methodical playstyle, while JL, on the other hand, is known for their most explosive and experimental playstyle, defining the league's meta. Now, we did see, though, last year, GG was the original creators of that 2024 Transformers, that Valda Monk, bringing the Wombo combo out of ranked into the prime time. So I'm very curious to see how the lobby is going to react to one team being MVP with a massive lead. Is GG just going to get immediately executed, counter-stratted? Are they going to get hard focus fired? Because we saw a little bit of interesting target selection with round one. The monk teams didn't go for each other when there were a ton of vipers around them. They were the only 2 monks up. But now the true enemy of this lobby for anyone else to kind of win really is GG. So who's going to step up to the plate and slow them down?
Yeah, so going back as well to like the comps that GG were able to engineer, it wasn't just the Valda Tianhai, they also engineered the Valda variant of Cannonball back in the spring season, which was designed to win heal-up situation as well, because like the Womper combo of the Tianhai into Valda was really, really strong for Realm of Yang fights, but it was also, you had so many heroes who were engineered to be able to win the heal-up situation, whether it was your Tianhai who ulted last or your Valda who ulted last, and that plays into GG's wheelhouse perfectly. However, because GG are so far ahead of everybody, all of the phases have now been shuffled. So this is the inverse of their standings on the leaderboard. If you are first place on the leaderboard, you are the last team. You are always going to be in that last phase to be able to select your hero. So that composition is always going to be at its most expensive. So do GG decide now that they have 9 hero points to burn and no other teams close to catching them on MVP eligibility, that now is the time to close the day out, as we're going to be seeing all of these teams locking in the Syra. Wolves also going to be experimenting with that Syra, Justina, Feria Wombo combo CC chain stun composition that has been doing the rounds, which again has been picked up by the likes of TXJ and YZG. So yet again, new year, but same old, everyone looking to see what TXJ does and copycatting it down.
Second round selection. We are going to see the Viper, Syra, Justina come out again. Now, traditional comps going to be coming out. YZG going with the Siphon. What does OUG come out with? Did we already see what GG was picking?
No, GG last.
GG is going to be last, but it doesn't look like Syra is going to be that expensive. They can pick the Syra. It's looking at, wait, it's up to 2 points right now. What is GG going to do to close out the day? And it's like I thought, they are not really worried when they pick their Viper composition. They actually do very, very well on Viper as well. Now, is it likely they're going to MVP on the back of this? Not going to lie, it's going to be tough, but it's something you did bring up though, Moxie, the mix-up. Everyone is going to think that they're on Siphon maybe, because it is their strongest composition, what they're known for. So when a Viper composition is going all out, no one's gonna kind of be the wiser to it. And out of all the team compositions, Vipers have always looked at each other and kind of give the head nod after like after off spawn. It's just like, all right, there's no point in us investing abilities into each other because all we're gonna do is get each other killed. The second we port out, another team's gonna fiend us, and we can't really execute each other by silencing the Wu Chen because most people are running F2. We'll have to see what GG's Viper choice here is with the abilities to see how they're going to play out their MVP round.
F3 V3. So I think they saw that Syra was the most expensive, and that likely it would have been a pivot over to the zipping for the teams that didn't want to afford it. And so they're going to be going for that heal cut debuff to be able to apply onto that zip, as well as the V3 variant. So that is going to be the silence effect. With that purple Tevit connection. Something to note as well is that GG don't get a lot of information. They get to see which teams are in the phases with them, and they also get to see which hero is the most expensive. So they were able to see that Syra was the only thing that was the most expensive, which means there's going to be a lot of different compositions running around, and when there are different compositions running around, there's a lot of opportunity for those Viper teams to be able to make third-party plays. So I think, like you said, this is a very smart decision from them early in the round. If they want to go aggressive, people are going to just chalk it up to a team that is just going aggressive so they can bag some kills and start pushing their way up into that scoreboard. But we can see that GG, no, they are going to be landing Twilight Pass, and it's not going to be YZG, and it's not going to be OUG that they're going to grief them. No, it's gonna be Wolves.
The two rivals going at it. GG, favorites of last year. Wolves, the underdog. Well, not really. I wouldn't even say underdogs, just pure rivals, stealing it away last year. Will they be able to slow down GG right here? Now, off spawn, Viper F3 is just so strong. That giant nuke, especially if she's able to pick up a purple weapon, even a blue weapon, just in a team fight, it can just completely shift the momentum. The longer the fight goes, the more unblockable nukes go through. How are things gonna go down? And awesome, we are gonna get GG versus Wolves off spawn.
LXM already been able to pick up the staff. Everyone just picking up a weapon. We can actually see Free, unfortunately, hasn't been able to find anything, and that is not the opener that GG wanted. CJS comes on through with the Tesla combo break. LXM comes on through with the golden frame focus of that. Staff Syro spaces out of it with the stun dazzle, and it actually catches LXM on that hit of CC. Tesla ultimate, though, from CJS at the 60% rage generation mark is thrown into the mix, and that opens up the fight entirely. Unfortunately, it is now going to be a 2 versus 1. No, GG are able to finish off that fight and keep their Wu Chen's rebirth still in play. Enough time passes that they're able to pick the body up as we look over now at OA versus SS1.
OA down. OA's Tut down to 1 HP, but able to capitalize. Eats the Soul Bloom, bringing it back. Gonna pop that V3, but Matari is gonna match, denying the pressure of this stun. Comet is gonna come out, and the dasher from the Matari. Meng again with the big parry, just parries all day from Meng, showing up big, and again a double parry one more time. Wait a second, check the computer. My man's going crazy with the parries today.
Oh, and he's got the nunchucks here for that just immediate hit of damage off of that one frame. Alliance and JL now going head to head. NI7 getting the grapple, isn't able to stop the scarers coming on from Cuckoo with this great sword, who's going to take to the rooftops and try and disengage, but the jump horizontal will be able to catch him before he can clamber over that windowsill, and it's going to bag another elimination for Alliance. And these are eliminations going on down in Imperium. Raven, we might get to see the extreme longsword spawn up. Well, never mind, they're all running away from it. I think they all noticed they were like, a couple of too many eliminations are going down in the staircase. We can't afford to let this one go through. Time to disengage and cut away.
Oh no, Baby U is gonna get fiended down by Alliance, but nice cutting down. Like I was saying before, the modern Takeda absolutely pressured by everyone. Nice parry coming out from you, fading out, calling out the chase down focus attack. NY7 comes flying in, though the F2 damage is just so much. He grabs the Soul Bloom, but the healing debuff not letting him get a ton of heals. The Temiol is going to come out for the peel. NY7 now with a big parry, trying to navigate, trying to close out the distance of you, but SS is going to peel off perfectly for him, and Alliance gets picked apart by excellent teamwork play from SS and you. Just two of their ultimates, with the Syra ultimate still on deck just in case.
Very aggressive lobby, with a lot of these kills also being very evenly split between the teams. You can see that OA have been able to get their hands onto Valpoint Essence, so 7 Thunder Coins deposited into the bank beneath Arcadia to be able to bag up that Soul Jade and set themselves up. I like to see as well they're taking it away from compositions which could potentially use it into Realm of Yang, but also they're taking it away from GG, who could potentially have landed there to steal it away to be able to win the healer situation and confirm that kills can multiply, which would have given them that MVP eligibility in full. Now we're going to head over towards Azov Peak and have a look at Wolves and also JL, who are nearby each other, but not actively taking a fight. So instead it's going to be SS1 doing a little bit of footsie around the table with OA, trying to figure out whether or not this is a fight that they want to be able to take. That Matari does not have ultimate fully, and 2-tick ready to go with that Viper V3. Could be the engagement ticket that OA are looking for, but with them kiting out, it feels like they're going to be looking at a different part of the map as an objective, given the fact that SS1 have already been able to armor themselves up with 2 sets of Epic.
SS1 super stacked right now. Purple armor on the Matari, purple armor on the Zai, setting up for that first round with Yang, hoping to slow down GG, but little does the lobby know, GG is actually playing Viper for this lobby, so everyone definitely on notice. Now, something I didn't think about is GG doesn't really have to just MVP the round. If it goes the distance, they can just win by points. They're basically securing second place as well. So the most consistent line they can actually take is not really force the issue. If they MVP this round, cool. But if anything, just kind of play normal. It's really the rest of the lobby who has to really consider what GG is doing here. And it looks like GG is going to purchase that Moonbane. Instead of being able to get the weapons, you see how quickly those weapons and armor sell out.
Yeah, that armor just boom, gone.
Even the weapons, because there's so many siphons in the lobby, so many transformers, weapons and armor usually get bought out to the point where teams actually have a designated clicker where it's like, all right, who has the money? This person's the luckiest. If Moxie was in there, she would 100% give him the money just of how lucky she is. Just spam that click, Moxie. Get us the armor. And it's not based on ping or anything. It's pure RNG of who ends up getting it. I haven't figured out any type of tech that goes into it. Ping doesn't seem to matter. Lower ping, higher ping. It's just whoever is the luckiest ends up spamming click with the amount of money to pick up that armor or weapon.
Wow. Maybe you can buff it with the luck factor on the glyph tree. Who knows? As we're going to be having a look at GG, wanting to pick up a little bit of momentum. Unfortunately, like you said, they weren't able to come and prove the purple armor, so the best way to get loot isn't from a Rift Dealers, it's from a shakedown from a dead team's body. Full commitment comes on our Viper ultimate, but Syra has also been able to get that V1 into play. It's going to be put on pause for a matter of moments. The Moonbane 2 from GG is going to be making this fight incredibly awkward for OUG to be able to hold on to, but because they're running Sand Siphon and the Syra ultimate is still in the mix without getting CC'd out further, OUG feel the confidence to be able to keep the fight running, and they're going to be able to bag up 2 eliminations. GG just able to make it away with the Wu Chen teleport to get a revive, but unfortunately they've been spotted out. Porphyro has to body block for LXM, who gets brought back but low enough that OUG could snipe him down with the repeating crossbow. So the Wu Chen steps up, absorbs that little bit more damage to be able to pick CJS back up again. And GG, unfortunately, denied the loot upgrades they were looking for, and that was a hefty investment from the team, not just in terms of ultimates, but the Moonbane charm too.
Yeah, unfortunate for OUG, they get their Yang grief from them just because they have to pop all their ultimates. And this is what I was saying before, Moxie, the new Syra compositions, if you force them to triple ult, it is extremely devastating. They can burn you down just as fast as you can with how offensive Syra's ult is. We are going to get SR versus Bauda right outside of Yang. SR trying to make their way towards there, popping that zipping ultimate, but it doesn't look like OA is going to let them go out for free. No ult zone is going to be hit. They're going to make their way into it so they don't get forced out in ultimates, playing out this neutral. But inside the middle, Bauda is here at the store. A little bit of a salute as they pass through, just passing through, looking for the armor. But it looks like Bauda, Jing just letting them know we ain't friends like that. Both teams, a little bit of pettiness, grappling onto each other, moving through. And the Tesla one's gonna come through. Wait a second, Parry's gonna come out. Does SR go in? How do you coordinate who goes in right now? The Viper stun is out. They don't go in at the same time. It ends up locking out, and OA is able to take advantage of the Yang situation and pick up a kill.
Oh, the V3, the Viper V3, Ronald Yangrave. You can't go in, and you can't iframe out of the silence with the Tianhai ultimate. OA play it perfectly, and unfortunately for SR, they find themselves losing their Tianhai, getting their Kylan enchanted by a Tessa ultimate into a jabbing follow-up from Tutik with that staff. And we get to have a look and see who did manage to make it through that grief tunnel into the realm of Yang. And unfortunately for Sleepy T, he's still getting griefed right now. He's in the Tianhai form, and he's not able to find a grab until just now. He's not going to get staggered either by the Syra or by the Farrier in time. So ZK is actually going to go down because of the lack of peel. Tianhai state now has been removed. We go into a 3 versus 2 format. And Sleepy T tries to come on through, setting up these RMBs from the Hong Song. Goes for the parry, but the Overhold will be able to get the pass through it. And now with that F1 having been invested, it's up to the TN to get the skirmish set up into the horizontal uppercut confirmation into the RMB. And about to find the turnaround.
Loudouts just letting everyone know Transformers still dominant versus these cannonball variations. We saw it leading up into the bi-weekly finals. The Justina cannonball variation having a good chance of frying the Monk, but the delay ult rotation coming out big today. The longer you're able to hold out the ult, the better that secondary offensive ult comes out and is able to clean up. Now on to DRG versus OA. Fade away fry from Meng. This team better watch out. Meng has been on fire with the parries. With that being said, Cyber ult's going to be invested. No parry needed. We're just going to be beaming away, getting that knockup up, but OA is going to grapple out with the Wu Chen port. They still have one more Tesla ult in the bank, making their way down the cliff. It looks like DRG is in hard pursuit right now. Can you catch up, though? This is one of the tough spots that, depending on whether or not you have grapple distance and speed, is whether or not you can actually catch one of these teams. Also, how many grapples you actually have. Looking at Donq's inventory, we're out of grapples. It's a painful feeling to be chasing around everyone with no grapples.
GG are our next participants of the Nbpl triathlon here on Padoria. As they unfortunately have blue armor, they're going to be paying very close attention to that Mocha River, which is going to be providing floating piles as well as that stealth option to be able to duck below the water's edge. However, this is the most volatile that this map is going to be immediately after a realm of Yang. And this is going to be really dangerous for GG. They have to be able to survive the after effects of two teams, two iterations of the realm of Yang. This is their first true test. If they can keep themselves alive and unnoticed with all of the sets of blue armor that they have available to them, as on the outskirts of the map, we're going to be seeing the teams with Yang depletion spawning up and immediately take a fight against each other. Wolves and SS1 ring the bell, and the fight begins.
ZK on the Justina, getting it fried from behind. Matire ult's going to be invested. ZK looking for the flank angle, letting their team's Syra lead the charge, trying to bait out more cooldowns. Zuan doing a good job of kiting this Syra ult, making his way around this cliffside over and over as Zuan burning majority of this Syra ult, but now ZK is going to show up. But wait a second. We got water on the high ground on the ballista. He is going to get sniped off for a second. That support, the mortars from long range, forcing Wolves back. Now, this is a tough situation. They have to find a commitment here, but making their way into zone, they want to avoid fighting that ballista. Now we're on to round 2, and it's like do or die, Moxie. We're just going to duke this one out in zone.
I mean, they have to be careful too, because if they put Forbidden Seal, yeah, there it is, always in the area with the Tesla Viper Wu Chen, and they can absolutely play gatekeeper when this fight breaks apart. Both of these teams, by trying to survive, might grief each other out of the existence of the lobby. ZK looks for a Dragon Slayer's opening, will not be able to find it off of that Clank, and we're now going to be seeing him try to find it, but again, the Overhold sets up the RMB from the Halberds to clip in first. He doesn't manage to find the commitment. Again, he goes for the Overhold of the RMB, and again he gets interrupted by a faster release, this time from the Fan RMB, as we maneuver our position. The reason why we're turning onto this fight from Imperium is because it's involving YZG, but not just that. GG are in the area as well, and this might be where they can start to look to just take advantage of the teams with Yang depletion if they've taken a note of the heroes that died when they lost a Realm of Yang fight. They're going to have an idea that a Sand Siphon composition is going to be hit with Yang depletion, and if they just swap over to something like a musket as that depletion is about to time out, they'll be able to claim both the elimination and the loot that drops without putting themselves directly at risk of all of the fighting that's going on between DRG, YZG, and another team currently in the middle, JL.
TXJ with the Cyber ult, popping the orbs, looking for the stagger onto Cuckoo. Tessa ult's going to be coming out, forcing TXJ back, but 24 seconds left. He needs to find an opening for his team. He needs to find the Soul Bloom. There's not much time left. DRG is looking out to camp in the zone. Kakaxi does not want to give this up, but JL on the high ground going to be spotting out these teams fighting in zone Unlucky for YZG. They're going for the last hit right now in order to secure this. It doesn't look like YZG has enough money for the situation, and all of them are going to fall, and DRG on the outside is going to be able to fade the pressure. Now, unlucky for them, JL was watching on the outside, spots the situation, and is more than happy to go in there and find the kill. DRG's Kakaxi is going to fall. They are going to find the res, but JL is like, wait a second, where are the teammates? They do spot them leaving. We are going to go into the realm of Yang and watch OUG versus SS1.
OUG a little bit more scaled up. Legendary weapon in the hands of one of them. Shinny looks for the drop down, slam down, denying that pillar with the spear. RMB goes for the skirmish, sets up the 1-2, forces that Matari ultimate, even commits the third actually. Now that the Matari ultimate and the Zai ultimate's about to come on through, Shinny commits that Zyra V1, and we start to go into the blunder. SS tries to create a pocket of safety for the players from OUG, but remember, Zyra Beam gets to go through it, so now the pressure has to be put out onto the other Zyra coming on through from SS1's Water. They've been able to take down one. Water gets stunned out by the other Zyra who had that V1 a little bit longer, and the stun dazzle will be able to connect, as will the skirmish into the 1-2-3. We commit it. We've got our combo breaker. We don't care if it gets parried. OUG are full sending it. Looks for the parry, doesn't manage to find it. But SS1 have been reduced to just water, and this is long past boiling point, as OUG are going to kite this one out and be able to claim the elimination.
Indeed, past boiling point, Moxie. Baby U and OUG super scaled up, and OUG, we talk about GG's Siphon, but OUG last year had, I believe, one of the biggest points games on the back of their Siphon on Holoroth. In 2023 with Baby U, just because his Cicada is so strong. He's one of the premier fighters inside trios. Now, we still can't count out GG. I'm curious where the points are, but it's not looking good for GG in order to MVP this round. We are most likely going to a game 5. Now, there's still a lot of Yang depletion situations carrying out. They do have the blue buff to navigate this, but OUG is up to 15 kills, and Bauda is up to 12 kills. Both of these teams, absolute juggernauts on opposite sides. I'm hoping to see a good fight between these two teams as this endgame kind of navigates, but it's going to be really tough for GG to scale up from this situation. Now, we have seen in the past Viper teams picking their spots perfectly, assassinating one of these very, very strong teams who overextends, and then now suddenly they pick up a ton of loot. So I still cannot write out GG, but it's looking like OUG or Bauda are the favorites to take this lobby.
It's looking like we're gonna get a Soul Altar fight immediately off of the rip between SS1 and ASE. ASE, who went into Realm of Yang with a Viper composition, which is always going to be harder to pull off because of the pills being able to block LOS. And speaking of by blocking, this Viper's being blocked from her entire team right now. There's the Justina dashing on through. It was a bait, and Juan fell for it. And unfortunately, neither Zai, hit by that silence, doesn't have access to the F2 to reposition. The Matari is going to be able to ult. Is going to give a little bit of restoration coming on through for Juan to try and live. But even though you're invisible, you're not impervious to damage nor the stuns coming on through from the onslaught of stun dazzles that ASE's Han is putting Juan currently under. This Zai has not got to play a single bit of that fight. And off of the back of that one, ASE have the numbers advantage. They just have to make sure that they do not misplay the situation. Miscommits the LMB once and twice to be able to take down Zuan. Here comes SR potentially looking for a third party. Poison Splash is going to sound on off, showcasing that SS1 are going to lose another of their players, and it's now potentially going to be a third party situation for SR to come through and capitalize off of all of the ultimates that ASE just committed. Although Justina, I do believe, was able to cancel her ultimate a little bit early to retain around about 40% of that rage bar, as well as grab one of those soul blooms, so it's not quite the out of ultimates bank that SR were looking to take advantage of, and it seems like they're just going to look to grab the loot instead.
SR, I don't think saw how many cooldowns were invested there. They're more than happy to force him off the loot, get that triple purple alloy, considering their transformers, and now their game is recovered. There's 23 people left alive going into this end game. Draco Storm is on Bauda right now. So Bauda definitely in the driving seat, trying to pick off the last remaining stragglers. But only DRG has some stragglers running around, having a tough day so far. But still, a lot of these teams very, very close in that 37-38 margin. So with GG not powering through, not be able to MVP this round, it's really up for these teams to really climb to catch up to where they are. And OUG was already on top of the leaderboard. So with this win, we may have two teams MVP eligible by the end of this round.
Well, we can have a look and see a replay of one of those Rumble Gang fights we didn't get to see. CZT on top of that pillar, goes for the Tianhai state. Looks for the grabs at the same time as the Gem invests that Kylan ultimate. Gets one grab into the Kylan dash follow through. XCM does get stun dazzled into the Justina freeze follow-up as well. Xiaoran committing another of those dashes, but if you're dashing onto that Kylan, you're not dashing onto the Transformer, and that means that ZZT is able to find another grab, another slam, and another follow-up of that Kylan V2 into another grab. This Monk has been able to find so much value with the Kylan just taking all of the brunt of attention. Steps up into the plate, invests that Tianhai F1 to be able to cover his teammates to find that recovery. And Bauda off of the back of that one were able to find the spacing and eliminations to live through the CC chain potential of that Justina ultimate coming on out. And it's bagged themselves a very tasty lot of loot as well as Soul Jades, which they're going to need if they want to be able to stick the landing of this Spirit Well. GG yet again content to stir the pot. CJ as throws out that Tessa ultimate to chase these teams away and force out these resources early as they want to just burn as many teams as possible right now so they can get a little bit more in terms of the ranking points.
Bauda's XCMs has fallen right now, but we're gonna have to see on the back of Jing and ZZT, can they bring this back? Multiple teams showing up though. The Spirit Well fight is going down, and we see GG trying to get in there, trying to get active. Big portion be coming out, safe from everyone else. Back to the action though. ASC's miss, gonna pop that V1 stun, forcing out another team, but look who's coming in. OUG, baby, you like a wrecking ball with the pulse sword. Nbpl gonna be cutting down the middle of this. They're investing everything, but the silence is coming out. ASC is not gonna give this up freely, but SR's Zhao diving in, getting the monk grab, and then standing still, letting everyone in the lobby fry his opponent down. SR able to pick up another skill, but on the outside, GG on match point, gonna find a nice kill here onto the retreating OU or OA. PP down to 1 HP. Tessa ult's gonna be coming down. Wuchen's PP getting out of the distance, but not able to follow up. Oh, actually he does. 1 HP. He's able to get out of there. OA's with the jabbing, able to exchange it, taking down LXM, and for sure, we are going on to the next round, Moxie.
Yeah, GG suddenly reduced to just the one player. Spirit Well still has not been capped. BBU and Jinyu both in the path of a Kylan V2. Spirit Well, Dome drops. OUG not out of the woods just yet and being able to control it, but looking at the minimap, all of the other teams around them have receded, and it looks like the flag has been waved. OUG will be able to pick up the buff, and now it's just a matter of kiting it out for as long as possible so they can take advantage of it to set up into the one that comes afterwards. Han with the slam down RMB from that spear to the F1 into the return slam down is going to get caught out by JL's Cuckoo, who's able to keep a track of where that Siren had ended up and will be able to revive his teammate unless he gets interrupted. OUG now having picked up that Draco Storm, see the Forbidden Seal, and the dinner bell has been rung, and OUG want a seat at the table.
Yeah, OUG triple gold armor on the Siphon composition, coming in hot. You with the stagger, SS with the follow-up, with the kill. These guys, no fear with the Draco Storm, just taking every fight. Zhao on the monk, though, is gonna pop it. They're gonna start cooking at his feet. Already a quarter of his health immediately deleted right now. They're gonna fade out. Nice grab coming out from Zhao, looking for the double grab from another team, but he's already down to half health. The rest of the lobby is gonna be burning him down. Right on the edge of this no ult zone, and baby, you and XCM gonna chop down at him, and it looks like Bauda is gonna steal the kill from Zhao. Woo woo, a little bit of an overheat situation. OUG's SS gonna get taken down really low, forced to pop the 10 ult, and now they're gonna kind of slow down take things easy, get a bit looted up. They still have that Syra ult online just in case they get all in, but still a little bit of an overheat right here. OUG wants to secure this win. With that situation, with that kill steal, Bauda is now tied. Both these teams have 16 kills going in to the last 12 people in the lobby.
They found a Tessa hiding inside a purple bush, and OUG now have to get that ultimate as well as interact with that soul urn so that they don't get enchanted into potentially walking into a Moonbane. Regardless, I think Jinyu eats another hit of that Moonbane. Poor OUG have been targeted very perfectly by those random AoE splashes. Rico, we can see up on that left side, was denied the revive opportunity due to OUG double backing over to the body that had been dropped to pick up some of those resources that they had to utilize and expend to keep that Sammy healed up and safe. And because they were chasing down some of those eliminations, they're now not in a better position to prevent Bauda from setting up on the Spirit Wall. And even with Draco Storm, Baby U goes down beneath the double slam damage. SS is also brought low enough, and we talked about the overheat situation. The fact that the Temi was forced into popping that ultimate has fed into the cards that OUG had to play in this situation. They got so aggressive in trying to keep the Spirit Well in play, even without that Temi ultimate, that they just fall prey to the double grabs from the other TNI.
Yeah, big capitalization out of Bauda. This is going to be climbing up the leaderboard right now, but unfortunately, they might have to give up the Spirit Well as JL makes a move right now with the V1 stun, but Bauda's XCM is going to fall right now. Down to a 2v3 situation. ZZT trying to stay on the inside, but JL is going to scoop the buff, get a refresh on all of their ultimates. The blue buff is going to make it impossible to run. ZZT trying to make his way out of there, investing his bell, but nowhere left to go. The focus fire just overwhelming him, suffocating him here. And now JL with the momentum, with the blue buff, able to spot all these stragglers out. They're going to find Bauda's Jing as well, trying to hide out in the situation. Unlucky for Bauda, they are gonna fall, but OUG now is still here. It's Jinyu. What are the chances he's able to make it to the last little bit? There's no way. There's 3 minutes left.
Not without no.
Jinyu just trying to outlast, just trying to survive, but nowhere to go. B1's gonna be invested. Meng is gonna get grappled, not able to get into zone, not able to deny the hit. F1 is gonna come out. Tessal's gonna come out. Nowhere left to go, and JL is gonna clean this up with 9 kills, but I don't believe that's enough to steal away the MVP of the round. It looks like JL was it JL?
OUG.
OUG.
Oh no, Bauda. OUG were coming in with so many eliminations and like a second place, or rather a third place with that Syra because OA's Meng was able to survive the second, but the eliminations that they found off of that last Spirit Well were very decisive. Still, GG, denied MVP. Raven, we're guaranteed to go a game, and now it's just a matter of whether or not they're going to be joined by OUG, who got incredibly close but denied that kill score multiplier. I don't know if they made it over that 63 point.
It's going to be very, very close. I'm hoping that they do, just so we get an epic battle between these two inside the realm of Yang. I always love seeing their mirror matchups of Siphon on Siphon violence. A lot of that mirror matchup ends up coming to a lot of finesse, a lot of like precise play. Now, will we see some new plays coming out with the Syra variation? As we've seen today, even if you Moonbane, like OUG was in a full out Moonbane, and they just fought back. They just all click their buttons, click the ultimate, and they absolutely shredded GG with their Moonbane. Now, GG didn't have purple armor, didn't really get to buy purple weapons either, so a little bit of a disadvantage versus the scaled up team. And to be honest, Moxie, a little bit unlucky. The Moonbane is kind of gotcha when it comes to NARAKA. Sometimes it hits people with the 4-piece like Frostmus and instant kills them.
Oh.
Sometimes it just hits all around you and you get no value off your Moonbane.
Yeah, unfortunate. And sometimes, you know, we get the endgame situations where Moonbane is directly on top of Spirit Well and it hits everybody in Spirit Well. Moonbane, he is very much quite literally hit or miss. But it will be interesting to see whether or not GG are going to be the only team. We'll find out. Oh, yeah, if OUG had had the kill score multiplier and a couple more eliminations, they would have been able to clear it. But GG remain the only team currently above 63 points across the board. So not only are they going to be able to stay in that first place position, so that if we do go to 8 games, they'll be able to take the bi-weekly by default of total score. They are also the only team currently available for MVP eligibility. So if OUG, JL, and SR want to be able to walk over this bi-weekly final, they have to deny GG from winning this next match once more.
Gonna be close. I mean, OUG has been very consistent in the bi-weekly. Now they've thoroughly heated up. Now in the first 2 rounds, even of bi-weekly finals, generally the warm-up rounds, there's a little bit of jitters, everyone's kind of running the strategy, but by the 3rd round, everyone's firing on all cylinders. So everyone is super heated up right now. Speaking of getting heated up, let's get this question right, ladies and gentlemen. How many players chose Syra in game 4? Never mind. Another hard question. Was it A, B, 4, C, 6, or D, 7? Well, we have a free hint. It can never be 7. I don't even think 7 is possible, right, Moxie?
Let's see. Yeah, it could be.
How do you get 7? I know you can do like...
There's 4 teams in phase 1. There's 4 teams in phase 2. And they have 9 hero points to play with.
Oh, someone just like dumps. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen.
You could straight up just dump your hero points to be able to afford Syra. It is definitely possible. Whether it's an investment that your insurance banker would advise you to take remains to be seen. But we can have a look and see better stats for coming in with those last teams and MVPs. XEM doing the damage on that Kylan with 13,000, and also ZZT 18,542. He's probably going to be walking away with the overall MVP given the 12 assists that he had tallied. That's a lot of TN high grabs into Kylan follow first.
Wow, this is crazy. DRG and Wolves all the way at the bottom at 34 and 34 respectively. SS1 at 40, YZG at 41, Alliance at 42. Now ASC at 45.8, OA at 48, SR at 52, JL at 52, OUG at 55, and then above the rest of the pack, 66 for GG, but OUG's trailing now at 10 points. We talk a lot about the MVP and possibly ending the tournament, but if it goes the full distance, it's based on points, and we've totally seen that happen as well, going the distance and playing by points. OUG, JL, SR, all relatively near each other, and just like other top teams, it's very possible to get that 15 to 20 point game to secure the top spot. Now, even though I thought GG had a chance, Viper is not really their MVP round, and everyone's going to definitely bust out their best. They did have a really great start though from these highlights, Moxie, off spawn versus Wolves.
Yeah, LXM able to find the stagger with that Viper after being able to connect onto 2 players of Wolves who were stacked a little bit too close. LXM that also not getting punished for being mid-air with the peel coming through from his player. This is the moment that we talked about where OUG just, you know, knuckle down, and even through that Moonbane will commit into that fight, given the fact that they have Sand Siphon, which does incredibly well into the neutral, forcing out that Witch and Teleport, claiming 2 of those eliminations and preventing GG from having scaling into the mid to late game by denying them picking up that purple armor. This is OUG Jinyu with the staff RMBs, chase downs with the jump LMBs, being able to take the fight and kite it into a 2 versus 1 that they can immediately take advantage of. ZZT here with the TN high getting frozen up by a Justina, but still being able to stick in that ultimate to be able to confirm into that double grab. And this is the moment that Barda were able to find yet another double grab, taking OUG down and denying them the potential of walking with the kill score multiplier and the eliminations, which would have been enough to push the team past that 63 points and giving them an opportunity to end the day alongside GG early.
MVP again goes to a zipping. 19,000 damage on zipping, 18,000 healing. Looking at his setup, he did have wind sprout for his fan, and max damage reduction with a little bit of health. Looking for that super tanky zipping, keeping up his team healed and keeping the damage rolling with that wind sprout with the nice flanks. Jing, known for his support wave, known for his Viper play as well, I believe. Jing's been around for a good minute within the league. We've seen him bounce from team to team, but big stuff coming out him to secure the MVP for this round. Are we seeing a trend now, Moxie? Used to be no supports get MVP. Now we're only seeing supports get MVP. What is this?
I mean, they're doing damage though, is the thing. Like they're stacking the heal numbers and the damage numbers, because remember, Kurumi hasn't gotten an MVP yet. Granted, a team of Kurumi hasn't managed to find the overall win yet, but both Syra and Zip, like you said, we're in a meta now where it's not just you're a support and you're only a support, right? You have to be able to help your team out in terms of those damage numbers because of the sustain and CC meta that we're currently finding ourselves in. So when you find that CC, you have to be able to commit alongside the rest of your team, because the precious seconds that it is up there for, with the amount of sustain and peel that is available in NARAKA at this level, you have a very limited time frame to convert those seconds of stagger into a full elimination.
Exactly. Man, who is gonna take the day right now? I mean, GG is a favorite right now. I gotta be rooting for my man, Baby U with OUG. Can they hold GG from getting this MVP this next round and securing it, going the distance right now? I think in the realm of Yang, now that all the teams are pretty warmed up, we still haven't seen GG siphon for the day. So I'm very curious to see how they come out swinging. Are they going to be coasting, kind of keeping it easy? Will we see some more big plays coming out from Bauda? Bauda had a monster transformer day, and from what we've seen so far, even GG had a really big transformer day. We talk about a lot of the Syra situations, but still, a lot of these end games have been dictated by the fact that Transformers is able to claim these spirit wells. Even after all the pressure coming in, the synergy between Zipping and Kylan and just the nature of pushing everyone into the zone gives them a pretty big edge. Now, we still have seen Syra going to the sky and playing off the heal off perfectly, but leading into that situation, it looks like Monk really gets to dictate who lives and dies in these end games.
I feel like Syra is if you've got a lot of eliminations before the zone collapses and you can play for kill score multiplier, that's how your team walks away with the MVP. And Tianhai is if you're lacking those eliminations coming into the end game, then you can scale up off of a Spirit Well and be the overall end game boss of that final circle and make up the eliminations that you're lacking. And then obviously you have the Kylan as well to be able to utilize the Keelan guard off of that V2 to be able to sustain and live the heal off situation too. So there's multiple avenues for all of these teams to be able to go down. It's just one, the map that you find yourself on, and also the identity of the team, because like all of these teams, even though they're playing different compositions, they still have comfortable play styles, right? To the way that whenever we see GG, no matter what composition they're on, even if it's meant to be a composition to be aggressive and look for those all-in situations, we were following GG every single time they made a play, every single time they made a move. They were on Viper Tesla Wu Chen, they took one fight off drop, which was dropped on their head literally by wolves forcing their hand, and then they took a second one to try and find a little bit of extra loot over towards Imperium, but they didn't look for any third-party instigations other than that, and the fight that they actually took, they only did off of confidence from Moonbane, as opposed to third-partying in on two teams that were currently fighting and could potentially have turned onto them too. So even though they were playing a very skirmisher and assassin-style composition, which can be very fast and aggressive, GG, that doesn't fit their playstyle. They still played it safe.
Exactly, Moxie. Playing it safe is GG's MMO, though. They love playing it safe. Now, we haven't... Actually, another team that's been playing very well today is JL's Onefang. Now, they have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder to deal with now that TXJ has left their team. Are they still the same caliber of team without TXJ, especially with VBB not there. Fang, I gotta say, out of all the monks I've seen this season, has been doing the best, able to pick up grabs over and over and over. Now we're seeing a GG right here in high spirits. Whoever this is on the far left, I know it's not 330, because 330 is huge. He's on the far left of GG. This guy just looks emotionless every single time, just full stoic.
LXM?
Oh, that's why. LXM is like usually the biggest damager of the team, just always chill, just locked in. We're seeing DRG, also one of the teams that didn't have a roster change this season. Looking locked in, going in. My man on the left just lean backed, ready to go for this next round. Moving forward.
GG have like capybara energy. They don't really care what happens around them. They're just gonna play their way. And if you know your way of play, you're intrigued with that way of play, they'll kill you and then they'll continue with their capybara energy until they get to endgame.
Capybara, GG as capybaras. That's where capybaras playing endgame, and I'm just imagining GG is walking around as capybaras. Just not letting anyone attack it, like beating everyone with friendliness. I don't know about that one, Moxie. I can't give you the GG capybaras. More like
not endgame. They're definitely not capybaras in endgame. They're wolverines in endgame, honey badgers, like if you will.
I like that one more, but capybaras is just disrespectful to GG. These guys are just absolute monsters in endgames. Like capybara is kind of like.
Capybara early. They're content to land where they want to. You know, they've made their own space. If you come into it, it's at your peril. But the second that we get into like scaling to endgame, no, they will absolutely devour you whole if you get too close.
Oh, this is another thing to note. OUG is always forced to last round because they're on MVP round.
Mm-hmm.
They don't really get the prio pick if it gets banned out, so they may have to eventually gamble and put the points on. My prediction is they'll probably gamble on Holoroth just because they've had some of the most legendary performances on Holoroth.
Well, they'll be gambling here because we're headed to Holoroth.
SS1, Transformers, YZG Transformers, Wolves, Christina Cannonball, second round pick, Alliance. What are we going to be going with? And what is this tape thing on the forehead of YZG? What is that? Wait a second.
I think it's a band-aid.
That's the biggest band-aid I've ever seen. It's covering his full forehead. Maybe it's a cooling.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe it's like one of the heat pads that, like, you know, the heat pad meta has evolved. Although you're not supposed to have direct contact with skin with those, so I would hope that it's not on the forehead. We're going to see that Syra's going to increase by 2 points for the cost price. Tianhai, Zip, and Kylan all going to be prioritized for second phase. Now we'll get to see whether or not OUG are going to be banking on that Siphon composition. No! Viper, Tessa, Wu Chen. They still need points, and they're a stone's throw away from hitting that MVP eligibility, so they're going to be able to do it with the Viper, Tessa, Wu Chen. They don't need to make it to endgame. They just need to find some eliminations early off of the rip to be able to bag themselves those points and get past that MVP eligibility breakpoint. GG though, they are going to be going for Siphon. Takeda and Syra, they invest big time, Raven. I think they want to finish it out here and now.
A really good point that you brought up about OUG. We were talking about MVPing rounds and being so accustomed to these round picks from round to round, picking the right comps when it suits you. OUG doesn't need an MVP this round. They just need a couple more points, and they can easily do that on the back of a Viper composition where you get a lot of your kills off spawn, and as long as they get past the threshold, as long as they get past, I think they're down 7 points, they get 7 kills, it doesn't even matter that they need to get to endgame. And then it sets up for their more long game compositions, like their Transformers, like their Siphon comps. They're able to MVP on those rounds instead. And we see GG finally bringing out the big guns. Now, looking at the average points, it's only 8.4 compared to some of the other teams in the lobby. That's around like the middle of the pack. Not normally where we see GG running this composition. Now, it is the second week, so hopefully they're more locked in. Looking at DRG, they have an average of 13 points on their cannonball. SS1 at 12.7. That's on the higher end of the average point. This is very telling to know which teams are more comfortable on these compositions, as we see SR at an average of 4.5, while OA absolutely crushing it on their Xiphon composition. So look to see whether or not these average points show consistency between these teams and whether or not they can kind of break the mold. We are in the second bi-weekly. There's a lot more VOD footage to go off of. I'm curious to see. I can never bet against GG. It's like betting against Mike and Solus. It's just like, it just seems like a bad bet of whether or not they're able to bring it out. But we are seeing them land in a little bit different of a position. Now, we don't get to see the actual outlook of what's possible. Maybe the top half isn't there, but they're still relatively near the north.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Imperial is grayed out and they're landing as close as they possibly can to be able to trek up over there. Wolves not going to be dropping on GG. They touched the stove and got burned on Padoria, so now they're going to be headed on over to Matab, which they're going to have to contest with SS1. OUG, Viper Tesla Wuchen, going to be looking for a third-party timing attack. No surprises where they're landing. City of Tang, where they're thinking that they're going to be able to run into multiple teams at each other's throats. Unfortunately for them, there's only one team that's going to be landing here, and now here is the fight that is going to determine the tempo of the rest of this lobby. GG versus ASE. Who comes out on top? CGS has already got his hands on a weapon. He's trying to take a 2 versus 1. Out comes the Takeda F. No blues can be thrown. Turns around. Has bought time for the peel to come through from his Syra. And there it is. The stun dazzle into Takeda F1 over the shoulder. Dodges out of the way of the comet, but that eats up the stamina bar. And ASE gets the turnaround with Mist making a huge play. Gets a huge parry into the bow swap. This is falling apart for GG.
Wow. ASE looked like they were going to fall apart due to the Takeda slam, but they bring it back with the back of the wild R&B hitting 2 GG members. OA against Bauda, though, against the wall. The staggers coming out. ZZT and Jing able to close it out and making quick work again. Bauda picking up where they left off with their Transformers. Can they keep up that momentum? Can they close the distance and catch up to that 63-point threshold? Now, GG, even though they died there, it can make their way to the north. As long as you die very early, it actually sets yourself up a better position to recover. The faster you take that first fight, the easier it is to get to the loot first and recover your game.
Yeah, OUG, though, they're going to be very happy. They don't need to recover their game. They got the 3 eliminations off of the bat that they wanted into City of Tang. So they'll be able to have all of that position to loot on through and scale on up to potentially third party in on some of these other teams into the area. ASE still hungry for more eliminations, having won against GG, going to be committing on through. On with that Tyra V1 is going to hold on to it, pulls it out. Now the Kylan is going to be coming on through with that V2, potentially disrupting the Syra as ZZT is looking for the grabs. The second that he does find one, the Syra might be able to find the full hit of Stagger, but not if Han is the one currently in the palm of Sleepy T's hand. No stun, no knockback potential. Han has to utilize the last bit of his ultimate to space away from the fray, get a little bit of distance, pull one armor powder through, and set up a Moonbane charm directly onto an ultless Bauda team.
Bauda's XEM down to his last little bit.
Ooh! XCM is gonna go down beneath the Dragon Slayers into that Nethers, and ASE just have to clean up the matter now. Stoneform gets committed onto no one on ASE's side. We're ready for that commitment. They all get hit by the horizontal haymaker, and now off of the back of that one, they take a little bit of chip damage to the armor, but still find the elimination that they're looking for. As we can see that further north, GG are up to their familiar shenanigans. They revive, they head over towards Imperial, and they start looting through the terrain that no one actually has been able to pick clean because everyone knew that GG would be in the area already.
NY7 has full blue armor, setting up for this first Rumble Yang. All you need for the first Rumble Yang is really purple ult for your Takeda. The Moonbane on deck to secure this first Rumble Yang. It's always very tempting when you have that first Moonbane to kind of use it on a team for some extra kills before that first Rumble Yang. And this really shows like which teams are very, very disciplined when getting their strategy going. You have to really weigh how much you scale up with the loot that you get versus Rumble Yang versus wiping another team. Now, if you see another juiced up team who burn all their ultimates and it looks like they have a lot of loot already off spawn by checking them using that target lock, it might be worth the investment. But generally, going for that first Rumble Yang is more important. We are going to catch OUG on their Viper composition, Baby U on the backside, waiting for the right opportunity to go in, get the flank in onto OA, but OA has a Zai ult already going down, putting a ton of pressure onto Shinyu. Shinyu is going to fall, and unfortunate for them, Tut has them in their crosshairs, lining up the grapple, 2 grapples in, and Baby U cannot get away. The F2 is going to come down, is going to capture him. Now he has to fight his way out of here, but the gold focus, the F coming through, Baby U is going to fall, and OA's Tut with the Zai has just been on fire today. Every single time we have his POV, he's taking someone down, putting his team on his back and carrying them through.
GG have already been able to find themselves purple armor, which is going to set them up to scale this Takeda V3. They can absolutely put themselves into a realm of Yang too if they're feeling confident to go with this composition to get that legendary weapon. Start hyper scaling up that Takeda V3. GL in the meantime gonna have found OA. PP comes on through with the Syra V1. Spaces away to create enough distance to break out of that Viper ultimate. We've got Phantom Step on the field as well for the Syra 2 to make it even harder to be able to lock her down. PP with the stun dazzles just managing to play Gatekeeper, essentially building Bouncer onto the edge of that zone, forcing JL to pull the ripcord of that Wuchen teleport and disengage out into City of Tang as OA take to the rooftops. We reenact the Lanny cutscene. JL playing the pose of Lanny and OA very much in the format of that trail, looking for the chase down. There's a lot of these teams going to be looking to see if they can pick up a couple of eliminations onto some teams that are out towards the edges of the map, hoping to recover their game before the Realm of Yang spawns up.
Alliance, let's look at the leaderboard. ASC at 6 kills, OA at 2, Bauda at 3, YZG at 2. And we're seeing a little bit of an adjustment from the lobby, Moxie, where because the MVP round is going down, a little bit more caution from these teams to not just overextend and take so many fights, but this is giving the opportunity for the lower half of the lobby to make their way in. We're seeing a lot more aggression coming out from the bottom half of the lobby, and they're capitalizing, climbing through. We see OA getting more points, ASC climbing up. I have to say though, GG has their work cut out for them. I do want to see what their line is versus Transformers. Traditionally, when we've seen Takeda versus Monk, a lot of the pressure goes on to burning through the Monk. We call it frying the Monk. But because Monk is the healing variation where every time he gets a grab and gets a slam, it heals him a ton, it's a lot harder to really burn him down. Plus, the new modern Monk does have that jump, so he is able to get away from targets jumping on the pillar and denying a ton of that pressure. That's where I think Cannonball does have a little bit of advantage when it comes to rushing down the Monk, that your Feria can always knock the Monk down when he tries to retreat and sit on the pillar. The jump is not very easy, I'll give the Monks that, but it definitely changed the name of the game. We are getting a little bit of a head nod for the shopping before the round of Yang. ASC, both GG, waiting to go in. With that head nod though, only a limited amount of slots going into the Realm of Yang. Are these teams going to be able to go in? GG needs to be able to get in if they hope to MVP this round. And immediately, CGS is going to be posturing going in, has the F1 pick, and boom, we are in, and we're going to get the 2 rivals to go at it, Wolves and GG. Always a privilege to watch these 2 guys go at it.
It's not the Tianhai versus the Sand Siphon. It's going to be the new Cannonball composition on the block. Sorry with that, Justina. CGS takes to the sky to try and obscure the fact that he's committed that F1 on that Takeda. Drops down with the R&B from that fan. You don't have the opportunity to clank against it, otherwise over the shoulder you go. Scale Rush puts the pressure onto the Justina, forces out that V1 early. Cyrus mid-ult for free-free-0 to try and keep all of his players up and active as the Farrier starts to find the cannonball and finds the freeze onto CDS's Takeda, but the Pure comes on through in the form of all of this ult. Coming on out with that Temi. LXM is losing a lot of his HP because of it. The Farrier goes through the window to be able to keep up the pressure on the players playing inside the wind funnel. And now CJS with the fan RMBs gets to put the pressure back onto Wolves. Throws it out once, throws it out twice, goes for the F1. He's lost his Temi though. 3-3-0 is currently getting Dragon Slayer into Nessa. GG's players are split and fragmented. They can't utilize the synergy. A huge double parry comes on through from LJX, and GG lose. They lost their first hot drop fight. They lose their first Realm of Yang fight. Their recovery is denied.
Tough break for GG, but a big win for Cannonball everywhere. I was saying there before, Cannonball was created to beat Siphon, and it does really poorly just because Syro, like you were saying before, Moxie, just eats through the Temi wall. What can you got no safe place to really go with the Farrier on one side, with the Syra on one side, and then a Justina dashing. It ends up being very tough, and anyone is explodable. GG was in a prime position to close this out, but it looks like the lobby is going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Now, we can't count out GG again. They have been known to bring it back, find these kills, and be able to salvage situations, finding reses here and there, even after getting 2 kills. We have SR on the hunt right now. On the traditional side, and the Kurumi is out. We're saving some points here to go the distance. And SR up to 52 points. The points going down the distance will pay off in the end. Wolves on the Cannonball, going to be playing for the box, getting a ton, using their buff, surprisingly, to continue scaling up, to continue macro playing up. Nice play from Wolves, taking a line from GG, to be honest, setting up for their end game.
Yeah, but GG, like you said, we can't count them out. Unlike the previous lobby where so many kills went through incredibly quickly, this lobby is at a much slower pace. So there isn't a lot of kills that are being sequenced away from GG, and we could see a lot of players making it into the end game for GG to be able to find those eliminations, especially if they can control one of those spirit walls. The point of pressure is going to be whether they can control the spirit walls, because, you know, Temi, he was in the past a box comp, right? He played for Morris Blessing, which is what we had in NARAKA BLADEPOINT before we had the spirit walls, and you would use it to mulch ultimate to be able to control a Morris Blessing. You would prioritize going into those points of interest as opposed to a Realm of Yang. But now that we have so many Cyrus in the lobby, being able to just chalk up a point of interest to being held down by a Temi V1, it's not enough. It's not adequate anymore. So GG are going to have a lot of the points that they would usually be able to use to recover their games from entirely denied if they're not careful. And they're now going to have to try and pick their way into a fight going head-to-head against SS1, who are running Tianhai, Kylin, and Zip. So, Raven, it's not the Realm of Yang fight, but you get to see Sun Siphon into Tianhai regardless.
Yeah, CGS is going to be leading the charge right now, throwing those R&Bs like hotcakes, trying to get that big damage. He is going to get double jumped and grabbed for his reckless jump right there. Water is going to jump through, try to get the follow-up, but CJS is going to line of sight, hide under the cover. CJS on the Syra is going to be burning away, or 330 is going to be burned away at Water. CJS is going to get re-grabbed again. Oh no, he is going to go flying. Does he get the re-grab? The tree is going to defend him right now, but SS1 is going to keep up the pressure, flying in right now. CJS is going to make his way into the building. His teammates trying to cover him. Zan does come in right here, but into a world of pain right now. Instantly, Zuan gets deleted by the pole sword of LXM. Now dodging left and right. CJS trying to get the kill. Gets the parry on the Shenyuan. Looks for the scale rush. Gets the reset. No, he does not. Wait a minute. Shenyuan with the pole sword dash is going to get out of here. Doesn't want to be in this house of pain. 330 is going to go down. A minute left. 2v2 situation. Water coming in with the pole sword, trying to create a flanking angle for Shenyuan, but Shenyuan is going to get fried. F is going to be invested. LXM and CGS possess, keeping up the pressure onto Juan. But oh no, another team, it looks like, who is this? OA?
OA
is showing up with the third party, and it's the Zai of Tut coming in. Wait a second, I spoke too soon. He instantly gets deleted, Moxie.
GG just went from like 0 eliminations to multiple as OA unfortunately roll up into a fight, one player way too far ahead of the rest of the squad. Material Ultimate comes on Fur. GG have not been able to get the revive onto Fur, given that he had Yang depletion, so he's not going to be pick-upable, as it now turns on to this poor Takeda, who's having to slip and slide his way down that cliffside in the hopes of keeping himself away from the Cyrus Stun Dazzle. Out comes the R&B from that spit. PP takes down SS1's Water, and GG are given a potential opportunity with CTS's Takeda V3. He goes through the Rift Portal, taking himself up into Yushan Ruins, chasing down the disengaging Zai. He's not letting Juan go. Manages to find the Fury and Shove connection. The armor swap comes on through from Juan. CTS utilizes the activation of the Takeda F1 to be able to frame through, misgambling on that parry before coming on through with the 1-2 jump horizontal and chases even further back. We've got the Looney Tunes Tom and Jerry chase down, and CTS will finally be able to find the elimination, but unfortunately for him, it's come at the cost of losing LXM. GG may have been able to find the eliminations that they're looking for, but now they're going to have to find rebirth charms, and those are going to be few in supply.
He did get 21k, so he is in position to buy the reses back. Now, going into the realm of Yang, though, we got YZG versus Wolves. YZG on the Transformers versus the Cannonball. Syra ult's gonna be invested. Barry ult's gonna be invested. And TXJ is gonna be the target right now on the Monk, getting fried. CXZ on the Kylan, trying to peel the divvy up this. Nice grab from TXJ, able to demech the Farrier by landing the grab onto her exposed body. Wolves now with the flank, still putting a ton of pressure on the TXJ. One grab's gonna come in, not a second grab right now. Deep Fry is gonna come down. TXJ not opting to slam right now, is gonna get frozen. But ZK is going to get a full heal off, and now everyone from YZG is low right now. V1 is going to be ticking down, but CXZ can get lifted up right now. Justina with the pulse sword is going to come with the slam. LJX is low on the Syra. He is going to get traded out, and now in a 2v2 situation. Wait a second. Can YZG bring this back? Back-to-back parries from both Wolves member end up getting baited out. Push down, set to the ground, but TXJ gonna guard the flank of QGG with the parry. Now 2v1 situation, QGG down to half health. TXJ trying to cover for his teammate, but we have to make a decision quickly. 20 seconds left. We don't want to get timed out right now. RB's gonna come out, LMB's coming out, F2 flying out of the distance, but it looks like the Farrier is gonna try to buy time right now, trying to delay it, but NHQ is gonna fall with the accurate scale rush of TXJ. A back and forth fight, a classic battle of these Titans going down in the realm of Yang.
And in the meantime, I'll just get those for free. They go uncontested. We've got YZG just going down to the absolute wire, almost getting timed out, avoiding that horrible position because of TXJ being able to predict and catch the disengagement plan from the Farrier with the pillar and the scale rush off of that. But also that he was to add salt into the wound that he picked up from that Farrier because of that parry from that Justina. As we can now see that ESA have taken to the skies up into Achilles' crest. They've gone trying to figure out, this is one of those positions where teams like to hide themselves up out of the notice of teams that are giga buffed on up, and you can see that ESA have been able to find one team in such a situation. Poor JL have been spotted out. Tessa Ultimate is going to come on through and find a connection onto two of these players, and that tether will be snapping off in a matter of moments. There's the 3-second enchantment window, and that's going to buy Xiao Xiao the opportunity to swap on over to that dagger and scale rush away, cut the noise, break the ankles, and break out of the fight from SR, who are still committing to this engagement, trying to find the eliminations.
SR, usually teams don't bother going up onto Plume Castle just because it's so easy to kite in this position. But Junks, with these gold fist plays, with the stagger of this Draco Storm, is going in with the pain. able to peel off one of them, possibly landing a kill, but we are going to go to GG versus YZG. 330 is going to be spotted out on the Syra. Looks like the rest of them are going to move away, play for a second life. Unfortunate for GG's 330, making the noble sacrifice for a team. Now going back to Plume Castle. Wolves ZK again. Every time we got the camera on him, he's just laying down the law with this pole sword.
I mean, something to note though is that GG still have not let 330 fully bleed out. They could potentially track over to that body and pick him up. And with the focus that was onto the realm of Yang, that Takeda was able to res up both the Syra and the Temi. It does seem though that they have sacrificed, like you said, 330 to appease the team that could potentially have been chasing them and provide more distance between themselves and the rest of their players as they head back in towards Imperial. As we can see that Wolves still have not finished. They've got another player to drop another Soul Bloom to be able to pick up and cleanse that Yang depletion. And now with one elimination beneath their belt, they'll also now just need one for that Farrier. But like you said, there's a reason that a lot of these teams with the buff don't like kiting to this particular part of the map. And it's because the disengagement game is so incredibly strong with the scale rush potential. And unfortunately for Wolves, just as they run away from that placement, OUG, a team that could have been such an easy picking for Wolves to prey on and pick up that last Soul Bloom, roll up and absorb the spot they left behind.
Yeah, tough break for Wolves. They're up to 11 kills right now, too. Still a really, really good round. A little bit of a slow start for them, but they are the world champions right now. Even though they don't have all their original players, they're still doing really, really well this round. 11 kills. And on the back of this Cannonball, we got to see some really cool stuff of how Cannonball is utilized versus Siphon and how it's utilized versus Transformers. Now, GG, they got that alligator blood. They just will not go down. Still finding a way to survive in this situation. Navigating, passing by a fellow Siphon composition. They don't realize, they didn't do the math right there. We're like, wait a second, did you see a Syra? I was like, I saw Takeda and Temi. They just didn't want to really take that particular fight, wanting to transition to Spirit Well. And GG just invisible, finding the reses over and over. Maybe they'll be able to get a Spirit Well res out of this. Or will we see another two-player clutch with GG fading out this endgame? That would be crazy to do it twice in the tournament.
I mean, especially given the fact that they're down that Syra, so like, who's gonna heal? And also, it's a Temi up against what? OA have a Syra, ASE have a Syra, and Wolves have a Syra. That's 3 Syras who can interrupt your V1 safety reset. As SR aren't going to be interrupted, they will be able to pick up this Spirit Well for free. This has Draco Storm too. So GG are going to be very quickly removing themselves from any close position to that one. We can see that Wolves have been able to get their hands on a Reap of Charm as well as use it. LXM must have come into contact with somebody because we can see that this Temi is in the process of healing Vitalia, so he's hiding away most likely from an engagement that occurred between himself and ASE, and they've had to split themselves. The Takeda is separate from the Temi. If one gets spotted, the other will be able to survive.
Tough break for GG. They are right next to the bell and multiple gold armor teams all around them, but the Spirit Well buff, Draco Storm, is on the field right now, and it looks like everyone's transitioning. Don't really want to engage directly into any of this, but they are looking for those stragglers. This is one of the strats in Endgame that it doesn't make sense to hard commit for the 2 strong teams, but it does make sense to find out all the stragglers. And it looks like one of the stragglers, unfortunately for GG, is one of them. OUG is going to find them. LXM's going to invest that Temi ult, try to fight this out, try to sit in the wall. He's not able to, but nice PO coming out from CGS with the shove from the Takeda, trying to get the lineup right there. LXM trying to contribute as much as he can, but he is going to get pushed in the zone. Shinyu is going to close it out. Now you going to grab that Soul Balloon, going to keep up the pressure onto CGS. No more shoves to his name. And now, surrounded by everyone, gonna send that R&B, not able to land it right here. Light attacks are gonna come out, and OUG is gonna make quick work of GG. We keep going. No match point win for GG on their Siphon. But SR up to 9 kills. OA up to 9 kills. ASC up to 10 kills. And Wolves, it looks like they were able to secure it. Soul moving up to 11 kills. 3 teams, actually 4 teams, fighting for the MVP of this round.
Well, SR don't have to fight for MVP eligibility. They've claimed it with that 10th elimination. OUG incredibly close to it, as are OA and ASC. We could have multiple teams. We could have 5 teams, Raven. We could go from 1 team MVP eligible to 5 in this next lobby. Moonbane is going to come on through. Draco Storm still on the field for SR that they've been able to pick up the legendary fist blades off of this Takeda alongside that additional AoE damage. The light attacks, the jump LMVs is just pushing ZK closer and closer to the Moonbane. AoE will be able to throw out the Wisp as well, coming on through from Zhao on that Temi the second that she's out of that Justina F2. Just again, denying so much space for that Justina to be able to kite away from, allowing SR to pick up the elimination without any sort of aggression coming through from any of the teams in the surrounding area. And off of the back of that, they didn't even have to burn an ultimate.
18 people left alive. Game 5, Holoros. TXJ in a prime position to lead his team. But this is something I noticed too, Moxie. I feel like Transformers is closer to the best endgame team now. Before, you could make an argument that Siphon and Transformers were close to equal. But as the results are kind of showing right now, it looks like Transformers has such a dominance, and Syra does have a chance of winning heal off, but getting a ton of kills, it's back into Transformers like wheelhouse. They get to dictate a lot of this pace right now. Now SR is going to be testing YZG right now with the Temi ultimate, cutting in half, denying a lot of this pressure of TXJ. He's taking a ton of damage on his legs. He has to be careful right now. He gets one hit. He has to punch right now or he's going to go down. Nice big heal going to be coming out, looking for another grab again. Healing Circle is going to be coming out, and SR is going to force out TXJ and YZG. Looks like they're going to give this up and live to fight another day. Baby, you coming in with the armor and big damage coming down. And we're seeing that old school Sand Siphon claiming the center right there with the Krumio, popping the ultimate and popping the second ult for the follow-up. Now it's SR's turn to go around and pick up some kills. Who are they going to choose first?
Yeah, SR also getting that legendary armor, which even though it's on the ground, is only going to be available for them to get their hands onto. YZG turning onto these other teams, forcing out that Viper ultimate, hoping that by making another team more vulnerable, SR are going to turn onto them instead, and it does work. Bowder Gem is going to fall first, but now that that target has been eliminated, there's nothing in between SR and YZG, and CXE is not long for this world. TXJ is also going down with the honks of light attacks into the jump LMVs from these fist blades, aided by the additional damage from the Draco Storm. Everywhere that SR turns, one player on an opposing team vanishes. They're practically magicians at this current point. OA gonna have to go for the ultimates invested, the Matori ultimate, just trying to bail themselves out of sight, out of view from SR's target prioritization, but they've been putting themselves a little bit too close to the edge of that zone, and Junex with the Fury shoves feels the confidence to be able to go forward and secure them into a position for that Aurora burst to come and through from the Hongsword. ASE turn around, try and punish the potential overcommitment from SR, who are down a couple of their ultimates. The Tumultuous ultimate has been invested, as has that Takeda, and ASE's hand is trying to win second stage of this fight, coming on through with that Syra V1, but everyone from SR's armor is in such a state that they can just tank the additional damage coming on out from the Syra.
ASE doing their best to chip away at how tanky SR is with that Draco Storm, keeping everyone healed. Finally, ults are being invested. Level 2 of SR being engaged. We've ascended to the next level, keeping up the pressure, chasing down ASC. How dare you challenge us with the Draco Storm? But Junk's taking a ton of chip damage from the outside. Everyone trying to slow down this Draco Storm. Nice armor swap coming out from SR's Rico, the Kurumi of the team, but he might have sacrificed his own life for his team, for the greater good. OUG's Baby U is gonna find the kill onto the Kurumi. Now, SR is going to have a tough time MVPing this round. 2 people left alive. OUG recognizing the overextension, and SS now picking off Zhao, picking off Junks as well. OUG choosing the right time to put the pedal to the metal, picking up PP now, looking for the finish off. PP on the side, trying to buy some time, trying to get to the heal off situation. No. Baby U's coming in to clean that up as well. Last person left alive. OUG is gonna sneak this through, and wait a second, it's gonna be close of whether or not they can steal this MVP. 4 points plus the multiplier. It's going to be very, very close of whether or not OUG is able to take this away by the skin of their teeth, but they will be on match point after this.
Yeah, ASC's Han is just gonna be out of that Sarah ultimate in a matter of moments and now has to win a 1 versus 3 against a team who has, Dragon's Roar and a Tesla ultimate, and into the zone the fight goes, and out of the lobby onto the MVP stage. OUG will be able to take themselves. Unfortunately for them, the Raven, and here's the kicker. They weren't MVP eligible at the beginning of this match. If they'd just been able to pick up a couple more eliminations and a couple of more standing points and the kill score multiplier in the previous game, they would have finished the day out here and now. But no, this was the game that they needed to be able to elevate themselves above the 63-point threshold. So we go another game.
What's interesting, Moxie, is we haven't seen one composition dominate the MVP, actually. I think every composition has gotten an MVP so far, right?
Mm-hmm.
A Transformer, a Siphon. I don't know about a Siphon. Definitely, this was the first Viper.
No, we had a Matari. We had a Matari MVP earlier.
Yeah. But what about Sand Siphon with Temmie?
Oh, with Sand Siphon? No.
Not yet, right? But still, the Sand Siphon should have had this round, to be fair. That's a bit of an overheat right at the end there, giving the opportunity again for the a Viper team to just bring it back. And just the disrespect of overextension. All they have to do is slow it down. And that's something I definitely give GG a lot of credit for. It's they go aggressive when it's necessary and when it's 100% guaranteed. And they thread the needle very, very well. We see an overheat there. Unfortunately for the team. Now, still 18 kills. That's a lot of kills. Definitely the most kills of the day. So nothing to scoff at. But closing it out, the difference of getting that MVP, the placement points and the multiplier, that's a lot of points. And really, they have to be kicking themselves to secure these things, just because we're seeing it over and over, Moxie. It really does come down to a couple points that makes a difference between these top teams.
I mean, I think we have a lot of top teams, though, headed into this next lobby. We didn't really get to see the lobby full all in on GG. I think the way that sort of you and I expected a bounty to essentially be out. There it is, OUG, SR, and GG, and I believe actually off of the performance that OUG just had, both they and SR will be able to pass GG. So OUG are currently number 1 in standings, SR number 2, and GG have fallen down to 3rd place. So for GG, if they want to be able to win, even if we go to those 8 games, they are going to have to catch up now to the other 2 teams ahead of them. So it's not the 5 teams that it could have been, looking at the scoreboard when we were headed in before that first Spirit Well with the Dracostorm fully split out that lobby, but it's still much more teams than it was previously. So now that bounty scroll situation where everyone had to all in on GG has been diversified. You've got to split off the pressure between not just 1 team, but 3. So we're going to be having a look to see how many kills did Team AC get in game number 5 total. Was it A11? Was it B12? Was it C13? Or was it D14? Get your answer into chat and keep your eye on that whisper box so that you do not miss out on that spring split random gift.
Man, game 5 in the books, going to game 6. Do we go the full distance? Still 3 teams, all at MVP, all 3 of these teams having really, really good days, and all of them with lots of points to invest. Now, how are teams going to really look at investing? Because they do get forced to being in the last group, so it is a big gamble, depending on the map, of whether or not they should try to force the MVP. Now, we have seen Transformers have a ton of success, but we saw on Holoproth, just like forever, for the last 2 years, Takeda absolutely dominating those end games. Once he gets snowballing, he can really set up his team to secure everyone. Now looking at the leaderboard, OUG at 14 kills, stealing at the way on the Viper composition at 20.8, SR on the Siphon 19.5, ASC at 11, Wolves at 11, OA at 9, YZG at 6, Bowd at 3, GG at 3, JL at 3, Alliance at 3, SS1 at 2. But as we've seen throughout the day, the top 8 all really neck to neck. This time more like the top 6 having good games, and really that big jump with the 2 most stacked teams, SR and OUG, going at it. But we see the Viper comes in, we see that target selection, that nice hit and run precise play, and we see my man Baby U coming out with the damage, doing the damage when damage needs to be done. F3 V3 19k damage on his Viper.
I mean, that's gotta be a Baby U MVP. Surely we'll be able to see the amount of damage done between skills and ultimates, and that's probably gonna be the main barrel of the gun coming on through for that Viper. So we can have a look and see how that game number 5 has affected the standings. Overall, some very big surprises. Wolves, YZG, Alliance, DRG, even one of the teams who was a stone's throw away from taking last week's bi-weekly final, all lagging behind currently at the bottom end of the leaderboard as we move upwards and look to see some familiar faces and some absolute surprises. OA, new team coming into this season, very much proving that they have the means of being able to stand toe-to-toe with the best of the best in the league, as OUG, SR, and GG are cut above the rest currently, and statistically all have the opportunity of taking a bi-weekly finals, and it's up to everybody else to deny them that.
The thing is though, Moxie, everyone is so close to the threshold that I would be surprised if the next 3 teams don't just tap it in and get across, meaning that the next 2 rounds are going to be super aggressive, with 6 teams being possible. We are going to get the highlights of OUG going at it, hearing the comms, hearing the hype, seeing that camera movement from OUG's Baby U, looking spicy with it, that accuracy coming in hot, the securing of GG, ending their run right here. They valiantly fight this 2v3 situation. They can't pull the rabbit out of the hat again. They can't pull the magic out. No, not this time. Not versus OUG. The R&B is going to be coming out, chasing down this Syra. And you see the accuracy of OUG. Just focus firing targets. And this was the overextension. Why are we pushing it on the Karumi with the armor swap? And just look at this accurate shot coming down. Gets staggered, gets put down at range, and OUG with the momentum, with the armor taking, starts taking down everyone, making sure there are no Syras, able to clutch this out and close it out. The rest of the Siphon team does get taken down right at the end. Syras don't make it away alive. We're picking up every last little bit, just that little bit, to steal away the MVP of the round. If they miss even 1 kill, they don't get the MVP. They get every last kill right there, and it's on the back of my man, the 3-time MVP, Baby U.
6,445 damage done by skills and ultimates. So lots of F3 connections, and probably onto multiple targets at the same time too. There's that slow shot and sunwing shot that we saw absolutely capping OUG's Rico. So we can have a look and see the Juggernaut as well coming on out alongside Windy Trinity for the fan, damage reduction, and then 2 basic attack soldiers coming on through to total up to 19,004 damage, 9 kills that he was able to confirm, 5 assists as well. And you can see as well, OUG 1 kill before rebirth. Remember, they got 3 eliminations before they had to burn their rebuffs, because they went into that game just wanting the consolation prize of getting over the 63-point threshold, and they walked away with an MVP. So definitely something that OUG are going to be happy with. Now the question remains, can they keep that momentum going? Because they paint a target alongside the GG and SR when we head into game number 6.
Well, better 3 targets than 1. And the hype of those Yang battles. I love when multiple MVP contestants go into Yang versus each other, because it's whoever is able to win it ends up setting up their game. And we've seen some very, very dramatic events where even though a team loses in Yang, they're able to follow up and find the recovery and go into the second Yang and run that salty run back to contest for the MVP round. But before, ladies and gentlemen, we go to the exciting MVP rounds ahead of us, we are going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to what could potentially be the last game of today's NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Trios Bi-Weekly Finals 2. Or, Raven, we've seen it go the distance. It could potentially go 2 games extra. The question is going to be up to GG, OUG, and SR. Do you think we're going to go to Game 7, or do you think one of these teams closes it out right here?
I'm not gonna lie, Moxie. My head is just filled with the Hello Kitty song going over. Every time we go to break, I have to listen to that song like 5 times. So
not only do you have to listen to it, you've got to put up with me dancing along to it.
Now I'm imagining GG wearing the Hello Kitty outfits. It's a lot. It's just too much cutesiness. I do think GG, with their other competition, if they are able to run Transformers, I think their Transformers is one of the better in the league, but everyone is so close in skill that I could see this even going the distance, and we get 6 teams going for the MVP, just because we're seeing the other teams really, really warm up. We saw Wolves having a really good game. We see the rest of the lobby really, really heating up because they get first pick. So a lot of the times they get the cherry pick, best composition for the current map, and everyone else is kind of weighing like, well, if this goes the distance, what if we kind of fire all of our shots right now? We have nothing left in the chamber to get a good composition. Now, I think that's a foolish way to look at it, considering that OUG was able to win with the Viper composition as well on a daytime Holoroth, which we've seen Viper do well on pretty much every map. So it's really how you navigate these situations and how you play each composition. Not every composition is as straightforward. Viper definitely has a lot more prep work when it comes to hunting paths, where you go middle, how you're going to play the Yang grief situations, and then more importantly, how do you do the different situations of how to play endgame? Because you're never the most looted team going into endgame. Even if you get every Spirit Well, even if you go for the caves, there's no way you're going to be as looted as the Transformer teams that have gold weapons, that have gold armor going into endgame. So you still have to navigate that position perfectly. And not every team looks as practiced as some of these teams that have been able to MVP. OUG really come in big in that situation and clutch up and steal one away from everyone else, including GG. So will they win this next round? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Moxie, I gotta be rooting for my man Baby U. Rooting for Baby U to seal the deal, to carry his team through. He's back home from Bauta, back to OUG, and that round definitely goes to him and his team for playing it perfectly. Like, SS did a bunch of things as well following up. Normally you see the MVP player just because of their damage, but there's so much follow-up technique that allowed these teams to function so well together.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested as well to see like the state of points that are available, because we have to remember GG, they banked on that last round being their champion round, right? They spent on Syra so that they could get her into Sans Life, and even though they were the last phase. And obviously there's going to be like a couple of domino impacts off of that. One, you're going to be down hero points in comparison to teams like OUG, who decided that it would be better to be more budgeted and aware of that budget with the Viper test of Wuchen, because like we said, they went into that last game not expecting a win, not looking for a win, not really wanting a win, although you do get extra cash if you do win, so wins are always tasty. However, they needed to just get over the 63-point threshold. GG now were denied that MVP potential when they were the only team who had the opportunity, and not only that, the match that they played, the lobby that they had to play into, it wasn't just a case of they went out close to MVP, or, you know, they did reasonably, managed to win inside a Realm of Yang, managed to play into a Spirit Well, and then got knocked out of the lobby towards the tail end of it. They were scrambling to recover. They got hot dropped onto by ASE, lost the fight against ASE, went into a Realm of Yang, lost the Realm of Yang, had one of their players immediately targeted down because they had the Yang depletion buff. Even though they won the fight, they weren't able to pick their Syra back up, and from there it was just a scramble of 2 steps backwards, 1 step forward every single time we looked over at their POV. They managed to bring the Syra back, they then immediately lost the Syra. They managed to bring the Temi back, they then lost the Temi, and then they find themselves being split. So like, that kind of game has got to be mentally taxing, because you have to keep paying attention and keep playing like you could potentially turn it, but every single time you make a little bit of progress, it feels like the entire world is against you and knocks you right back.
One thing to note, Moxie, that I noticed just by seeing everyone's camera, everyone is so the mood has changed in the room. You can see everyone just like preparing for next round. Their facial expression just so much more locked in, just like, all right, can't let these guys MVP, but we just got to play our game. You can like see it on everyone's face. Before, everyone's kind of like happy-go-lucky, just like, I just, you know, that last round is a little bit troll, you can play that a little bit better. Now it's just like, look, it's time to win this one. All of these bi-weekly finals are very meaningful. You want to get your points out of your system leading into the actual grand finals. You don't want to go to that last chance qualifier, just because it does reflect whether or not you get the J Cup too. The top 8 teams get to go, and it's not easy to go every single year. Like, the league is so much harder right now. You can't take it for granted. A lot of the new blood coming in is going toe to toe with some of these veteran teams, and the new meta. Like, right now we're in this current Syra meta, but flying knives are out.
Yeah.
Once that comes into trios, almost everyone universally says, like, in trios, the weapon is pretty crazy, especially when you see these end games where all these teams are holding different terrain situations. Being able to vertically throw attacks up and down is going to be very, very powerful. It's also going to change a lot of interactions in the game, as far as like people being able to double jump out of situations, Temis with their F, Syra's in midair, flying knives can be coming out of left field from, I'm not gonna lie, a pretty long distance. I think maybe they might tweak it in the future. I hope they don't, just because I love how crazy the range is. It is the first weapon in the game that doesn't have melee aim assist too, so we'll really get to see how skilled some of these players are mechanically. We'll see it in trios, we'll see it in solos. Like, I still feel like and whether or not we see more weapons like this, it's definitely going to be a test. Now, looking at the last round selection, All Transformers. And this is what
And
I'm
a
saying.
Valda. And a Valda. All Transformers and a Valda Feria Cannonball composition.
Well, who's the third for the Feria composition?
I believe, was it Justina? It went away just as Matari. That was it. It was Matari.
Interesting. Interesting. I always felt like Feria and Matari always have synergy. We saw a little bit of it last year. It just didn't follow through just because Xiphon was so much stronger. Matari paired with Zai and Zipping. It's just too strong, and Kurumi. But I always felt like Valda is also one of those underrated characters like Shayo. Even though we don't see her in the traditional Transformer, she's just like, with team play, with decent like tanking, she is a force to be reckoned with in a fair 3v3 situation.
Yeah, I really want to see the loadouts that's going to be coming for these Viper teams, because like, we forgot. Well, we've got YCG and we've got OA. So everyone who was in that last phase, they saw that Syra was 2 points more expensive than everything else. They understood that there's one composition that Syra traditionally is not included in, and that is Viper Tessa Wuchan. So there's going to be less Vipers, which makes it way safer for the Tianhai to be able to come into the forefront, which is why we're seeing OUG pick it up, GG pick it up as well, and SR all pick it up too. So if we do get to an endgame situation the way that we saw previously, where it was the two Transformer teams more than happy to coexist in a symbiotic relationship, because one keeping up would provide more pressure on the Vipers to have to ult them, and then they could come on through with the second blast hit of those ultimates. We're going to be seeing that multiplied now, as we can have a look at the drop locations. And here's what we expected to see. A lot more teams are going to be looking to grief Secret Tunnel, but GG did it! The sleight of hand is in play. Away they slide from Secret Tunnel, and they land Shadow Jade Mines instead. So every single team that thought that they would haunt GG's opening, they've got a little bit of egg on their face.
Yeah, look how many teams landed on GG's spot. GG's like, you know what? They're actually taking it to OUG. This is going to be an awesome fight off spawn. Normally, we were saying that GG literally always lands in this cave in the top right.
SR tried to drop on GG too.
Yeah. SR is going for the counterplay, but GG goes for a counterplay themselves and goes all the way to mine to challenge OUG. Hopefully, they give us a shot of OUG versus GG off spawn. That's going to be a very, very good fight. And a big fight that can probably decide the tournament. And we're going to OUG versus GG off spawn. Big fight coming down. And Shinju put in the hands on LXM. Nice reaction dodge from LXM. But he is getting slapped not once, but twice. And now SS coming in with the follow, but CGS coming in with the peel, and BBU coming in with the peel with the slaps. Everyone's getting in there. Slaps are going down, but we do have some weapons onto OUG. Gonna get the one charge onto 330, and the overhold's gonna come through, finishing out 330. OUG is gonna get the best of GG off spawn, claiming the counter strat strategy. It's not gonna matter. GG is not ready for OUG off spawn.
No, but ASE are ready to come in for this timing attack, third party opportunity. GG weren't the only ones wanting to contest OUG, but we're going to be headed over to look at SR versus DRG. SR already have been able to drop Kakaishi, but they've lost Jin X. Zhao in that Tianhai V2 is looking to try and find these grabs, goes for the scoop, doesn't manage to find it, looks for the long range grab, still hasn't managed to find it until just now, looks for the double, won't be able to connect, with Dongqing being able to utilize the terrain to break LOS. We get one slam to be able to convert to a little bit of sustain. The kick potential into the scoop and the double grab, but no! Tragedy strikes. The Tianhai V2 expires before the damage can be done. They've got the numbers, but the satisfaction of that double grab elimination is denied. It's going to be, however, a good consolation for SR, the fact that the fight doesn't go too long and Jinx will be able to hold on to his rebirth ticket instead.
Close. The double grab almost comes through, and then Takeda pops out, but he immediately gets focus attack. So back and forth off spawn, everyone's super locked in. OUG has the lead right now, but SR up to 5 kills. All 3 MVP teams really duking it out. They're all on Transformers right now. They're going to be setting for this first round. Yang, YZG is going to be fighting, I believe, OA right here. Tesla ult, nice accurate Tesla ult coming out on all three, and then a response getting on all three back. THA in a tough position, trying to make his way out of there. Wuchen Port's going to be come out. Nice job by the Wuchen to deny all of the pressure here, and now YZG, OA, tough situation. Both Viper teams burning everyone's cooldowns. We still have Wuchen Port down for OA, but both teams are going to be vulnerable if they choose to engage right now. It looks like OA does want the smoke, wants to come in. He's going to get denied on entry, getting counter grappled, trying to go for that high flank. Instead, has to slowly work his way in. Same thing for YZG's CXZ. He tries to go for a flank as well, but Tut is going to get absolutely deep fried right now. But the port is going to be coming out, and now SS1, like you said, Moxie, is going to be coming in with the third party.
Yeah, they were in spectator seats. They were in soul form, just watching that fight go down, cataloging the ultimates that had been invested, and it's falling apart for them. They get isolated. Water overextends. YZT were able to convert on the player out of position with the numbers advantage, convert into an elimination. And even though the third party came on through from SS1, even though they had more ultimates to make a play for, YZT had better of the loot, and they've been able to turn onto the third party timing coming on through. TXJ slides in, intercepts, comes on through with the F2, leads up into that Tesla ultimate connection as well. QGG is going to go down. He's going to commit that skill, or is trying to clip onto Juan as well as reposition, given the fact that his Tesla was coming under pressure, and now wants to go for a full reset angle as SS1 looks to try and pick up water, won't be able to, but do find the spacing to come on through with the side V2. Backwards and forwards, the fight swings. TXJ is down. SS1 are able to grab the soul boom off of the body to give Juan a little bit more confidence to keep himself in this fight. The nunchucks looks for the meter dump connection, and we're going to be able to come on through with the elimination, hopefully for SS1, before the salty revive can come out, because TXJ is on the mini-map and he's out of the salt into the fight. YZG gamble and commit, and TXJ comes back into the fight and swings it.
Nice. You know what? There's nothing wrong with a little bit of sodium in your system, a little bit of salt in the blood for the salty respawn, and when it pays off big. OUG at the store, setting up for the Realm of Yang, looking super stacked right now. Full Jades on the Monk, full Jades for everyone, almost all Jades unlocked, setting up for the purple armor, purple weapons, going to be divvying out all the loot, and same thing with SR. Are we gonna, I wanted to see OUG versus GG, but now it's looking like we need to see an SR versus OUG instead. The new kids on the block, are they going to be able to take it in? And one of the big finesses of going into Yang is when you actually go in. Usually, the team who does not care and takes all challengers, just wants to get in, will just spam going in. But if you do get a free Realm of Yang, you try to snipe out the exact Yang that you go into. So, like, generally, the first person who goes in, that's the Chads of the lobby. They don't care who they fight. They're just going in first. So, ideally, you want to go in third, but you do risk, because everyone's mashing E to get in, not getting in. So, it's a little bit of Yang gotcha when it comes to Nbpl. See.
Well, not just that, you also have to worry about a Tesla ult connecting onto you as you try and slide in that portal. Not gonna lie, Raven, I think I'd rather go in a Realm of Yang than get CC stunned outside of it, so that only 2 of my teammates get to go through, if we get to go through at all. So we can definitely see that a lot of those teams, there are less Vipers. Remember, we saw a lot of Syras in all of the group picks coming through, and that is something that the TN High teams are going to be aware of, so they might well believe that they have a little bit more time to go into that third Yang finesse situation, although you don't really want to be going into a Realm of Yang without the opportunity to pick up eliminations if you're these Transformer teams, because part of why that Realm of Yang is so appealing to the Transformers team is that it's a situation where you cannot possibly be third party. And Transformers, one of its major weaknesses, no matter what meta we find ourselves in, has been that it's an all-in composition, especially with the Kylan coming into the mix. You have to use the Kylan ultimate a lot of the time at the same time as your TN High uses his to be able to follow up damage on those grabs. So you can potentially get pulled apart by a third party with a team rolling in with ultimates while you have a sum total of 0. as GG returned to the scene of the crime over towards Shadow Jade, trying to pick through some of the loot, but I mean, OUG has been very, very clean with just being able to absolutely ransack every single one of those tropes. But surprisingly, 2 sets of purple armor too, so they were also able to win the gacha of that purple armor system on the dealers at the same time.
Looking at the map spread, ASE at the top, SR at the top, completely isolated. It's very nice to get an isolated Yang, so you avoid getting hit by all the Vipers. At the same time, when you come out of Yang, the first Yang depletion is a lot less than the second Yang depletion, so you also don't get the follow-up of finding kills. We are going to see the highlights off spawn. Double grab going in. Oh my god, this is that clutch situation. Boom. The ult comes out and he just gets deleted. Oh, back and forth. And we're just like, wait a second, what happened here? And SR
R&B fist plates moment.
There's so much damage with the pole sword and R&B fist blades. Oh my goodness. We are going to get ASE versus SR inside the realm of Yang though.
Yeah, so not Mirror Transformer coming in through. OUG are going to be matched against DRG, and GG actually went in and will be matched against Wolves. So none of our MVP eligible teams going to be fighting each other. Xiao already able to mince through all of that armor from ASE Han's mech, and that is the Farrier. That one moment gone the next. ASE trying to take cover. This is the Valda Cannonball team, and that's already in the investment of that Valda F. Mist is in the grab, getting hit onto by the Kylan dash. After effects, Xiao is out of the ultimate, but the damage has been done. This will be able to spare SR's Jun, but what a parry cover comes on through for the Tianhai to keep his Kylan safe, and SR now just have to try and find this last elimination onto ASE Xiao. So we're going to cut over and watch a different realm of Yang that's still going strong.
GG versus Wolves, the rivals going at it. CGS going into stage 2. Monk ult's already gone. The ending of this Kylan's going into the last little bit of neutral. Double ult going on, but CGS is going to opt to go help his teammates, staggering the flank, trying to parry the flank. He does get one of them. He turns it over to the Monk, though. The bell is going to clank from him now. CGS in a tough position, setting up, but the F is going to come down, knocking everyone to the ground. And again, GG is going to fall to their rivals, Wolves. Wolves not losing to Transformers Mirror, able to close out on GG. Now this is when, if I'm GG, it's a salty pill to swallow that we were on match point and we haven't been able to close that. We've been losing these Yang fights. Now OUG on the outside, winning their Yang fight, and look at the scoreboards. SR, OUG, looks like both won their Yang fight. Xinyu on the Monk, diving down versus DRG. And Xinyu all day, Moxie, has been doing so well on the Monk as well as Fong.
Yeah, at the moment he is losing a lot of his health bar though to the pressure coming on through, just having to jump around and avoid some of this damage coming on through from the Sire. He's doing a good job though of absorbing that pressure from the Sire, but the rest of his team, as we can see at his feet, they are attempting to fry with the fan RMBs. Now he's up on that pillar. He's been able to find a grab. It's towards the tail end of the ultimate, but that means the Sire V1 has been completed, so he doesn't have to worry about being triple charge stunned out of that throw, and he can commit it into the rest of his teammates. Baby U also holding on, delaying that activation of the Kylan V2 so that the semi-ultimate has already burned its course and he doesn't have to worry about that interfering with his dash distances, and DRG just get picked apart methodically into the second stage of that one. OUG doing a very good job of just utilizing that Tianhai to bait a lot of that pressure coming on through early, and now we get to see SR versus Wolves. This is the Tianhai mirror that we were hoping to be able to get. Both of the Tianhais looking for grabs onto players, but only one of them able to find it, and Xiao has to turn to try and CC chain stun out of the grab from LJX. Now LJX has found another of the grabs. It's up to Xiao to try and stop that pummel from coming on through as the Kylan dash effects chase down player after player who gets sent packing into the sky, into the ground. One Tianhai falls before he can cancel out of his ultimate and save himself a little bit longer with the Tianhai F1, and that provides the opening that Wolves were looking for. They've still got Night HQ's ultimate dashing on down as it's just SR's Rico, not long for this world, getting hit into that Vermilion Bird's Might as GG and OUG fighting inside the zone for a place to stay in this lobby.
2 minutes left on the Yang depletion. 3-3-0. Doing some work onto Shinyu right now, ahead of the Monk Ditto. Stomp gonna be coming down, 1 HP situation. Shinyu's gonna fall right now, but the dash is coming through from Baby U. 3-3-0 has to be careful coming out of his transform. He is gonna have to invest his bell to deny the focus attack from Baby U, but his teammate's doing a good job of peeling, and looks like GG is gonna win their run back, staying alive, staying in the race. But OUG and SR have the lead right now, up to 6 kills on OUG and SR at 8 kills. Wuchen Poacher are going to be coming out for YZG versus JL right now. JL on that Zyphon composition, the counter to Viper, going to be closing the distance, but it looks like multiple teams are around right now. Alliance is going to catch JL, seeing that they have no ultimates, and now Cuckoo has to be the noble sacrifice for the rest of his team to get out of here. But will JL be able to get away from a full ults Alliance team? Matari Dash gonna be coming out, and One Fang is gonna get picked apart with the dash through into the musket shot. Clean stuff coming out from Alliance. But the name of the game right now, the big story, all eyes are on OUG, SR, and GG as they all fight for this lobby. We still have second Realm of Yang to go into. I want to see a mirror match. Even though we saw Wolves is definitely looking very clean with it in their fundamentals of their Transformer Ditto. So I'm curious to see, does Wolves just steal it away from everyone else in this lobby, considering how strong they've been in their Transformer mirror?
Yeah, they're on 8 eliminations. One thing that GT are going to be struggling with, though they were able to pick up those 3 eliminations onto OUG, it was a team with a million birds, mate, which means that they don't get the opportunity to loot the bodies. They didn't get any of the loot scaling that OUG and SR have current access to from winning that first Realm of Yang, which means purple armor, but not just that, legendary weapon for their Tianhai to be able to scale up the damage, or you put it on the Kylan to be able to scale up the damage of those dashes too, given the fact that the Tianhai isn't finding the kills, he's more setting up the CC for the Kylan to be able to follow through. Looks like GG though are going to be very close to a Realm of Yang entrance just outside of Celestra. Wolves also right next to them currently, but I think the discrepancy in loot and GG understanding that they've lost 2 Realm of Yang fights in a row now, do they really want to take it? SR are also going to be waiting it out to see if there's going to be a Tessa team trying to CC stun out some of these players from going in, and it's going to be GG versus Alliance and SR versus Wolves. What a Realm of Yang fight that one will be.
Yeah, GG versus Alliance is a classic of last season. Alliance not really known for their Yang fights, but when they're on Zai, I'm not gonna lie, there's Zai. Ends up carrying a lot of situations. Yuma going to be able to line of sight right now, scale rushing back and forth. Syra ult's going to be invested to help peel to deny the exit. 3-3-0 trying to grab around these corners. Unfortunately, the hand clipping the wall just a little bit, but he is able to pick up Yuma. Stagger's going to be coming out. Are they going to be able to get the follow to turn into the slam? No follow-up, going for the regrab. Matari ult's going to be invested. CGS not able to follow up and get that nice execution off, but he is still an ultimate, forcing out NY7. Now NY7, I believe, still has that Zai ultimate online, and we know what happens when Zai ult comes up and you have no ultimates. It's going to be looking rather cooked for them. LXM already getting a ton of pressure put onto him, setting up for this last little bit. But wait a minute, NY7 is getting target fire right now, going to dash into the sky. And Yuma is also very low right now. GG is bringing this back on the back of LXM kiting the focus fire right now. Revenge now looking for the flank. He's going to get that R&B. Now we're down to a 2v2 situation for the tournament right now. Calvary Bloom off the uppercut. Revenge is going down. And now 3-3-0 down to 1 HP. NY7 tap dodge roll is going to F through. Look for the follow-up kill onto 3-3-0, but he double jumps away. It's creating the distance. Deep Fry is going to come out. Wait a second. GG 3-3-0 has to come back in, has to tag right in. CGH down to 1 HP, but 3-3-0 gets immediately eliminated, and now we're down to a 1v1 last hit situation. Jumping LMB into R&B, back-to-back tech reads, but wait a second, NY7 fakes the F into the cancel. Wait a second, what was that? I haven't seen that before in the league. He fakes the F into the light attack cancel and clutches it again versus GG.
Oh, that's a tilter if you're GG. Oh, that's a tilter if you're GG. What a cancel! I've never seen that in Triggers. I've never seen that in solos. That's gonna be tech that's gonna be utilized by everybody come the rest of this week. As it's gonna be SR on the back foot, by the way, because Wolves griefed SR's Realm of Yang win. And now 2 out of 3 of our teams who are MVP eligible are on the back foot with Yang depletion, fighting inside a Forbidden Seal on a composition that relies on an ultimate cycle to be able to bag the eliminations that it's looking for. This is not looking good, Raven. The 3 TN high teams.
I mean, not looking good or looking very good now that there's so much desperation ever. I'm still blown away. An F meteor cancel in a light attack. So for those of you at home, that is absolutely ridiculous because most people you can react to the F and dodge. So he counts on his reaction and then immediately traps for the tap dodge and chases it down. Now we are going to get a replay. Wolves versus SR. How does this go down? Wolves, LX jumping in, looking for the scoops, gets on the hip, jumping over and over. Zhao trying to get out of the situation. Oh, no. No, not like this. Not like this. You never want to be against the corner as Monk. You can get 100-0 very, very quickly. You see Zhao making his way to the top of the pole, trying to deny this damage, but he went into Monk form with no armor, so he's going to be put in a really, really tough situation. Now you see Junks on the Kylan coming into PO for his teammates, Rico and both Zhao taking a ton of damage, so he's not able to come in time to help his teams. They will fall. Wolves just has everyone at 1 HP going into the second phase. Now 1v3 situation. Junks is gonna have to pop his F, but that's why unlosable neutral. We got the focus slide pole sword, the tried and true focus slide into crouching LMB, and they're gonna keep him alive, close it out. But really, really clean stuff coming out. SR, though, still valiant effort, but that Monk boxing duel really showing the difference between all of the Monks in the Nbpl lobby.
Yeah, Zhao has to go for a rerun now of that Tianhai V2. It's not going to be a mirror matchup. He's just looking for any grab that he can possibly find. DRG Kakaishi comes on through with that Syra V1, starts to put the pressure onto these other players coming on off the end of SR. There's the stagger from the triple charge Syra V, stopping Zhao from doing what he wants. One player has been grabbed. He has to go for the confirmation of the stun into the chase down from the Kylan V2, which will set up to the reverb into the next slam down. And Zhao, outside of that ultimate, will be able to grab the soul blimp off of the body. Kakaishi now has to try and keep himself alive because he runs and disengages into YZG. And that means that one player still being alive. SR have not been able to pick up a full team wipe. They've still got a zip to cleanse the Yang depletion from. They still have to all in onto this Syra. Kakaishi is going lower and lower. Will be able to pop off, though. A little bit of a heal coming on through. Gets put into the cliffside, and unfortunately for SR Zip, it's not on his location. Rico is still missing one of those soul blimps and still saddled with that Yang depletion. And even though we've got both the Tianhai and the Kylan alive without the means of sustaining them, when we get to that Spirit World contest and the Viper teams start knocking on the door with their ultimates, you're going to be very short for this world, especially if YZG are already at your front door. Out comes the Tesla ultimate into the Viper V3. SR don't have the Tianhai ultimate to be able to iframe the CC, and SR are going to be sent out of this lobby if they're not careful. I believe the only one alive for their team currently is the Kylan and the Zip with Yang depletion, who's about to go down. No, all of them are out. Oof.
All of them are out. GG still has 2 Yang, 2 Cure. Wait a minute. Somehow they got Draco Storm, though, so they're going to be flying in like a wrecking ball. They only have 1 minute left, though, and it looks like they're going to be choosing Wolves. Not an ideal situation, or is it, though? Because Wolves does have the most amount of kills, as is most likely the MVP this round. And now CGS is going to be putting up the pressure, popping the Kylan ult. Pedal to the metal. No caution being thrown to the wind right now. GG really needs to find this kill right now. 30 seconds. The time is clicking, but JX again. Monk regrab, jumping the slam from 330, just putting a clinic on this Monk matchup, able to bob and weave against all the CT at 330 while still getting these grabs. Wolves doing a wonderful job of icing out the pressure, and CGS is gonna fall right now. NXQ keeping up the pressure. Unfortunately though, for Wolves, now the rest of the lobby is gonna be on them, so they are not gonna be able to MVP this round unless they're able to get out. Wait a second.
Hold on.
330.
Rebuff charm?
Got the rebuff charm. He's pulling out 2 rabbits out of the hat somehow, but unfortunately
they get spotted.
YZG gets spots him out, so does ASC. Can they survive another lobby situation?
Not off of the back of that Tesla. I feel Frio gets enchanted. Will be able to utilize that F1 to try and keep himself alive a little bit longer, and does manage to frame through the dodges coming out of the RNBs from the halberds that chase down his silhouette. But no, GG are denied the turnaround that they were looking for, and they're going to be knocked out of this lobby too, making it just OUG with an MVP that could prevent us from going into game number 7. ASC's missed with the commitment of that Valda V2 is going to be able to just silence everyone's position inside Jade Pond, and we get a wider map view to try and figure out what exactly OUG have been up to. There's 2 Tianhai teams. There's still a Spirit World to play for, Raven. This lobby is not done yet, but ASC's missed is absolutely done for, getting caught up into the Dragon's Roar from those nunchucks.
YZG, they went into this endgame as a bunch of blueberries, and now they're coming out on top. Started from the bottom, now we're on top. Got the gold armors, and this is the problem with the Viper comms. They take advantage of all the stacked teams and hit them when they're most vulnerable, when they have no ultimates up, and there's not much you can do versus a Viper composition when you have nothing up. No PL is going to be coming through. The silence is AoE. You need to have a Matari or a Yushan to really fight back. I say that, and Alliance Yuma does get taken down. Revenge is going to be looking to create some space so that they can get the res right now, but all of the lobby is going to be looking in. Revenge looking for the stagger, going to be running into YZG, and stunned, set up to get focus fired, but he is going to make his way out of there. Dashing up to the sky, trying to disappear into the zone, make his way to the left, but OA's Tut is going to be able to track him, follow him down, pick up that kill, and Wolves up to 14 kills, Alliance up to 11, but it looks like they're going to be knocking out. Wolves having a massive game here. Are they going to be able to clean up the rest of this lobby and possibly get to 63? They are 20 points off, or what's this, 17 points off. They're going to need to get the rest of these kills if they hope to pass, but if they keep up on pace of everyone being aggressive, there is a chance they're able to push through. Can OUG though, Moxie, slow down the lobby and bring this up? 7 kills, 7 more kills? It's possible. 14 people left alive. OUG still in a position to clutch.
Definitely possible, especially because it's not Draco Storm in the last farewell. It is going to be Mystic Might. We see are currently in control of it, and OUG are in control of that elimination. Musket shot comes on through. Xiaowen falls, and OUG go up to 8 eliminations. Spirit Well still has not been picked on up. YZG is going to kite over towards utilizing that dome to be able to avoid the range pressure coming on through, but that might be their undoing because it's given an opportunity for Wolves to rotate all the way back around to that Spirit Well that they were previously, pop that Tianhai V2, and now sit in the middle of that cap. But OUG griefing it out at the last possible minute, go right into the hands of the Tianhai. Xinyu gets sent out into that zone, comes on through with an F1 to keep himself intact, pulls out that V2, and now OUG are in position to try and control the Spirit Well and get a double ultimate cycle. The rest of the lobby might have to play to that tempo, but no, they converge in. The enemy of my enemy, no team team in this lobby wants to let a TN High team walk away with the Spirit Well possession, and OUG get absolutely barbecued from the Flamebringer coming in from the flank. Wolves invest in the Kyle and ultimate, trying to keep themselves alive from the corner that they find themselves being put into, but OA are going to be able to walk away with the elimination. In the middle of the confusion, OUG, without a Kurumi, find the means of reviving that Tien High, and OUG are not out of this just yet. Spirit Well still hasn't been capped. YCG deciding to try and make a play for it this time around. The Merciless Havoc is going to be able to let them stick the landing, as well as find the elimination onto Baby U, but this time around the trump card has been shown. The staff will not be able to pick up any of the momentum into that girlfriend focus. It will be parried out, and this Spirit Well might just be about to despawn, as YZG TXJ is hoping that he can get another cycle of that Viper V3. OUG down that Kylan, don't have the means of picking the body up this time because he died into that zone, but sitting there with the Tien High and the Zip, they still have the means and the burst damage to find the eliminations and win the heal of situation to get the kill score multiplier. Raven, OUG could still MVP.
After 9 kills, and the 14 kill Wolves did go down in the scuffle of that Spirit Well. I don't know, though. It's going to be really tough to make it past these double Viper teams. They're going to see a Zipping and a Monk. They're not going to want them to win that situation. SS are going to be zoning out, going into zone. OA going to be doing some damage, but TXJ able to zone out SS. We still got a Monk online. This would be the craziest clutch if their Monk is able to find some kills right now, but it's going to be TXJ dictating this endgame, looking for the Cavalry Bloom, shredding OA from the side, but OA is doing a really good job of holding their ground. You see Jinyu just like, hey guys, don't mind me here, just trying to MVP the round. 8 kills for OA. YZG at 12 kills. 1 minute left. Can we sneak this through as OA fends off the pressure from YZG, and now they're going to crank up the pressure, chasing them down, pushing Meng into zone right now, though. TXJ doing the work for his team, setting them up, but QGG with the F, pushing now OA into zone. Meng is going to go down, and now 2 people left. Can OUG's Monk find a way to get some kills here to close this out, Moxie?
He's just playing above. He's trying to win the heal situation. YCG go up to 14 eliminations if he's not careful. Even if he wins the heal of situation, he's not going to have the means of MVPing. But unfortunately for him, he gets spotted out. He might have run out of grapples. The Merciless Havoc comes on for the Tien High, and the MVP situation is denied. We're guaranteed to go at game number 7. The question is another team going to be able to get themselves over the 63-point threshold? YZG come through with the eliminations, the last team standing, and the kill score multiplier too. We don't need to, well, we do need to do the maps. I'm not going to do the maps live. Raven's not going to do the maps live. We'll leave it to production to see whether or not it's enough for them to cement a position in MVP eligibility. But either way, we're guaranteed another game of NARAKA today.
Yeah, both you and Duncan were telling me just how well YZG and TXJ have been leading their Viper games. And we see the clutch in that situation. It's just, I really think the Spirit Well meta has been evolving a lot. Whether or not you go in first, second, third, fourth, icing it off, really shows that these teams have been doing a ton of homework on each other, have been looking for all these situations of how to win it, not just through abilities, but also through their positioning and weapons and finding sneaky res to get through. I cannot believe how crazy that Spirit Well went down. At what point do we just kind of be like, all right, guys, this is a little too much. Yeah, one of you guys can have it. Let's just sit on the outside. Maybe we just focus fire the team with the buff and not let them just run everyone else down. Maybe that evolves in the meta, but right now it's definitely a huge slugfest for that Spirit Well, and whoever gets up ends up securing the round.
Yeah, sunk cost fallacy, I feel, because like we saw there were so many stages to that Spirit Well. We got to see Wolves and OUG positioned on the other side of it entirely in case another team was able to scoop it. And then we cut over to YZG holding on to that space. And all of a sudden, Wolves are there. And then all of a sudden, OUG are there. So everyone who'd been positioned to avoid the team that picked it up and had the double ult cycle suddenly had a massive change of heart and were like, hold on a minute, we can make a play for this. I mean, it burned them. OUG lost Jinyu, and we're in a really awkward position to try and scramble for recovery to bring the Tianhai up so that they could have like the threat and that zoning capability of keeping Spirit Well in control. But we'll have to wait to talk about that because we have to address how many players chose Tianhai in game number 6. Was it A2? Was it B4? Was it C6? Or was it D? Highly unlikely, but I would absolutely love to be able to see a return to the lobbies of 7+ Tianhais in those endgame zones. That will be your answer for the Spring Split random gift for game number 6. As we have another question at the forefront of our minds, Raven. What has that game done? Wolves upset everybody. YZG being able to stick the landing with the eliminations and kill score multiplier. Have another 2 teams been able to elevate themselves into the 63-point threshold? And are we going to have so many teams on match point eligibility because of it?
Yeah, we've seen this happen before where it still went to points. Just even though all these teams go to match point eligibility, that just goes to show like how competitive the Nbpl finals lobbies are. The top 12 teams really slug it out there. Everything is earned. Not everyone is strong on every single composition. You really see the average points on each composition. Not every team have that like elite 12 or 13 point average points. Some are at 7 or 8. But looking at the leaderboards, YZG sealed away with the Viper composition, 23.2. That's a lot of points, Moxie. Wolves at 14, 15.5. They definitely were robbed of this end game. Clear
I think they might have been robbed of an MVP spot too with the eligibility. Because last I checked, they needed more than 15.5 points. For them to be able to qualify. So if they'd just maybe given up the Spirit Well and played to prioritize keeping all of their pieces intact and alive for that heal-off situation, maybe Wolves did manage to take the MVP, the last team standing, and the kill score multiplier off of the back of it. As CXE, 31,700 healing is not numbers that we would traditionally see from a Wu-Chan. Oh, it hurts.
Excellent point, Moxie. Wolves at 61.5. DRG at the bottom, 41.3. SS1 at 46.6, Bauda at 49.5 and 58. ASC, we make it past 63.3. We got 6 teams over the 63-point threshold. OA 69.6, YZG 72.4, GG 76.1, SR 82.2, and OUG still at the top, leading the points list. And this, the points list is still really relevant because even though a team MVPs and seals it away, you still get 2nd, 3rd, and 4th prize by your points. So by no means do you just all in just MVPing. You got to weigh the pros and cons where you think you're at relative to everyone else. But speaking of weighing where everyone else, we're going to be seeing the highlights of the fake of GG not being over at the cave in the north. Instead, we're at mine, dying to OUG.
Yeah, stepping into OUG's territory, and OUG very much having a home turf advantage, as this is the moment where Xiao, griefed out of the double slam, but still being able to find the elimination with the help of that zip ult activation to go through that cicada before the Furin shells could start to come on through and fragment into that team. OUG's baby Yuki coming on through with the later Kylan V2 being able to interrupt DRG's WX98 before he can utilize any of the options coming on through from the pillar. This was the moment that SR tried to turn that fight around Zhao, with Yang Depletion able to come through with a clutch Tianhai V2 into follow-up from his Kylan. CXZ there as well, turning on to OUG's last hope for being able to confirm that MVP eligibility. Dragons were on those nunchucks with the meter dump doing the damage alongside that zone tick. That's the moment that OA's 2-tick was able to come on through and confirm his team being able to leapfrog past the 63-point standing. As it's not going to be the Wu Chen getting the MVP, it will be the Tessa who is going to be standing upon that stage and having a look at her Soul Jade setup. Congratulations to QGG, who came on through with group heal, which is the reason why we got the 11,963 healing stats coming through, as well as that Sap Soul Jade off of those parries. However, the thing that was the most important, the swing factor in that Spirit World contest, was the merciless havoc that prevented so many of those teams from holding that position and letting the Spirit World cap all the way through.
That's definitely something you have to weigh going into endgames. If you didn't know this, in Immortal War, you actually buy a lot of your Jades and armor leading into endgame. They don't unlock until a little bit later. They're also really expensive. Now, you do get a lot of coins from getting kills going into endgame. So when you look and start in the beginning of the game, you want to find those Jades that allow you to crowd control and really control space. Merciless, Dragon War, Dreadful Whale, all of these Jades help you control that space. And just like that space, we're gonna need a little bit of space. We're gonna be going to a break real quick, but don't go anywhere, folks. We got 6 teams going for MVP. It's gonna be an exciting endgame to close out this NBPL finals.
するステージ視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう一緒にいればもっと輝けるよピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよどこまでも広がる空勇気を持って進もう君が主役のストーリーさあ始めようこの瞬間が宝物だよキュンとするでしょ
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万手9000伤，几层卓眼看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗探欧陆。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Pro League Bi-Weekly 2 Trios Finals. I am Nbpl. I am joined by the cutesy Moxie with the Hello Kitty dance every single time we get that commercial. We got 6 teams on the MVP cusp of greatness to secure this round. Moxie, I don't know if it's a 50-50 of whether or not a team is going to win this next one, because when you think about it, the top 6 teams are more likely to MVP because they've been having a good time. But will we see another upset? Wolves have heated up out of nowhere. They're just like, all right, by the way, guys, we're still world champs and we're showing up big now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Wolves are going to be out for blood after that last game robbed them of the opportunity of making it 7 teams and not making it a straight 50-50. 6 teams MVP eligible, 6 teams not. So if any of those teams in the lower end of the leaderboard MVP this next game, we go game number 8. If one of the teams in the top 6, we end the day, we send them off to the stage so they can stamp the seal upon their team's portrait, and we head in our merry way on to the next regular week, the second half of the spring season, which I can't believe it's already here. But we've been having an absolute gargantuan day of NARAKA. We've seen some really good compositions. We've seen some amazing clutch moments too. But Burnout, it feels, is getting to one team. Like, GG started off so incredibly strong and then just hit a wall in the second half of the day.
Yeah, round 4, they were already into the MVP and they started at the bottom. So they just like super heated up and they just could not seal the deal. It looks like their siphon just isn't as dialed in as the rest of the teams. They can get that momentum going. Now, a lot of that is that off spawn though. I still feel like their fundamentals are there. So I wouldn't count them out. They can bring this back. But you can make this argument for every team, I would say, at this point. The top 6 are the top 6 for a reason. Even though you might have a lot of really, really strong rounds early, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to sustain it, especially over 8 rounds. It's a marathon. It's a grind to win one of these things. And you got to be mentally tough to seize every opportunity. We've seen teams just bring it back out of nowhere, 2v3 situations nonstop all day, and then even unlikely situations where Viper compositions are against a bunch of Transformers who are super scaled out of their mind, and they end up overextending. Same thing on Holoroth. We saw the Siphon team overextend, and YZG again capitalized on top of it. So it's just like, or OUG, in these positions, you kind of have to play things safe to close it out, but everyone is looking for that little bit of finesse when it comes to these end games. So can you sit back and try to just win it by not getting any kills? Because only the first place does matter, and you only get first place by getting the most amount of kills.
Yeah, one finesse to talk about though is because we have 6 teams currently on MVP eligibility. 2 of those teams are going to be in phase 2, not phase 3, in terms of affording those hero points, as we're going to be having a look at a replay. This is SR inside that realm of Yang. Xiao being able to absolutely put the pressure onto ASE, missed, forced into throwing out that Valda V2, is losing all of that overshield that comes with the ultimate due to the Monk being able to find the grab into the Kylan follow through. And even though one split connection does manage to make its way onto the Kylan, the peel is that the F1 into the parry comes on out from Xiao to be able to make sure that his Kylan does not fall as we potentially head into what could be the last day of game of the day. It's really going to come down to compositions, I feel, because some of these teams like GG burned bright, but very, very fast. They burned out of hero points, it feels like. They tried to go for a big finish play on game 5 with a Syra composition. Didn't work out, so their hero points is going to be in a pretty rough position as opposed to teams like OUG, who previously managed to shore up their resources, but in that last game did go pretty big with the Tianhai, Zip, and Kylan, given the fact it wasn't the first time that they played the composition. So even though the rest of the lobby didn't make it expensive, because they'd used it previously, it was still out of pocket.
Yeah, we're seeing just how devastating the wombo of Kylan Monk ult is. If you get grabbed, you're immediately getting slashed by the Kylan. He's gonna then slam you. You're gonna get re-slashed, re-grabbed, and by that point, most of your health pool is done. That even if you get slammed again, you're most likely dead. On top of the zipping being there. Now we have seen teams peel off the Kylan though. Kylan can be crowd controlled when he's in ult, especially if he's paying attention to the Monk. Not really looking at what's in front of him. We've seen the execution get split up. So will teams depend on the Transformers? Now, I've seen GG play their Xiphon composition, and usually when they play Xi, they actually do a lot better for some reason. Maybe they're a little bit more cautious. Maybe they like playing time. But their Xiphon definitely has been performing a little bit better than their Xiphon. Will they pull that out instead? We'll have to see. I do love me some Transformers mirror. We saw a lot of high-level Monk dittos going at it. There's a lot of finesse when it comes to Monk. Traditionally, people, just like a lot of things in NARAKA, think it's rock, paper, scissors between punch, scoop, and stomp. But there's another move you can do, which you see the Monks jumping around, kind of dancing with each other. You can actually jump on the hip of other Monks and deny a lot of the scoop potential, where you can then scoop them and deny their punch. So that's why you see a lot of Monks jumping up and down on each other's hips, because whoever gets on the hip has pure advantage. So there's a lot of finesse in the Monk ditto. I'm excited to see more of it as we see all these teams try to run their Transformers to close out the day.
Yeah, I can definitely see Transformers being one of the comps that people want to pick up to close out, especially since it doesn't involve Syra. So for the teams in the last phases, because teams in phase 1 and phase 2 are both gonna pick Syra, it's a little bit more affordable, especially if we do go all the way to game number 8, where the lack of hero points can become very problematic for teams to have to deal with the amount of heroes that you have to slot into all of these different compositions. But I think definitely the Kylan and the Tianhai can be broken up by the Xiphon. We actually saw a little bit of it in the Realm of Yang fights when the Transformer teams were going up against Xiphon teams. Instead of burning both the Tianhai and the Kylan ults at the same time, that Kylan would have to hold off on using the V2 because the Xi would hold on to their own V2. But unfortunately, it feels like we're having a little bit of technical difficulties setting up this last map, so we will be throwing to a very short break, and we'll be back with Game 7 after this.
去浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30公里尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万手9000伤，几层卓颜看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗探欧陆。
ワクワクするステージ、視線を集めてキラキラした瞳でさあ遊びに行こう。一緒にいればもっと輝けるよ。ピカピカ光るステージで君だけの物語、ぽよぽよなリズムに乗せて弾けようよ。どこまでも広がる空、勇気を持って進もう。君が主役のストーリー、さあ始めよう。この瞬間が宝物だよ、キュンとするでしょ。
江东去，浪淘尽，千古风流人物。30功名尘与土，8000里路云和月。10万手9000伤，几层卓颜看后望。争渡争渡，旌旗探欧陆。
Thank you so much, everyone, for bearing with while those issues were being sorted out. And welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I've got Moxie, I'm joined by Raven, and we have the absolute pleasure of getting to bring you what could be the last day game of the day for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring 2025 bi-weekly trios finals, week number 2. It's as much a mouthful as it is as long as we've been playing these games so far, Raven, because we've had a very long and exciting day of NARAKA indeed.
Yeah, and due to the long break, it was actually for a technicality that I've actually never seen in the league, where OUG's members in that endgame, remember, ladies and gentlemen, OUG had a chance to MVP that round, but it looks like one of their members actually had an internet issue and they're going to be compensated for those points. But this is one of the things I was talking to Moxie about, that at an event, things like this do happen and you got to be able to bounce back from this. And even though OUG was very close to claiming the victory, it wasn't a guarantee that they would necessarily close out. YZG still did very, very well to close it out. So that's why there is a compensation. There is rules that deal with these type of situations. But as a competitor, I know when you're that close, there's a little bit of like an ice-off feeling where just like, oh, shoulda, woulda, coulda. You're going to feel that in the back of your head. You got to keep it going, though, and force your way.
Yeah, so there is a confirmation of the teams coming through on match point eligibility, and it is going to be 6. We have an equal 50-50 split. Wolves, unfortunately, 1.5 points away, contesting that spirit well late on. Fried the team and fried their chances of being able to finish out the day early. They'd still, however, have an opportunity alongside a lot of our other teams, because let's be honest, even DRG 21.7 points away, if they set a 20 bomb and have that kill score multiplier come for being the last team standing, as well as the 4 points of ranking for being the last team standing, there's a very high possibility that DRG would also join our teams on MVP eligibility, and we could, for the first time ever, see all 12 teams in the bi-weekly finals on MVP match point headed into game number 8.
Yeah, that's true. I've never seen all 12. I think we got up to like 8, maybe.
Yeah, I think we've had 11 in solos is the most that we've seen.
11 is crazy. But, I mean, eventually everyone gets there, right? But the fact that it just shows how even the skill is, and that everyone's able to grief the MVP round, just not letting anyone get through. Also, it shows how strong certain meta characters are, that if you don't get your priority pick and everyone ahead of you does, can you get your bottom half of the characters to the same par as like the top tier? It's very, very hard because the meta does shift every 2 or 3 months and you have to learn a new matchup. Now in solos, it's a little bit harder, you have 8 characters, 8 MVP rounds, 7 maybe if you double up. You got to do 7 times 7, all the matchups for each character. That's a lot of characters. Now in trios, there is a mixture of a ton of matchups, and definitely a lot of like compositions that you should know. It's around 4 or 5 strategies, so complex, right? 25 different matchups that you have to know. A plan A, B, C, and D as well. And coordinating with your teammates, so equally as complicated. Why you see a pretty big rise in coaching when it comes to these teams. Look at TXA looking into the future. Just like, we got this. We put ourselves in striking distance. It will be mine this week's Alliance looking locked in. We just got to get in. We just got to get a pass. Now Alliance has their same lineup as well. NY7, Yuma, Revenge. A lot more experience under their belt. They don't have that one gear anymore of just aggression. So they are still doing well. And Meng, my man Meng has been parrying all day. Every single time we see him, he's getting a double parry. He's just like doing the duck walk to get those parries. He's just baiting everyone to release, and he's landing that parry every single time. I don't know what I gotta go back and see exactly how to set it up, but it's been noticeable for today. He's definitely closed out a ton of fights or turned around a lot of fights by getting these clutch parries.
We can see here the overall effect of the leaderboard. We're also headed over to Hollow of Starry Night, so there's going to be more Fireflies in play. OUG, who started off leading the pack, 20 points plus coming in from the pre-purpose points of the week, slipping down now into that second phase, which means they are towards the lower end of the top 6 teams currently. But that comes with the silver lining. They and SR are going to be able to have access to the heroes in phase 2. Which is going to be making buying up some of these compositions a lot more affordable. As you can see, some of these teams, even though they're in phase 1, don't have the hero points to be able to afford that Syra. Badger and Alliance, however, will be able to lock that Syra in. And now we can have a look at JL, OUG, SR, and Wolves, because it was only 2 teams with the Syra pick coming through from that phase 1. She's not actually become more expensive just yet. And that does mean that some of these teams that only have 1 hero point are going to be able to make a play for that support.
We are seeing the double healer siphon coming out from OUG. Syra, Karumi, Takeda. A little bit interesting. First time we really see double healer make it to the Pro League. Would we count Syra as? Yeah, Syra's like support.
I mean, we saw it in Jacob. But we haven't seen it in Pro League.
Now looking at the last group, Transformers and a ton of Siphon. It's gonna be a slugfest going into this endgame. Now it's interesting as the rest of the lobby starts picking Siphon compositions and a lot of dueling Yang compositions. Do they go into Yang? And it starts getting very, very crowded as everyone plays Spirit well, everyone plays Yang, and then you get the Yang depletion situation. Just because all these compositions, when they rush down, when they want to go offensive, are super all-in. You just get so much pain by a Syra Takeda ult or a Syra Zai ult. It's just so much offense when it happens that as the Yang depletion situations come down, 3 teams just all piling into each other, lots of opportunities to get ahead, and it makes it very hard to accurately snipe out 6 teams in the lobby can possibly MVP right now.
What I find surprising, I think it might have been because of the hero point situation. YZG currently on 1. So if we do go to Game 8, I really hope that we go to Game 8 Raven, because these teams will literally have 0 hero points to be able to afford some of these heroes. But YZG, despite having MVP previously on the bi-weekly final 1, with a Viper composition off of a Firefly Knight and Starry Night, actually, of Holoroth, to be able to take advantage of the meteor storms that are coming through and then the baubles that you can pop, which give you rage generation, are going to be locking in with that Takeda and Semi and Syra. And in fact, no team across the board is going to be able to either afford the Viper Tesla Wuchen or want to play it. So third-party situations are going to be there, but it's not going to come as an engagement off of a either Viper Ultimate or Tessa Ultimate. So we're going to be seeing all of these teams making plays to go into the realm of Yangs, like you said, which is going to mean that having to finesse the situation of who enters in the portal first is going to become important, as is finessing your drop location. OUG and SR both going to be prioritizing going left side of Salvation Podium, not just for the puzzle, but also for the Fireflies that spawn there. GG going to be back into Imperial Village now that that part of the map has opened on up. Wolves and SS1 yet again going to be matching wits over towards Matab, as JL has always liked to land a little bit closer towards Yushan Ruins. As we can see, Bauda is going to go directly for the city of Tang, DRG just on the outskirts of it to be able to loot on up and then contest a fight that kicks off in that spacing.
Interesting that YZG is all the way off to the top left. Are they going to try to go for some type of timing? Or are they just going to loot up? Really spread out between all the teams. Everyone wants a very strong off spawn, it looks like, going into this. So it's going to be interesting as this day progresses. No one wants to take a super risky play. But Fireflies off spawn, OUG versus SR. Rico going to be making his way for that weapon. Baby U is going to get dropped. The fan, Kurumi, is going to be popping the tether onto Baby U. They're going to make their way to the podium. They have to be careful for the ballistas to the left and right. Junks with the aggression trying to close the distance onto the Kurumi. After he's going to be popped, they are going to prevent the ballista play, but on the opposite down, Rico going to be laying down some ballista shots, and Junks is going to take down Baby U. SR going to be able to claim Salvation's podium as Baby U does get taken down. It looks like they are going to accept defeat right here and back off. I was wondering,
oh no,
they were going to try to res through the corner since of the verticality, but we are going to move over to ASC versus Oway. It looks like Oway is going to be getting cleaned up right now as they move out. 3v1 situation. BB is going to get taken down, and ASC is going to get on the board, getting 2 kills off spawn.
Yeah, so very quickly returning back to why we didn't see the Kurumi try and find the revive. The Tether got burned. I remember when they were repositioning back over towards the Salvation Podium away from the Ballista Towers. Unfortunately, it looks like Jinyu got caught by another team where he disengaged into because he got a bounty scroll put on his head just before we hopped over to a different team's POV. We're going to be hopping now over towards Yushan Ruins. This is everywhere that JL likes to be able to prioritize as a landing position so they can go through those rift portals and pick themselves the Firefly cages as well as the Fireflies on either side of it. YZG QG is actually going to utilize the other side of the portal to disguise the activation of the Takeda F1 and immediately finds a huge opening to be able to start off this fight on the right foot for YZG. Tumultuous Ultimate is also going to be invested coming on through. The Syra able to ignore the entirety of it. However, and we're going to get to see a little bit of the pressure. The 2 versus 1 situation has been found. The stun dazzle peel does manage to connect onto CXE on that Temi as QGG again gets stunned on up by the Syra stun dazzles coming on off from this V1. Commits the LMB onto those fist blades. It's got the Fury and shoves he has to contest against. Now comes on through with another activation of that F1. You can't throw a singular blue. The Fury and shoves comes on out from the opposing Takeda, and the parry is found from JL's Cuckoo. That's going to be able to signify 1-2 players going down, but YZG are still going to be able to win the numbers deal and pick up their teammates and secure themselves the opening eliminations.
Oh my goodness, off spawn has been a doozy. Now GG is going to be engaging onto Alliance. Revenge down to 1 HP, but Zyalt are going to be on CGS, able to find that focus attack in Zyalt, and now Yuma is going to fall as well. I was looking at the character picks to the left, Moxie. 9 Cyrus?
Yeah, 9 Cyrus. Remember how you asked me earlier, is it mathematically possible to get 7? Well, now we have 7 and then 2 extra.
9 of 1 character. Well, it is very clear that the league believes Syra is one of the strongest picks right now when it comes to any composition. We are going to get SR, Rico with the Syra ult pop, Jinyu with the Syra ult pop, looking for the Saggers right now. OUG's Baby U is going to be getting staggered over and over. Kurumi ult's going to be coming down. Double healer, going to be able to fade out some of this pressure. Zhao on the Zai is going to be taken down to the LMB dagger, and now Jinyu is going to be putting on the pressure onto Junks. Junks going to be fading out, looking for the overload. Going to double jump over the wall, into the F, into the building. Bye-bye. Going to be making some space, trying to get a reset here. Hopefully, their Zai has fallen right now. He is going to make his way backwards right now as Shinyu is chasing down Rico, making his way into the building. He tries to fade back. Scale rushing out, but nope, no, sir. Jinyu with the closeout, able to block the scale rush out, and now Junks is just going to try to grapple away, live to fight another day, not give up the free kill.
I mean, not give up the legendary fan that they were able to get from solving Salvation Podium. Just the way that we saw SR and DRG go head-to-head when we saw Holoroff the first time around. But Han able to find a huge opening parry, double parry, back-to-back, covers his teammate who also gets parried with that Tianhai F1, spacing on back to avoid the activation of that Cyrus stun coming on through from the F1. And ASE will be able to clean up the fight without having to burn one of those massive ultimates, that investment of both the Kylan V2 and that Tianhai V2, which is major news for them given the fact that Forbidden Seal was popped off. And we know that all of those teams will have opened their map and seen that one pop up and will therefore be on their way to rotate on over to figure out whether or not it's a situation they can take advantage of. GG in the meantime playing it a little bit slower. They've got a couple of eliminations to their name. They did get contested by one team over towards Imperial, which they were able to see off. And now they're in a much better situation. They have the previous couple of games to start to shore up resources and loot for that first realm of Yang Gambit.
ASC already up to 5 kills, throwing those R&B bunks like hotcakes. Everyone a little bit nervous, a little bit gun shy to throw those parries out. Surprised that we were able to get so many through. Wolves already up to 4 kills as well, but not at that MVP threshold. Now, OA is at that MVP threshold. They're stacked, and they're setting up for the Realm of Yang. That means the top 6 are all for sure going Realm of Yang. What do the rest of the top 6 though? For sure, Wolves is going to go. There's not going to be enough room for that Realm of Yang. I believe there's going to be a bit of a dog pile going into this Realm of Yang. We're not giving up this for free. You're going to have to fight your way in. And if you fight your way in, there's a chance either one, your teammate's going to get griefed, or you might just get hard committed and have to use all your ultimates and could get third party. So it's going to be very, very spicy going into this first Realm of Yang as all of the teams really set up.
Who's got the Moonbane though? Because if one team can just pop a Moonbane over one of those entrances to Realm of Yang, they don't have to worry as much about the commitment. But then you have to commit money towards a Moonbane charm as opposed to buying either Soul Jades or those purple armors. As we can see, OUG decided to go for a Moonbane pickup and will be able to use it before anyone else in the lobby. So everyone else is going to be locked out of utilizing that ticket.
It's funny, you said as long as you get the Moonbane. Now, the Moonbane ends up timing just kind of perfectly, ending right as the first Immortal War Yang ends up going. So it does defend you for a little bit, but not all the way through. And looking at the map, you don't really see anyone posturing going for Draco Storm as a secondary. Everyone is literally looking to go into Realm of Yang. This is going to be a spicy first fight. And already we're down to 34 people. So 2 people already finished off. Their solo teammate trying to find a res on them. It looks like it is OUG's Moonbane inside Plume Castle. One of the best places to go into the Realm of Yang. Not only do you want to be able to get in safety, but you also want to be able to capitalize on your buff and hunt as you come out. And if you get the prime real estate of going in first right here, one of the most ideal situations. The F is going to be coming out. GG's CJS is going to create the space to go in, and they're going to be fighting a Blueberry ASC while GG is stacked.
Oh no.
Purple armor.
OUG were denied. Right? OUG burnt him in and didn't even get a Realm of Yang entrance.
Lucky. Now, ASC is on Transformers right now. Han gonna be zoning out, looking for the commitment. Gonna get a light attack onto CGS. Zai F is going to be invested. 330 on the Cyro is going to pop the ultimate. Looking for the grab onto Alex F. Not able to get the re-grab off the slam. Now 330 poking them. Going for a second grab. Wait a second. CJS is just going to fall. The amount of pressure put on by Mist on the Kylan was just too much. My man was not ready to ult, not ready to zone out in that situation. But we've seen GG come back in a 2v3 situation. Both offensive ults have been used by ASC. Can GG bring it back like they have done before?
They're looking for it. The toothpick from LXM isn't going to be able to find the extension he was looking for with that TN high F1 dodging out of the stagger follow through. And now it's just a 3 versus 1. And they're just going to play with their food to kite out this buff as long as they possibly can. LXM is going to fall. And GG yet again, 3 times in a row now, are denied a Realm of Yang victory. That's why GG TXJ is going to have to spend that Syra F1 to avoid any of that follow-up coming on through from the uppercut. But they've still got the numbers advantage. And YZG will be able to come on through with the Syra Sand Siphon winning out their Realm of Yang, picking themselves up legendary halberds as well as that Vermilion Bird's Might. With so many of these teams having opened up into that one placement of Realm of Yang, they're all likely going to be in positions close to each other to potentially try and third party onto another buff team. So we can have a look at OA out into that zone, trying to find a recovery position. SR also trying to find a recovery in terms of the overall loot. They've been able to recover their players. The last we saw them, it was just this Matari who was trying to hold on for dear life with that legendary fan. As remember, SR, despite not having the amount of eliminations some of these other teams already do, YZG up to 7 eliminations currently, by the way, are still with a shot of walking away with that MVP and ending the day early. You can recover your game. And YZG going out all the way into the woods of around Snow Lake might potentially be able to find some of those respawning players. This is the moment that YZG were able to turn their Realm of Yang into a win and scaling opportunity. The Mulch Ultimate comes into the mix, blocks any potential grabs coming on through from DRG's Kakaishi. UGG's also holding on to 2 of those Furion Shells, puts himself behind the pillar. Yes, he's getting knocked around by the Kylan Ultimate, but crucially, he's still out of LOS from the TN high to get any follow through until just now. The grab does come through, and it is into the Kylan After Effect dash coming on out, but he was able to lengthen and draw the fight out as long as possible. It allowed TXJ to come on through with the second win, Syra V1, when there's no resources left for DRG to hold on.
TXJ on the Cyber ult, getting the juggle onto DRG's WX98, closing it out. Coming out of ultimate, big parry going to be coming out onto Don Q, putting down to a 1 HP situation, then going over and peeling for CXZ. TXJ doing all the work for his team right now. Nice closeout from CXJ, able to get that nice sneaky scale rush in to close out. And again, TXJ with the flank, able to close it out. TXJ wants this win today, and on the outside, he's going to continue to bring the pain onto Bowdus. ZZTT getting taken down early and then picking off Jing. Wait a minute, GG is here as well? Wait a second, GG on the Zai. This is what I was saying. This is what they need to do. They need to go back to the Zai. CJS does a lot of good work on the Zai. They are going to be running into JL. And this is what I was saying as well, Moxie. There's just so many teams ready to come in, third party, fourth party. And looking at the leaderboard, YZG up to 9 kills, but ASE right on the cusp at 8 kills. Wolves is going to die at 4 kills. And we have our first elimination. OA is going to be eliminated in 6th place at 69.6. So technically, Moxie, you have 6 horses still in the running to take away and deny this MVP. 5 MVPers still in the running for this. Who is going to take it this game, or are we going to really go to an 8th game?
Wolves do have Yang depletion. They are dropping players, but I'm not really seeing the portraits getting cleansed just yet because of the amount of people that are in this spacing. There's I will be able to pick up a Soul Bloom. Matari and Syra still needing one. GG, by the way, have been able to full team cleanse the Yang depletion, so they do not have to be amongst the fray of all of these players out on Frozen Lake. They can play on the sidelines of it, and you can see them up there on the cliffside on top right, just waiting to figure out whether or not they can grab some of these eliminations off of a well-placed pistol or musket shot, as well as wanting to get a lay of the land, a read of the ultimates that are going to be invested from some of the other teams in this area. You have to be careful that they don't overextend and overcommit, especially on Frozen Lake with the freeze butterflies that you can activate to trap some of those players into forms of CC. As OUG will be able to pick up another elimination. SR still biding that time. 3 eliminations they've been able to pick up over towards Yushan Ruins. That Soul Altar being a very particularly good grounds for players to look to spawn back into and try and recover their game, especially if they're at the back of a lost realm of Yang. ASC in the meantime also going to be playing the very long game. They're the only Tianhai team alongside SS1 in this lobby that could potentially play for those Spirit Wells and deny the MVP eligibility teams from coming on through. Second realm of Yang is going to spawn on up. It's not the same level of contest that comes on out from the first iteration over towards Plumed, but there's still a little bit of pushing and prodding to make sure that you can get your way first.
This is going to be a big Yang fight for YZG. They've been clutching out in Endgame, but they haven't been clutching it inside of Realm of Yang. QGG is going to get staggered in midair, almost gets put into Dual Blade Infinite. Going to pop that F1 and staggered in midair. Wait a second, Bauda, nice scouting report, able to deny a lot of that nuance and neutral, catching the double jump of Takeda, but Syra is going to be popped right now. ZZT cutting around the pillar. Everyone picked up by TXJ as he goes for the stagger. He's able to heal and damage his primary target. That's Bauda's Takeda ZZT. QGG looking for the focus flank. Again, gonna get denied the landing. One Strike Fairy gonna come out for the ZZT. He is gonna get flanked though from the Cavalry Bloom of Jing on the Temi. Now QGG has 3 more shots to his name. One parry is gonna come down for ZZT. Jing again putting on the pressure onto QGG. We send the follow-up, we send those blues, and now with 1 shove left, Bauda does have the health advantage, and Jing is putting on the pressure on to QGG. Nice F usage, able to armor through, keep this space ready. Stagger is going to be coming out, Wiz coming out for QGG, and now the mirror match of Takeda. YZG is getting a best of it. QGG is going to find the kill onto them, and out of nowhere, everyone ends up falling, and YZG is going to pick up that critical first realm of Yang.
What a Skirmishes drop down into fan RMB. We've still, however, got another realm of Yang going on. OUG versus ASE. Han 65%. That Tianhai V2 is not going to be able to get another iteration of it. OUG converging onto these players from the side of ASE one by one, putting them into the blender with the double pocket. Syra and Karumi making it next to impossible to be able to shred down Baby U when those ultimates are active, and off of the back of that, OUG will be able to claim another 3 eliminations as well as scale their equipment up towards that Takeda level 3v3. So we can have a look back and see this is SR taking down Alliance over with this Matari ultimate setting up. You don't know where the Syra F1 is going to come through. You don't know where the LMV on the dagger is going to come through. And there was nothing that Alliance could do. They couldn't see their enemies to be able to fight them.
Let's look at these leaderboards. YZG commanding lead with 12 kills. Now, it may go to the distance. Someone could still end up stealing the round in the bottom 6, but now we're down to 4 teams in the bottom 6, 5 teams in the top 6. Still anyone's game. 7 kills on Bauda. They are on Yang depletion right now. They need to find the rest. So does ASC. We'll have to see how these teams are going to play this. Do you play the conservative line and try to go to endgame, or do you hunt these scenarios and potentially get super all-in by a double ult Syra or a Monk Kylan double ult? Wolves in a bush is going to get caught out by GG with the blue buff. GG knows they have to keep aggressive, keep their foot on the gas, and with this Zai composition, they are going to find a nice blue armor team that could possibly pick off, and this time it's Wolves.
Yeah, opening up with the scale rush from the pull sword, putting the pressure onto LJX. CJS also just playing a scouting position to make sure that if another team with buff rolls up, they're aware of it ahead of time, and there it is. OUG have been scouted, and now GG have a decision to make. Do they all in and try and find the eliminations that they're currently lacking, or do they play it safer and hope that they do not get third-partied? ASE's Han now goes for the Tianhai ultimate, is looking for the grabs, Bowder going to be trying to disengage it entirely. Both of these teams have Yang depletion. One puts himself onto the rooftop to make sure that he cuts off their exit outside of this building and also gets to position Firefly Gauge directly behind him. The Tianhai is not going to be able to find a double grab, but he will be able to find one onto Gem and pushes him away. The Tumult ultimate is still going to be in the mix too, and that's going to be outlasting the Tianhai's ultimate coming on through. Gem goes for the commitment. Everyone was trapped like a snow globe inside that Tianhai V1, and that means that the Siren can start to beam them through, but ASD's miss held on to the Kylan V2 because his monk wasn't able to find the opening that they were looking for, and he still got the dash down potential. He goes inside the building. The after image is going to be able to find the cleave cut throughs. There's a lot of damage coming on through, but enough time has been taken that another team rolls up to the mix, and suddenly JL are in prime position to third party as SS1 and ASE have to scramble to try and keep their players alive.
ASC with the Kylan ultimate. Getting some value, but 2 minutes left. Everyone is piling in right now. GG showing up, but JL with the focus fire onto Miss, making quick work of him, slicing and dicing. Now GG on the outside. Have to be calculated right now. Up to 5 kills with the Zai. Don't want to overcommit right now. SR going to be able to pick up a kill onto Baldus, XCM, and Jing. SR up to 9 kills right now, closing the distance onto YZG. Everyone is at this cluster of buildings in the top left of the map. CGS and GG waiting, biding their time, looking for an opening, but we're down to 21 players. It's getting very, very close, Moxie. I imagine this Spirit Well is going to be one of the most contested Spirit Wells we've seen all day today. Everyone is going to line up for it. No one is going to give it up, but I feel like the smart play is to try to pick off the team that overcommits here just because of how aggressive everyone's playing right now. We're seeing YZG, they won that Rumble Rang, and this is what it means to be one of the stacked teams in the lobby. Your Takeda has gold armor, has what's it called? Gold ultimate as well. And now this Spirit Well, tough break for SR going against YZG and this super stack with Wolves waiting in the bush, lurking in the background.
Yeah, Wolves definitely going to be wanting to make a play for this a little bit later on, potentially. SS1 also with that Tianhai, but given the state that SS1 were finding themselves in, having lost a Rumble Yang, I don't believe they have the confidence nor the loot to be able to make a play for it. And we said that it might be one of the most contested. YZG might just be picking this one up for free, Raven. They just have to send a little bit more charge and then they've got it home. And you can see that all of those players who were on the fringes of that mini-map have now disappeared. Everyone has scarpered away as everybody wants to just make sure to put enough distance between themselves and the Draco Storm buff team as they possibly can. OUG taking cover inside a building and bunkering up. We're going to have the past the tuna sandwiches coming on through to make sure that everyone has that heal tick. So not only do they have Karumi and Syra, they're also going to have a continuous heal buff that is applied to both their health, and if the health is full, the armor too, which can definitely be one of the things which will allow their players to be able to survive and win that heal off situation, which the top 4 teams, and we are down now to top 4 teams out of the 6 that walked into this lobby with a chance of taking MVP and taking the bi-weekly finals.
So many people in bushes right now. GG posturing, sees OUG right next to them. Looks like they're going to be making their way to the Spirit Well. Not going to be poking out. LXM, pretty trusting of that situation. And it looks like no one's able to claim this Spirit Well. No one wants to overcommit. It ends up going to a neutral no Spirit Well to this second part. 21 people left alive. And wait a minute.
Yeah, TXJ is just gonna pop all and claim it in zone.
Ah, very, very well played by YZG and TXJ to wait to the last, the absolute last second. Zone pulling in, waiting to go in. Does he get grappled on the way in? Wolves finally reveals their position in the bush, trying to make their way away from this super buff team of YZG, but This is one of the targets that they would love to take. They do get a double ultimate coming out from that Spirit Well, looking to close out onto Wolves, but Wolves diving into the center of the whole pack, trying to lose the wolf pack of YZG chasing him down. Unfortunately, QGG does lose his target. He gets confused with everyone running away from him, doesn't see the main target, and now Moonbane is out, but YZG has an opportunity here to pull further ahead and to be out of reach to secure this second bi-weekly finals with Draco Storm and 12 kills.
Yeah, but that Moonbane is making those rotations last a lot longer, so Draco Storm is still going to be in play. But QGG has run out of the first iteration of that Takeda B3. He is still going to, like you said, have that double cycle coming through off of the pickup from Draco Storm, which was changed a couple of patches ago to provide 100% rage generation upon pickup like the other buffs in play. GG going to be putting themselves up onto high ground. No one very much wanting to be on the low ground, understanding that that's going to be the prime real estate that YZG rotate into. YZG still going to be chasing. However, SS1 run into another team, and YZG very much cognizant. Deja vu, remembering a lot of those teams who did have Draco Storm overextended into too many teams and got immediately chewed out for it, are going to instead prioritize keeping the Draco Storm in play to retain a position on the next Spirit Well. But when the zone is small enough, these players are going to have way less room to be able to kite out, and wouldn't you believe it, Raven, it's a back-to-back Draco Storm.
I mean, YZG definitely playing this very, very optimal, and all of the teams playing extremely conservative. Everyone's opting to take this to Endgame, to take this to a slugfest, to go out. No one wants to overcommit, and look how many people are next to each other. QGG setting up to last second take this. Now, they have to be careful. We've seen teams sneak their way in and deny the take and send things into a spiralingly weird situation. He has the buff, not at the pure 99%. It's more like 95%. He has to be careful right now. Now, he does have TXJ guarding this tree to the right, but you see ZK coming in from the top roads, able to rotate through Wolves ZK, but he does have blue armor, doesn't really want to commit, makes his way back to his team who's in the trees, and we are going to delay again. 4 minutes left, Moxie. You can feel the tension building for everyone. The calm before the storm. OUG has 7. SR has 9. Both of these teams in MVP range with striking distance, but you can't count out GG. Even though they have 5 kills, this is like a perfect position for them where they can clean up this situation. Wolves also has 5. JL also has 5. And we still have a Transformer team, SS1, on the board right now. Look at SS1 hiding over here to the side. Everyone's taking their nook and cranny, and as soon as that Draco Storm gets picked up, it's gonna start going, and TXJ is gonna engage, putting some pain onto OUG, the double healer team in the lobby.
Yeah, Kurumi Tava gets popped just so the Kurumi can teleport out of position, out of focus fire coming on out from that tower with the Draco Storm, and now it is every team for themselves. The cannibalization of the spaces, everyone wanting, if one team gets a little bit too close, to turn onto them, to offer the health bar up an easier target for YZG to turn onto. But still, YZG picking that moment. They aggressed in, they stirred the pot, they forced the ultimates out from some of these teams that could have held on to them to give a better position and stance going into that healer situation, and then they back off. They know that they're sitting on 13 eliminations. They don't need to overextend because they painted a target on their backs, and they will lose TXJ. CXE does drop the Tumult V1, trying to give space for the Cyrus to be picked up, will be picked up before the Syra Beams can microwave through the wind wall too, and gives TXG the opportunity to pop that V1 ultimate to keep themselves up in play. And YZG now have baited the players in close. They forced the ultimates out. They finally get to stop playing conservative and get to aggress as they wanted the second they picked up that Draco Storm, going from 13 eliminations to 15 as the zone is going to push these players closer and closer to a YZG team that still has Draco Echo Storm active for another minute. That's going to keep going until we have 40 seconds left of the zone. Merciless Havoc comes on through QGG. Just sitting on the outlines with the musket, looks to steal away the kill, but it's GG that takes it instead. The Zai ultimate from GG starts to come on through. That V2 putting in the work, and GG start coming up in the kill feed too. These teams were more than happy to wait for this exact situation because of the amount of kills that they were coming into this zone with. And now it's going to be a matter of closing on up. Who can spot the low health bars? Who can get that last hit of damage to be able to confirm the elimination? Frio is going to go down. YZG pick up another. They're 3 away from a 20 bomb. They just have to make sure that TXJ is going to be able to survive and build another Syra V1, because that Syra is going to be the target of focus for so many teams in the lobby, since she has the opportunity to win the heal situation. GG not out of safety, having to pressure out Wolves, but Wolves being able to return focus with more players, as well as Wild Windspout coming on through from that fan, which closes up the space that GG had to be able to play with, and they're in danger of getting forced out of the lobby, just sitting on this Matari left, but no, LXM is taken down. It's between OUG and YZG, but YZG with 19 eliminations surely are going to be able to pick up this MVP. It's just a matter of crossing the T's and dotting the I's. QGG gets hit into so much CC stagger. The Syra ultimate from TXJ comes into play. The stun dazzle, so many players, 8 are currently below the Syra. The stun dazzle's coming on through. The healer situation's about to run down. We've got 5 seconds remaining, but I don't think it's enough for YZG to win the heal-off situation. But with the eliminations, the MVP is clear, and YZG for a second time in a row will walk away with the MVP and the bi-weekly final title.
Oh my goodness. You see the Band-Aid just rip off TXJ's forehead, the hype.
Congratulations, our second bi-weekly final
让我们恭喜本周的3排周决冠军属于 YZG。今天的比赛我们也是鏖战至最后一场，那么最终呢，我们恭喜 YZG 拿下了本周的3排的周决冠军。哇，经历了第1双周。 拿下了3排的冠军，来到了第2双周，他们再一次站在了最高的领奖台上，获得了这份殊荣。我相信这就是一个团队，大家团结一致，努力得到的最好的一个回报。问一下 T 神吧，那其实此时此刻，我相信有很多支持你，包括支持 YZG 的粉丝们，有什么话对大家讲？
谢谢大家的支持吧。What you want to say to your fans? I would like to say thank you to all the people who can support us. But I would like to say I think the bi-weekly final championship is just the start of the season, and we will still working hard.
拿下领装。问一下陈轩之，那陈轩之一直以来啊，在采访的时候永远是这个惜字如金。今天有什么话送给你的2位队友吧
？CXE
发挥都很好。
果然是这个领导的总结性点评啊！问一下钱滚滚吧。其实今天啊，一开始的时候开局队伍也是遇到了一些小的问题，最后3兄弟怎么解决，包括是怎么调整过来，最后拿下了这个3排的周决冠军的。
因为后面狠狠的在发力啊！
I would like to know because we know
也是燃尽到了最后的一刻，那也是拿下了这个冠军。我相信啊 ，YZG 拿下了这个3排的冠军，如同刚才 T 神所说，那只是一个小的开始，还有更高的荣誉、更多的荣耀在等待着他们进行冲击。接下来进入到了我们本次的周决的。 冠军时刻，有请我们的工作人员送上我们的3排冠军卷轴以及冠军祝龙印。我们派一个代表吧，一会儿这周谁来盖章啊？来，有请我们的3位选手先来到我们的冠军卷轴前。3排更多的讲究的就是团队之间的默契、信任。那么接下来3兄弟也挂上属于你们的冠军卷轴，同样。 我们派一个代表，去拿起属于第2双周3排的最高荣耀。
Now it's time to show the logo to our camera.
好的，请盖上属于你们的周决冠军烙印。归还祝龙印。
Stamp the logo on the score.
好的，3兄弟来到我们的这个冠军卷轴面前，来，先一起合个影，话筒先给我。
Let's take the photo together and to memory this. excellent moment.
2025 Nbpl 第二双周
So let's
3排周决冠军
congratulations 2025 the second
YZG
biweekly final championship of Churros Game Team YZG.
好，来有请我们的3位选手来到我们的舞台中间，有请。来，话筒给你。其实啊，今年队伍在谭旭杰的到来之后的话呢，其实乾坤滚在你看来，队伍最大的改变，包括是给队伍带来
We
最大
know
的一
like
个优势是什么？
TXJ came to the YZG. I would like to know the like benefit or
这要
advantage
想一想，
for
确实
you.
改变了很多。
是的，改变了很多，感觉比较沉稳了吧？
比较沉稳了。我们问一下陈宣之吧。那其实，在最后的这一场比赛，也是让人家
So
所有的关注 Nbpl、关注永劫无间的
We
这帮
know the
人
last
感受
game
到了
for
队伍的
your
纪律性
team
以
or
及运营
whatever
方
the
面的一个
NBPL
稳健。
fans
那
or
最后一场
fans
比赛
from your，
其
team
实作为
really
队伍的也是核心。
think you
谈一
guys
下
are
你们
really
自己的一
amazing.
个想
So
法吧。
I would like to know for the last game. So what you
就
think
是
about
手
that?
感都很好嘛，能打过的
Yeah,
架
I
全打
think
过了。
for the
能
like
打
the
过的
last
架
game,
全
the
打过
hand
了。那接
feeling
下来
of the
问一下
esport
谭
with
旭
guys
杰
is
吧。
really
那其实
great,
来到
and
了
all
YZG 这
the
支俱乐部的
fight
话，在你看来
in
给
the
你最大
beginning
的
of
收
the
获
game
和改
we
变是什么？
all want that. We really like in the good
给
state.
你最大的收获和改变啊！
最大的收获改变就见识到更
So
多
which
样
part
的
you
打
think
法吧，
is
然后
your
去尝试别的
like
地方去
you
提升自己嘛，
get
因
from
为
the from
去
this
到新
week
的队
or
伍嘛，
from
肯定
Team
是会有新的
YZG?
东西可以学习到，提升
Yeah,
到
I
自己的
think
东西
I
的。
really
所以
like
那
learn a
现
lot
在
from
看
my
下来的话，
teammate
咱
and from the
们
new team because
还是
you
有
know
进步空
every
间，但是
time
目前来说
we
已
go
经是
to a
冠军
new
了。
team
那
and
后
have the
续
new team
希望大
teammate
伙都
we
不
can
要
learn
松懈
a
嘛，
lot
咱
in
们
the
就几把后
matches.
面全部拿
And
下
I would
嘛，
like to
然
say
后
to
进步
my
就行了。
teammate,
今天
I would
鏖战
like
至
to
第7
work
场
hard
啊，每
with
一
you
个
guys
开的赛点
together,
的队伍
and
其
I
实都
really
是值得
wish
所
we can
有热爱永
cooperate
劫无
well.
间、
I
热爱
really
Nbpl 的
want
玩家朋友
to
们
learn
肯
a
定
lot
的。
from you
评价一下
guys.
今
Thank
天
you.
你的对手们吧，像欧游级、
I will
SR，
comment
包括
on
是成
your
都积极这些开赛点的这些队伍。
opponent like
春季赛
OUG,
开始之后，
like
能明显的感觉到大家确实都已
JR
经
or
在很
like
努力
other
的去
teams.
训练，去拿到自己想
So
要的
like
成
in
绩
this
吧。
spring,
但是冠军嘛，
in the
永远都
spring
只有一
split,
个。
this
那就
season I
看
think
后面谁进步速
every
度快
like
了。
our
那
esport player really work hard.
至少现在来说，我看下来比之前大家进
I
步，
think
大家的进步比之前
everyone
看起来都进步特别多吧。
improve a
是
lot in the
无间
matches, and I
我们
think we
所有
still
热爱
need
永
to
劫无
work
间
hard
的我
for
们的
the
姐妹
rest of
们
the
一起
season.
见证着
Everyone.
每一支不管是新加入到 Nbpl 的队伍，还是已经征战许久的这些队伍，都是为我们送上了一场又一场的精彩绝伦的对决。
I would like
我
to
也要
know,
把掌
yeah, I
声
would
送
like
给
to
所有
say
参与到我
we
们
would
中
like
决
to
的
say thank you
12
to
支
all the
3排
esport
战队。
player
好
because
的，让我们
whatever
再
the
次恭
solo
喜
game or the
2025
cross game player,
Nbpl
everyone's
第二
work
双周
hard.
3
So
排
let's
周决
congratulations
冠军
again.
再次恭喜
2025, the
YZG
second bi-weekly final championship of Churros Game, which is Team YZG.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Team YZG and their team leader, TXJ. Always a big fan for them. I'm Raven PLZ. I'm joined by the cutesy God Moxie. Man, what an ending, Moxie. And how tense was that endgame? For the first time, we really saw most of the teams be gun shy. I'm not gonna lie, Moxie. I was surprised that we didn't just go for it, considering there's no way you could tell who was who in that when there's 9 Syras in the lobby.
Yeah, you would like look in the kill feed and be like, okay, a team of a Syra lost Realm of Yang. What do you mean there's 9 teams of Syra? How are we supposed to figure out which one of these is Yang depletion? Because everybody was running it. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the day, how important and how expensive Syra is going to be for those hero points. Can you imagine if we'd gone to game 8 and 9 teams had blitzed all of their points to be able to buy Syra? I'm kind of sad and disappointed that we don't get to see the compositions that those teams have to have cobbled together. But no, like you, I am very surprised. Like, we got to see YZG's progress for those last 2 Spirit Wells. One, they literally let the zone go all the way past so that their Syra can just hit ultimate and pick it up without having to be contested. And then the next one, because they've still got the remnants of that one, they were allowed to essentially get for free with everyone posturing away from it defensively. But like the fact that they were able to wait for the zone to move away, it wasn't effective like they got contested and had to wait it out and then kite back to it because the zone was moving and players were rotating. Teams just didn't want to contest that spacing. Wolves were right there, SR were right there, and YZG got it for free, which kickstarted their entire domino effect of the end game.
That's an excellent point, Moxie, to overlook, to see that TXJ literally min-maxed it to the moon, and that's what led to this 22 kill, this 20 bomb snowball to close out the deal and close out the tournament for the day. 23.5. SR, hand in hand, right there with YZG, trying to close it out as well, had 10 kills. Less than half of YZG, Wolves at 8, OUG at 8, GG at 8, ASC at 8, Bowdo at 7, Dale at 6. Now it does make sense, now looking at the kill spread going out to the end, a lot of these teams didn't know exactly where they stood, so they figured, maybe we can get this through. Maybe it's not the same team claiming the Spirit Well over and over. But I gotta say, Magdi, like that's a little bit of wishful thinking. You wanna make sure that you have your destiny within your own hands, and fortune favors the bold. You have to go and contest this, and pretty much every other round, the Spirit Well was at least contested by one team, if not multiple, and that was one of the reasons that YZG was able to come out on top. Their overall feel and strategy of coming in at the right time, at the right moment to close out the Spirit Wells comes out big to win these endgame situations.
I wonder if part of it was because so many teams have been burned with the last Spirit Well prior, where it went to the point that it despawned and like 3 teams got absolutely wiped trying to hold on to it. But this is YZG, and this is how they were able to find such a dominant victory, coming on through with a Realm of Yang to be able to get that Wisp, connecting onto the Zip into the pulse. So follow through, sets up the Scale Rush, tumbling on out, does get overheld into with the Dagger LMB, but spaces away to avoid the follow-up damage, allowing TXJ on that side with the higher health bar to keep the Kylan's attention before he can find a heal and look to help in that 2 versus 1 situation, and then turn once again into a 2 versus 1 situation. YZG doing a very good job understanding that if they wanted to be able to carry those Spirit Wells into the end game, it had to start with a Realm of Yang win, and they did everything in their power, going on through with the weapon swaps onto the pulse from the item back inventory, coming on out from CXC as well.
See the clutch play coming out for the team, creating opportunities for each other and not throwing a bad blue right there. You see multiple cancels coming out from CXC to bait out the parries, even though he has blistering. Even though he has one of the best focus attacks in the game, he's still playing safe enough where he's faking out, baiting out the parries, and going just for safe crouching horizontal to close it out. Nice F gonna be coming out, lasering from across the map. Some vintage siphon play, playing on the low ground, setting it up for his teammate TXJ to close it out. Nice Temiel's gonna be coming out and still picking up a ton of kills on the low ground, but it's not even close. YZG absolutely decimates the last round, doesn't shy away from the moment, instead sees it. And looking at the overall leaderboard, DRG has a little bit a nice start to the day, but not able to close it out at 43.3. SS1, same thing, good start to the day, slowing down near the end. Now the top 6, Wolves having a slow start, then picking up speed, just not able to capitalize when they were in striking distance. Same with ASC. GG almost MVP'd, almost could have sealed the deal at 5th round. SR, definitely one of the dark horses of today, just absolutely going toe-to-toe with all the veteran teams, slugging it out. OUG came out of bi-weekly finals with a consistent, really hot run, and still managed to keep that same tempo going in this one. Unfortunately, they just didn't have enough horsepower to close out the day. The double healer doesn't have enough power to get through so many Cyros in the game, and YZG able to close it out with TXJ IGLing and being the #1 damage and total kills for the day.
And I mean, that's a back-to-back too. Performance coming on through from TXJ. There's a reason that we sing the praises of this guy as much as we do here at the NARAKA esports scene. He's been in the scene for a very, very long time. Incredibly learned, very, very good experience at being able to lead his teams to victory. And it's something that YZG have absolutely picked up on, and that putting him to very good use. Understanding that the Sarah can win the heal of situations, sacrificing plays that they know have served their purpose, right? Temi ulted, okay, we can trade him. Takeda ulted, okay, we can trade him. Just buy the space for TXJ to come on through with that Syra V1. And we even actually saw, because remember, when they did make a play, when that Spirit Well was down, actually, they had to burn the Temi ultimate to be able to pick TXJ back up. And if they hadn't been able to get that Syra back up, and TXJ didn't have that ultimate immediately give the space to be able to pop that V1 and give himself a second little bit of life, then that result could have been very, very different, and we could be headed right now over to game number 8 with 12 teams in the mix of being MVP eligible. So again, YTG very good at understanding these moments where they can go aggressive, but not too aggressive. They've always got a game plan in case things start going a little bit pear-shaped.
It's surprising too that YGG is a newer roster with these two championship players, TXJ leading the crowd, but really, really exciting stuff that YGG is starting out this season with back-to-back wins. TXJ letting everyone know he's been one of the not only best IGLs in the league, but also one of the carries, one of the most impactful players from round to round. He fills almost every single role, and he has really seized up the mantle of putting himself in the hardest roles where the most amount of decisions are made that decide the win conditions for his team. And kudos to him to get this bi-weeklies, but he is right. The one thing he did say in the interview, that the bi-weekly finals are just the start of the season. What really matters is the finals. This just sets up to secure your position, so you're one of the teams in the finals in the league, one of the top 12 to duke it out, to set up for the position for the biggest tournament of the year, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting real close to those grand finals. Solos on the 31st of May and trios on the 1st of June, as we can have a look at see how all of these groups have been shuffled through. OUG, SS1 Wolves, TEGG, and BBE all in Group A, SL, YCG, OA, Bowder, WZ, and FPX all in B, leaving Alliance, ASE, JL, DOG, WBG, and 521 bringing up the rear in Group C. So we're going to be having different matchups, different phases, and a whole new week of NARAKA action for the meta to continue to develop yet further. As we can have a look and see that we'll be kicking things off next Thursday with bi-weekly free solos day 1 over on Padoria Midnight.
Padoria Midnight solos map rotation, a little bit different than trios. The easiest way to remember, we go Padoria first, into the Morris and Hollowroth, back to Padoria, and vice versa. Morris, Hollowroth again to close it out. For trios, just remember that we begin and end the day for Padoria. Always a little bit of a mix-up, but I've heard the actual rationale for the map rotation is so that every team in trios gets a chance at playing the phase 1 on each map to make sure it's more fair, because it is a slightly different structure than solos. Speaking of which, Moxie, the MVP structure, I still love the change for NARAKA, even though it's 8 rounds, it's a little bit longer. The drama going into that end game, the drama of half the teams can be able to just MVP and end it, the other half not. The drama of GG on game 5 to be able to end it and then just coming up short, them just trying their hardest to pick the right comms at the right time, but still falling a little bit short. I'm sure GG could be able to put things together. This still is only week 2, and after seeing the definite honorable mention of the day of the spicy mix-ups was the Zai cancel F to clutch it out, 1 HP situation, Zai cancel, and the point that you made that TXJ sat in zone till 1 HP, then ulted, then grabbed the buff and went into zone. Definitely the coolest parts of the day for me.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the coolest parts of the day for me too. Unfortunately, that is going to bring an end to the day here at NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I've been Got Moxie. I've had the pleasure of being joined by Raven. Thank you so much, everybody who tuned in, and we'll see you next week for the start of the regular bi-weekly free. Good night, everyone.